Hey, welcome everyone. So I've been messing with all my PS3s today, re-hacking them or whatever. Hopefully there's no more freaking updates for them. Been messing with enabling MGO again, and possibly, well, I tried re-downloading all the DLC and stuff for MGS4, but guess what? The custom private thing server that was hosting them is actually down as of 3 weeks ago. And the guy who was running it was like, yeah, I don't know, I'm not gonna fix it right now. So these podcasts and all the DLC camo, they're kind of in danger. It's a good thing I got them on my other PS3, or at least I thought I did, but I thought, I could just download it whenever. They were just gonna be running them off of like WAV files. So that actually makes it a little bit better. But yeah, if you just wanted to go out and just download it in the game now, you can't do that. Same with all the special camos. So that kind of sucks. At least I got the files myself, but it's kind of sad. I hope they bring that shit back soon. But yeah, so I got my backwards compatible PS3 up and running again. But that's not what we're using here because it doesn't matter if I'm just going to use the files off of my computer. But we'll probably see some original MGS2 and 3 stuff. Maybe some document of MGS2 stuff pretty soon. As for MGS4, well, that sucks that you can't get the DLC right now. But we can still do this. I don't really need the metal count for this anyway, so. But yeah, I'll have to go to the podcast locations. Hey, Garaguchi, thank you for the 49 months. Draconian Firing Squad with the 36, thank you. Business of War.
9 out of 10 questions right, Melissa.
Ah, she's so dumb. There's only one French name there. Come on.
Get it wrong, and we have to say goodbye and maybe good luck, but don't hold your breath.
I'm gonna get it right. I want that new RV. Larry and I have been planning this vacation forever.
Well, now, Larry, that would be your husband, of course.
Yeah.
Hi there, Larry.
Yeah,
High hopes for that RV, I'll bet, Larry.
sure, I guess.
Larry's such a good man. We've been married for a while. He wants to give me the second
Melissa,
honeymoon for
I'm
the
going to
first
have to ask you to choose your question, please.
Business of War.
Business of War. Which PMC had a humble beginning in France, but now manufactures 51.5 million firearms per year, and employs an armed force the size of Mexico and Canada's total populations combined.
Oh God. I know that one.
Oh, I doubt that.
Oh gosh. A.
Wrong.
B.
The correct answer is B. Melissa. Oh, Melissa. You knew the correct answer was B.
You should have tried just a little bit harder. Hey, Melissa?
Oh, and then there's a commercial of the exact PMC she was asked about. Nice.
Superficielle. Superficielle et la mort.
George M, 1987 with the 61 months. Thank you.
Qu'est-ce que la mort? La vie est surfaite. La mort. Pieuvre armement.
I never noticed
Irrésistible.
there's a commercial of the exact thing that we're talking about right after. Just these weird clips at the beginning. No. So we'll play the first. Holy shit, Otacon, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. If you don't move for 3 seconds, he starts nagging in your ear. Unimaginable. So we'll get to I guess to the actual. We'll skip all the stuff here. Whoa, it's loud.
Head north, and try not to run into any gecko along the way.
We'll skippity skip until we get to. I gotta see, because we got 2 episodes before the actual Advent Palace episode, so we should start a little sooner than that. Probably when we get past Sidman here. Alright, so you only had the first episode in the podcast. So on the iPod at the beginning. But we got the others elsewhere.
And now, Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Recorded at Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, this is your host, Ryan Payton, for the exclusive in-game broadcast of
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Welcome to the first ever Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast, number 1. It's going to be included in MGS4. As you know, playing through the game, as you're doing right now, you've got the iPod equipped, and you're listening to this show, and you can be able to download future shows in the coming months. But first, let me introduce Aki Saito, who's joining me on the program.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining me, Aki. It's kind of weird. We're in the future now. It's 106 days in the future.
Avoid
that we're recording this, or that we're broadcasting. We're recording this in February.
You know what? I got an idea.
Onto the Blu-ray disc.
Instead of doing this shit, we'll do this shit.
And now, Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Recorded at Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, this is your playing through the game. As you're doing right now, you've got the iPod equipped, and you're listening to this show, and you can be able to download future shows in the coming months.
Yes.
But first, let me introduce Aki Saito, who's joining me on the program.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining me, Aki. It's kind of weird. We're in the future now. It's 106 days in the future that we're recording this.
Yes.
Or that we're broadcasting this. We're recording this in February, knowing that this is going to be burnt onto the Blu-ray disc for millions of people to enjoy.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never been burnt on a Blu-ray disc before.
Me neither.
So people listening to this, they come across the iPod in MGS4.
Yes.
They come across this episode, and they're wondering, now what exactly is this, and what is this for?
Yes.
Good question.
This is well, actually, there's a lot of meanings, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, to ease the tension when you're playing the game.
Right.
Things like that as well.
You can play your own music, you can play this, you can ease the tension by listening to our voices.
Our stupid conversations.
Yes. And you also ease the tension of Snake.
Yes.
Because his sight gauge will fill up if
Yes.
you're listening to music.
Exactly.
Or if you're listening to this program.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral
You
Podcast.
really gotta balance the audio
This is
now.
really cool in the game. Obviously, as players know, they're playing this on an Apple iPod, not just a generic MP3 player. Now, Aki, you worked on this project. You worked on getting approvals from Apple. Can you talk about that process of getting the iPod into the game, which is very cool?
Yes. Well, Kojima Production always comes up with cool ideas, and at that time still is. Everyone has an iPod as their favorite music player, and we thought, as Hideo, Mr. Kojima, is a great Apple fan as well. We thought that why not we put the actual iPod in the game, and for Snake to use as an item,
Right.
which is a cool idea. So it was really fun working with Apple because they're really nice guys, actually.
And you're a super fan of Apple.
Well, yes, me too. Hideo and I are the last sole survivors within the company to have the Mac PCs on our desks and work on it.
But you take it a step further. You have a competitor's laptop. It's a PC-based laptop.
Yes.
With an Apple sticker over their brand, over their logo on that laptop, so people from a distance think you're on a PowerBook or something.
Yeah. Well, that's actually I customize inside as well. So because at home I've always been an Apple user, and it's I changed the inside as well, and it's I don't know, it's just more fun when you're working.
Right.
You don't get dull, and you want to work on a computer that you love.
Well, you like to be that rebel, you know.
Yeah. Well,
but it's funny. But it's funny because you don't have to be a rebel if you're outside of Japan. Like especially like in the States, you know, you see Macintosh, you see MacBooks and all over the place. But but really the iPod is synonymous with MP3 players, and so we've gotten the game. Did you have to go through a bunch of different checks?
Well, yeah, I did a couple of rounds of trying to get approvals, but what I did was, this was really cool. They actually wanted to see how what you guys are playing right now, how this will work. So what I did was I went to the studio and I made a video with the staff of Kojima Productions. Thanks, guys. And we made a cool video, and made sure that can be played on an iPod as well.
Oh, slick.
So I sent that DVD over to Apple, and they really loved it, and they gave me approval on that. So
cool.
Screenshots, usually, this happens only on screenshots and text-based explanation.
Sure.
But I thought, this is...
You want to see it in motion, right?
Yeah, so, usually you kind of ask them to come to the studio and that kind of thing, but that wasn't possible, so I made a cool video, and they seen this part of what the players are doing right now. So everything was recorded and sent to Apple. They loved it. It was great.
Perfect.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
So the plan for this podcast, and I can actually say podcast now because I kind of steer away from that word sometimes because it's really a radio program and not necessarily everybody's listening to it on an iPod. So why call it a podcast? But this time we know everybody's listening to this in the in-game iPod. You can't download this on our website through iTunes. This is exclusive to MGS4. You can listen to this program, and we're gonna have future programs as well as music that will be coming out in the coming months after the release of MGS4 that you can be able to download. And we're gonna be talking about the making of the game. It's kind of like a director's commentary, which is it's something that's never been done for games before.
I mean,
this format.
Yeah, this format is really cool. I mean, usually director's commentary or making of is done on a disc or things like that. But of course, we could have that. But it's so cool as an item in the game, and you actually have to collect them, right? And when you find it, you want to listen to it,
right?
And you could actually still play the game while we're just
chatting away and blabbering about all sorts of stuff. And we're going to be providing background info on the game, about different areas of the game, like the creation of those areas, as well as strategies, so how to defeat bosses if you're so inclined. But the question is what to do about spoilers, and I'm still thinking about that.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
As Mr. Kojima surmised on the Japanese side of this podcast, on the Japanese version of MGS4, this is probably the listener's second time through MGS4. I don't know about you when you played MGS4, but you play it once and you know that, the second time I'm going to try this different route, or I'm going to try these different items or these different weapons. I'm guessing most people are going to be listening to the iPod through a second time through, because the first time through you want to listen to the Harry Gregson Williams soundtrack, right?
Well, no, the first time actually you're so tense trying to clear the game.
Yeah, you didn't even know what's going on.
Yeah, so I did know what the iPod, you could use the iPod, but you have to use it as an item.
Right.
And you want that solid eye as well, that you and I
the
love
rations,
so much.
yes.
Yeah, the rations. So, yes, I think second playthrough, third playthrough is what everyone's listening right now.
So as players have probably noticed, if this is the second time through, their items and their Drebin points are going to carry over to the second playthrough. And so they can use the second playthrough to try to hunt down items that are not found in Drebin's shop, or rare items like some kind of face camos. So there's a lot to go through on your second time, your third time through.
I mean, this is fun, isn't it?
Yeah,
you're now easy about the routes and what's going to happen.
Right.
You're more explorer, and maybe sneaking as well.
You're better at sneaking.
Yeah, you can try a lot of things. Since you're listening, actually, you should be more easy and enjoying the game. Actually, more relaxed, listening to this radio program at the same time. I think it's a fun experience, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking forward to hearing us do this on June 12th when the game launches. Now, don't forget to check back frequently to download new episodes of the MGS4 Integral Podcast on the same spot you found on your iPod in the game of MGS4. And also don't forget to check out our other show, which is on the web. You can subscribe to it through iTunes. It's our normal podcast. We do it every week. It's usually Ken, myself, and Aki or Mark. And we do that every week. We're approaching the 100th episode. And you can download that like on your computer, and we give you an update about what's going on in the world of Kojima Productions, not necessarily all MGS4 stuff. So. It's a good show. I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot of secrets given away as well.
Yeah, a lot of leaks, a lot of information leaks. That's how we roll. But this is going to close the inaugural MGS4 Integral Podcast, number 1.
I hope everyone's enjoying it, and I hope everyone finds their way to play it, because there's various ways. My recommendation is try to just sneak everything through. It's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, definitely. Play it as a sneaking game.
Yeah.
Not as a straight up action game. You're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for having me today.
Oh, thanks, Aki.
All right, that's going to wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Be sure to download future episodes available exclusively through the Metal Gear Solid 4 game. From all of us at Kojima Productions, thanks for listening and thanks for playing. We're out of here.
All right, well, we'll do the next one. It's pretty short, and then we'll have to get to the actual location-based ones.
Snake, it's kind of a schlep, but I've sent you data on an alternate route. Follow the mark on your radar.
MGS4 Integral Podcast. Welcome to the Metal Gear Solid 4 exclusive in-game podcast.
You gotta wait 2 weeks to make it
Hi
realistic.
everyone, I'm Aki Saito. I'll be your, kind of navigator, but I have a lot of friends joining me for this game podcast. My main navigator of the game will be...
Hello, my name is Sean Icestone. I'll be playing the game and guiding you through this session. Nice to meet you all.
He's going to be the real expert of the game. And also, join us is...
Hi, this is Ken Imaizumi. I'm a producer of Metal Gear Solid 4. It's been a long time, and I'm really glad to be back.
Ken and I needed someone else to help us with this podcast. And we have Sean, who will probably guide us really intensively through the game. And hopefully everyone will enjoy hearing us while playing the game. Right, Ken?
Yep.
A lot of secrets.
A lot of tips.
Sean, you know a lot of details, I think, right?
I was part of the script unit. So, the team that basically kind of puts the levels together and implements the design.
Oh, so you know everything inside and out.
Right. Well, I wouldn't say I know everything, because we kind of break up the game into different stages, so everyone has their own stage that they supervise, but yeah.
But I hope everyone would enjoy our show. So, Ken, finally, the show will start from January, right?
Yeah, January 8th, 2009.
And we're going to try to have this bi-weekly. Sean, you have a lot of work to do, actually, if we do this.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging, but it also sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
Well, basically, how many times have you played through the game?
More than I can count. I have no idea, honestly.
Ken told me that you did 30 times? 50 times?
Yeah, more than 30 for sure.
30 for sure?
Yeah.
Then, Sean, you did more than that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be over 100 by now. I mean, if you count, like from the very beginning, you kind of playing through the incomplete stages, towards the end when we're trying to debug everything, playing through over and over again. So yeah, it's.
Well, we might. He's kind of sick and tired of
this game.
Yeah. Like one day he was like puking, when he was.
Really? In the studio? Wow.
Is that motion sickness? No.
A lot of things going on in
Just sickness.
Wow. Okay. Well, anyways, we're going to try to guide you through, a different perspective of MGS4 and guide through everyone who probably will have a good time listening to this podcast and playing at the same time.
Yeah, totally. And it's more of a developer's take on the game, giving a little behind the scenes input to the player.
Well, since Ken's gonna be probably useless, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's
Thank
cold.
I'm gonna watching you guys.
Great. Ken's gonna just have some coffee and just gonna play his his games on his phone. Anyways, 3 of us will provide you Integral Podcast bi-weekly and hope everyone would enjoy. And make sure you tune in on the 8th of January. And Sean, you have some notes that you have to tell people, right?
Yeah. So 8th of January, what we want you to do is everybody to tune in and gather at the Advent Palace lobby. The Advent Palace, of course, is the stage in the Middle East.
Yeah.
One of the first stages in the game. And what we're going to do is we're going to walk everyone through the game and through that stage. So what we want you to do is go to that stage, enter the Advent Palace, and be sure to trigger the checkpoint. Once you trigger the checkpoint, save the game, and be ready to load it 2 weeks from now, on the 8th of January, and we'll give you a walkthrough.
All right, everybody, you got that? You memoed that? So you have to be at the Advent Palace lobby, and make sure you save it so you can start it from there. Ken, anything you want to add?
No.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Sean, I'm really relying on you on this one.
I'm just watching.
All right, thanks, guys.
Snake, hurry and get to the rendezvous point with our informants. First, you'll have to get to the other side of that.
Sorry guys, now we gotta wait 2 weeks for the next episode. Now we'll just get there. We're not playing Snake's Revenge, no. We have to get these. You can't get them anymore in the game, but you can find files. You can find the audio elsewhere. I was just messing with PS3, jailbreaking and MGO installation and my backwards compatible PS3 and MGS4 DLC and all of that. And I wanted to download the stuff again, and even the private servers were hosting it. They're down now, so that kind of sucks. So you can't get the DLC camo, you can't get the DLC music, and you can't get the podcasts. Oh shit, this is actually an extreme new game. So we don't have shit, we have to do it the slow way. That's okay, we'll just go around. The files are part of the system data, the MGS4 installation data, not the save file. Once you have them.
Snake, watch out. That area is covered by PMC.
But all PS3's hard drives like encrypted with their own key, paired with that one console. It's a bit of a mess to just move it around. I mean, I have it on my fat PS3. I have the DLC channel, at least. But I don't have all the podcasts. I thought I did, and apparently I don't because I was lazy and I only downloaded like half of them. Because I thought, I can just download these whenever. And now the fucking servers are down. But it makes it a little bit easier to just play the file anyway. So you can retain full control of the game while we do that. I guess that works too. Oh, what the fuck? Who the fuck? What? Oh. I guess the hell is slower these guys got here. Oh, whatever. You can just use rations if you don't care about the rank. And even on extreme, the game gives you like 9 healing items. That's not a problem, just get past it. Alright, so here is the next episode.
Understood. Regroup.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first official episode of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Eystone, and I'll be your navigator and guide through this session, and I'm here with...
Aki Saito. I'll be your sub-navigator and fill in with jokes, joined by...
I'm Ken Imaizumi, producer of Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm just watching and maybe chatting a little.
That's cool, Ken, but we need your tips.
Okay.
All right, Sean, let's play through the game.
All right, so everyone's gathered here at the lobby of the Advent Palace.
Okay.
So first of all, I just want to tell everyone, just stay where you are, don't move. We have a few things we want to explain before we begin.
Okay.
Okay, so throughout this tour, and this doesn't apply to just this tour, but through all these game guides, there are going to be parts, sections where we're going to tell the user to maybe equip a certain item, like the solid eye.
Yeah.
And that's really useful for looking around for items. And,
especially night vision.
Right, night vision and things like that. But the only problem, of course, is that you cannot equip night vision. You cannot equip the solid eye.
Oh no!
While equipping the iPod.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
So they have to stop.
And then...
Right. So what we want you to do is just switch items from the iPod, and what that'll do is it'll pause the broadcast, pause your podcast here, and switch to the solid eye, confirm the location of whatever items you're looking for, and then come back, and your podcast should resume.
We won't have to
where
do
you left
that.
off.
Well, okay, that's handy.
Not too complicated. So, all right, everyone. You should be in the lobby of Advent Palace. You'll see in the center of the lobby, there's this big carpeted area. So I want everybody to just kind of walk over to that carpet. So what we want to do is put on your solid eye and enable night vision, and kind of spin around, and you'll see a Playboy over here on this couch.
The couch in the corner.
Right. In front of that is a Claymore mine. So the first thing you want to do is kind of crawl up to the Claymore mine and pick that up.
This is just too obvious, right? I mean,
well,
it
is obvious, yes, but there might be newbies out there who just started the game. Maybe they don't know.
Well, maybe just too excited about getting the Playboy.
Right. They see a Playboy and they just kind of dash towards it.
Was this a kind of an intention? I mean...
Yeah. Well, throughout this stage, you'll see a lot of traps basically set throughout the Advent Palace. Really obvious, lane traps with... Playboy next to the Claymore and some kind of food or something, an item next to the Claymore or sleep gas mine. And, yeah, it's all intentional. Basically, it's Akiba setting all these traps.
Yeah, well, so in order to avoid these traps, what's your recommendation? Is it night vision?
Basically, night vision is a very good strategy. What they can do is just enable the solid eye, and when you spin around, if you see the item, you'll see the trap in front of it, because the Claymore mines will kind of glow. And just crawl up to it and pick it up, and it'll be added to your inventory.
Cool. Okay. So where do we go next, Sean?
All right. Next, do your night vision thing. Spin around, and you'll see a sleep gas mine in the corner there.
That's a trap too, right?
That is a trap. And the goal here, some people may not realize, is that you're actually supposed to follow these sleep gas mines to the top of the building. Because if you spin around, you'll see that there are several ways up. There are a few staircases and corridors around here. But the correct route is marked by these sleep gas mines.
Oh, seriously, I didn't know. I just went, I knew the stages.
Did you play a game?
Yes,
I played this game.
Okay, I played it through, but, I don't think it was a guide to tell you which route it is. I mean, I thought it was just a trap. I mean, I searched everywhere, basically in the floor. And then, I can't go here. I must go there. But that's a very simple solution, isn't it?
Yeah. So basically, you want to follow the sleep gas mines up.
Okay. All right, Sean, where we go next?
Okay, so what we want to do, crawl over here, pick up that sleep gas mine.
Yeah.
And now let's run up to the second floor.
And where we're heading?
We're heading towards the bathroom.
Bathroom. Okay, you got that, guys?
This stairs.
Okay, we're up the stairs, and then we're heading for the bathroom. This is the second floor?
Yeah.
Well, first floor, we call it in Europe, I guess. But...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay, so you'll see a Claymore there.
Yeah.
And this is actually not the correct path, but go ahead and pick up the Claymore. And so here we are, in front of the bathroom.
Yeah. So we took the right once we came up the stairs.
Right.
And we collected the Claymore, and we're in the bathroom, right?
Right.
Okay, guys.
Remember that the Claymores show the incorrect path, but there are some hidden things off the shortest path. So
there's a lot of goodies in the bathroom?
Well, not exactly a lot of goodies, but there are a few interesting things. Yeah. So first of all, let's go into the women's bathroom.
Was that the interesting thing?
I mean, come on, we're in a game.
Okay, let's check it out.
Take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So on the left, you'll see the women's bathroom. On the right is the men's bathroom. So you got a smoke grenade there.
Yeah, we got one item.
Right.
What's this?
Okay, so you see on the wall here, if you go into first-person view and look at it,
there's a sign here.
There's a sign that basically, kind of shows you the correct way to use the toilet.
Right.
but
That's very useful.
yeah, you know, for people who may not know you're not supposed to stand on the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
But what we really want to look at, it's kind of interesting, is if you look behind the character's head,
Right.
there's a little something there.
What is it?
There's kind of a little dot there. Well, maybe you can't see it too well, but that's actually a bandana.
Oh, I see. I get it.
So that is actually Snake.
So you guys got it? I mean, go to the ladies' room. Go to the first stall.
Well, it's on the second stall also, but there's kind of some wood
Really hard
blocking
to
it
see
there.
it,
Yeah,
Right.
there's a, what do we call it?
A
Sign.
placard.
Which is Snake, actually.
Right.
Cool.
What he's doing in the women's bathroom, I don't know.
Cool. So every time you create bathrooms, you check bathrooms all over the world?
Yeah, we do intensive research.
Good,
good. Fly out to Alaska, check the bathrooms there.
Especially the ladies'
Middle
room,
Eastern
right?
bathrooms. Oh yeah.
Right,
definitely.
Ken?
Me?
Yeah, you check the
You,
bathroom.
right?
No. You took
check.
videos, right?
Yeah, I did.
Good,
I did.
good.
But enough. Ladies.
Let's, where are we gonna go next, Sean?
Okay, next I want to take you into the men's bathroom.
Oh, suddenly I'm not interested.
Well, sorry. If you look, there's a hole in the rear of the women's bathroom, so we'll just go through there.
That was very handy. So we're now at the men's room.
Now at the men's room, and what we want to do is kind of go through this other hole in the back of the men's room.
Right. Okay, we're through.
Okay. And then head to the right, and you'll see a doorway on your left.
Yes.
What you want to do is stop in front of that doorway. Don't just run in because there is a Claymore mine there, and you'll blow yourself up. You crawl through that door.
Yeah.
Pick up the Claymore mine, and up here on this table, you'll find some instant noodles.
Oh.
Hide-chan ramen, right?
This is a really good item to boost you up, right?
Oh yeah, it's a very good item. It restores a lot of health, and it tastes great.
So, where we go next?
Okay, so next, what I want to do is head back. You hear Otacon going on about some kind of trap.
You should be standing right in front of the infrared
lasers.
Lasers, yes.
Okay, so what this is it's a trap laid by Akiba, and you can't go through here right now, so don't try it. You'll just kill yourself. But what happens is later on, Akiba will come and disarm this trap. Some people might not realize is that you can actually jump over the hole once the lasers are gone, and you can pick up a really nice item on the other side.
Oh, really? Oh, you can't do it now, right?
Can't do it now because there's the trap there. But once it's gone, you can jump over this hole, and on the other side there's a GP-30 grenade launcher.
Cool. Really?
Can't see it from here, but it's just around the corner there.
Okay. So we'll save this for later.
Right. So after the event, during the frog battle, let's keep that in mind and pick that up later.
All right, then where can we go next?
Okay, so next, let's head up to the third floor kitchen.
So let's go upstairs then.
Yeah. What you want to do is head through the hole in the men's room and head out into the hallway here and take a right. And just follow the hallway and it'll go until you get to the staircase here on your left and head on up.
By the way, I tried, when I first played the game, I tried using my cigarette and things like that to, of course, make that infrared lasers obvious. And I thought I could pass through it. I kind of died a couple times.
4 times. I died so many times.
Yeah, but I kind of realized. So we're
going
We're on the stairs.
upstairs. Yeah.
upstairs.
Why does it take them so long
we
to
should
get
be
there?
actually guided by this sleep gas.
Right, sleep gas mines. Pick that up.
So you're on the stairs and you're on the 3rd floor. You're going to the 3rd floor.
I'm on the 3rd floor.
And take a right.
Take a right. Yeah, that's basically the only way you can go. So
You can make a right. And what do we do?
you'll see a sleep gas mine kind of down the hallway. So stop at the doorway in front of the sleep gas mine and head through that.
Okay.
And find yourself in the kitchen.
Okay, everyone ready to be in the kitchen? We're in the kitchen, so make sure you guys are in the kitchen right now.
What we want to do is look into these ovens here.
In the ovens?
People may not realize it, but there's something cooking in the oven.
Wow, what is it?
What's this for?
It's actually cakes.
Ah,
some kind of French cake.
Actually, a lot of people probably won't realize this, right?
Right. I mean, it's just kind of.
They really want people to look at these textures.
Okay, so next we'll head up to the dining room, kind of across the room here.
So we go out of the kitchen to the dining room?
See these windows on the opposite end of the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the other side of that, there is the dining room.
Okay, everyone go to the dining room. This is really a well-built facility. I mean, there's the kitchen and the dining room. Oh, we're in the dining room?
Yeah. We are in the dining room now. Okay, so what we want to do now is there's some items here, and so once again, we want you to use night vision, and you'll see some items here. One of the first iPod tracks is right here in the dining room.
Yeah.
But be careful, because there is also a Claymore mine next to that.
Yeah.
So pick that up.
So I kind of think that everyone will know, but when there's a kind of a valuable item, there's always should be a trap.
Yeah,
really close to it.
In this stage, yeah, it kind of works that way. And well, one thing I want to point out here is just take a look at this, big glass window here, which is looking into the kitchen.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
One thing that people may not realize is just how much trouble it was to get this glass window in here.
Why? Why is that?
Because it actually, consumes quite a bit of resources and memory. We started out with this glass window here, and as we were going through and the stage kind of filled up with things, we were told that, there's not enough memory, so we had to get rid of it. So it was taken out.
Yeah.
But now it's back in. Towards the end, basically, we had the programmers kind of scramble and do what they can, and, the designers trying to find shortcuts and tricks, and finally be able to get this glass window in here.
Oh, so definitely we shouldn't break this window, right?
You should not be shooting it like that.
Yes. Right now, Sean's shooting through this black, big glass window like crazy, and shot all of them. I think everyone probably does it.
That's the fun thing about it, which is
really fun to break something.
Yeah, it's just break everything.
So I want everyone to remember how difficult it was for the whole team to create this big glass window, right?
Bottles.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna step out from the dining room, Sean, and then.
Okay, so next let's head over to the bar. The first thing that you want to do is face these windows here, and the door that you want to head through will be on your right-hand side. So turn to your right, and there's like a little table next to it. So let's go through that doorway. And then we want to go to the bar.
Yeah, the bar. So we go through the phones, and then we find the bar. Yeah.
Right.
Cool bar.
Okay, so there's a bar here.
All right.
Okay, stop once you get out to this kind of open area.
Yeah, in the hallway, yeah.
In the hallway. Take a look up, and you'll see this big canopy.
Yeah.
With some nice light shining down. We really had to work hard to get this in here also, because what we really want to do is have like this really nice lighting effect with shadows coming down from above, and really kind of an atmospheric kind of touch to it. There's like dust floating around in the light, and, shadow coming down from the canopy.
PS3 stuff.
Yeah,
right?
very next gen. Very nice. And useful thing about this also is after you get to the top of this stage, the Haven troopers.
Yeah, we're gonna go into the battle.
Right, will come in and they'll catapult in. And from this vantage point, you can actually see them coming in. Because the way they enter battle is they launch in using catapults.
Yeah.
And from this vantage point, you can actually see their shadows on the top of this canopy.
Right.
So you can actually see their route that they're taking.
Cool.
When they come to attack you. And so if you look at that and you follow the shadows, you can actually anticipate where they're going to come from. So, if you have the time, you can lay maybe some Claymore mines or something like that, and lay some traps for them, so you know where they're coming.
Okay.
All right.
Let's head next.
Okay, next we're going to head up to the 4th floor.
Okay.
Head over here, pick up a sleep gas mine.
Is this the only sleep gas mine around here?
There is actually another sleep gas mine.
On the left?
On the left. What we want to do is head to the right.
When we exit the dining room and we head right, and then we take the stairs up to the... Which floor are we on now? 4th now?
We're going to the 4th floor.
Okay, let's go to the 4th floor. All right, finally.
All right.
There we go.
Now we're out here, and you'll notice a rat. And what I want you to notice is that rat that kind of scurried away when you came.
I kind of went the wrong way, but okay. So we'll pause it for a second. I know exactly what a rat is, though.
Yeah.
Upstairs. Follow that rat, and it'll show you something kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's a kind of an opening.
Right.
Yeah.
Another Metal Gear tradition, where there are rats, there are very often ducks.
Yeah.
And there is actually a duck here that many people will probably miss because it's a little hard to notice, unless you follow the rat.
Yeah, well, actually, I miss this.
Really?
Yeah. Let's go inside.
Well, I'm not going to go in right now. I mean, there are a few items here that you can pick up, but basically what I want people to do is remember that this duck is here because when during the frog battle, you can actually crawl into this duck and snipe some of the Haven troopers from above.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Didn't know at all. I was just shooting during the Haven battles. This could be cool.
So, all right. Now, one last place that we want to go to is, of course, the bar itself.
Okay, let's go to the bar then.
So go ahead and crawl in. There's a sleep gas mine here, so be careful.
So we take the sleep gas. We're in front of the bar, which is a big bar, isn't it?
It's a big bar.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bottles. But if you look closely, one of the bottles is a little different.
Which one?
For those users who want to take a closer look, go ahead and enable your solid eye and take a look and come right back. At the far end, you'll see that there is...
Oh, I think a lot of people got this, actually.
Regain, right?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So you can clamp onto the bar and grab that. It's a small bottle, but a lot of power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, okay, we go inside the bar.
Inside the bar, and then there's a few more items back here. You know,
Okay.
some ammo and another Hidechan
ramen.
Ramen, right.
Yes,
noodles.
the noodles.
Right after this, you kind of go and see Meryl, and the event starts up, so I think we'll end here.
So Regain is really popular drink, Ken.
Popular in Japan, yes. Well, maybe the most of the people doesn't know Regain is a real drink. You can buy it. It's really, really popular drink in Japan.
When do you drink it, Ken?
When I'm, get really tired or, something like a bad thing happened.
This is really funny
Depressed.
because in Japan, it's very so natural and normal to have these energy drinks.
Well, I think, in the U.S., there are a lot of people who drink them also, but
Really?
it's just we don't have Regain.
Oh, okay.
Although, while I'm in Japan, I did actually drink Regain. It's pretty good.
I mean, like 20 years ago or so, Japan had still had a lot of energy drinks.
Right.
And back then, I think, when I was living in the U.S., didn't have so much that kind of type of super energy drink.
That's true, yeah. I think it is a little bit more recent, maybe. A lot of people in America don't know that Regain is a real product, but, one other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that Calorie Mate from Metal Gear Solid 3 was
that's
also
right.
a real product, right?
Right.
Yeah, that too. That's really common in Japan as well.
Right.
It's sold everywhere.
Yeah, some guy eat the Calorie Mate for the lunch.
For lunch,
Or breakfast.
I actually eat it for breakfast
Really?
quite a few times, yeah.
Okay, this wraps up this version of Integral Podcast. And Sean, what can we expect the next time?
2 weeks from now, we're going to move on to South America.
Right.
And we're going to tackle the Mountain Trail stage. That's, of course, the stage right after you beat Octopus.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're tracking down Naomi.
Yeah, that's
So
a
we're
fun
going for
part.
that.
That's a really, really fun part.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like, a pure sneaking mission, tracking down someone. So, yeah, that should be a lot of fun.
Okay, so where's our meeting point, Sean?
Okay, so what we want everyone to do is go ahead and beat Octopus. And once that cutscene ends, just go ahead and save it, and we'll start from there.
Okay, all right. Thanks for all your navigation.
That's
And
actually
thanks
a
for your
lie,
input
but
again,
okay.
Ken. Okay.
One of the few lies in this.
And okay, everybody who have comments or wants to hear more about this or, likes our talk, things like that, please make sure to check into Hideo blog, http://www.kjp.konami.jp/Hideo blog _E. And make sure you give us all your comments. Okay, thanks, Sean. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh man, they're sending people to Kojima's blog where he talks about depression.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo blog. See you next time.
They actually do this stupid shit where they tell you to meet somewhere else, but there's another episode in between, so they go back and forth. It's stupid. So we're actually gonna do the power plant, so we'll just play until then. Let me see what's going on. Meanwhile, Unknown Soldier with the 30 months. Thank you. New Hulk 03 with the 35. Thank you so much. Well, let's do something a little differently. I'm tired of always doing non-lethal, so thing is, it's kind of the best way, because at extreme their helmets actually stops pretty much everything else. That's not a tranquilizer. Maybe this. We don't have any weapons. We don't have a P90 or anything. Fuck it. Statman, thank you for the 12 months. RPG penetration tests. Those are reserved for beauties. Banana machines. use the M4. It just sucks. 1, 2, 3 headshots. Let's speed cannon. The M4. The operator. It is a $3,500 1911, so I guess we'll use cannon weapons only.
Akira, get over here!
Yeah, Q-Dog, I was talking about it. Like, part of the reason I started messing with all the PS4, the PS3, MGS4 files, and, you know, still breaking shit again, going through all my PS3s and fixing that, and installing MGO, among other things, yes. Get the fuck out of the way. God, this is actually kind of tough. The M4 is not good for this. Fucking 45 and no penetration, look at that. Oh, wrong door. Force of habit. No, let's kill. Oh shit. Reject Fulton, embrace MGS4 ass. Hey New Hulk, thank you for gifting a sub to Statman. I noticed he resubbed and there was a gift sub.
Clear.
Johnny's ass is gonna be clear soon. Or not, depending on how you look at it. Clear your ass.
Get down, move it!
It's really not how you're supposed to do it.
Out of the way!
helmets stopping rifle rounds. There really isn't that much to upgrade on the M4. Even if you attach shit to it, it doesn't change the power of the round. In fact, the whole thing kind of becomes a kill me sort of thing. Well, we gotta kill everybody now.
Get your ass up! What the hell are you doing?
Meryl, your gun's empty. That's interesting. Her gun's empty, just happens to be empty, and she kept it in a cutscene. Why don't you just attach rockets to the Picatinny rail on the M4? At that point. This is what they were talking about. You can jump over it. You get an AK grenade launcher. Oh, that damage. Oops, sorry. Alright, so the next podcast is going to be at the power station, I think. Yes. I have no idea which MGS3 VOD you're talking about. But I think VODs expire after, what, 40 days? 80 days? I know it's different for partners, non-partners, but they do go away after a while.
Okay, time to head for the surface.
Normally you'd have to play them on the iPod in the game, but, you know, of course the files have been extracted, they're on YouTube, you can download the WAV, whatever. Which gives you more control over the audio while you're playing the game. So that works too, because you can't download them anymore. So that kind of sucks. World-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Damn, the game gets loud. We should start archiving shit on YouTube, I know. Should I? Okay, I guess the suppressor is canon too. That's all we're using. Also is the tranquilizer. Fuck that. But I bet these guys are gonna take 3 headshots and die too. Yep. Damn. And the tranquilizer just completely removes that. It's a high difficulty mechanic. The tranquilizer just one hit. Yep, doesn't matter. Because it's a penetration. Different calibers, different penetration. I mean, the tranquilizer doesn't care. I guess we'll go slowly then. Protect the BMP. Oh shit. I forgot the first 10 clusters here. Not there. It's okay, it needs 2 hits to die. Oh, nice. Freaking thing. Why is it that if I fire an unsuppressed shot, everybody alerts? Even in the middle of the battlefield? Maybe not, actually. Let's see. Nope. That alert. Everybody else can fire. Oh, there's ballistic helmets that will stop pistol rounds. And very, very, very few and rare. Extremely unwieldy and heavy helmets that will stop rifle rounds, but that's not realistic, usually. Oh, didn't alert from that one. And pistol rounds, especially 45, yeah, I guess. Now this thing is gonna get taken out no matter what. And now that he's looking my way, he will alert. Without a suppressor. Don't mind me. Loaf with the 56. Did I thank you? I thought about thanking you. Maybe I did. I don't know. More FPS gaming. This is no FPS. This is MGS. Look at the trailers. Maybe if I shoot him exactly in the face, does it actually matter? I think it might. Oh, this guy doesn't have a helmet, so maybe. Yeah, there you go. So you can shoot him exactly in the face. That's not an MGS5 thing. MGS4 thing. So I'm actually kind of excited to see when they don't have helmets. It matters. There's another guy around here. There he is. least he's panicking now, so he's out of the fight. Oh, not enough, I guess. The Lord's Caliber. Die.
What happened?
You only need one shot.
There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
This is Delta 4. Please. Underground. Well, you can see what each emotion, what each soldier has emotion. And once you hit them enough, that's the emotion that gets triggered. You can tell by the solid eye. There's a little icon. So they all have like a default emotion that they react with once you hit them enough, or you can change it with the emotion ammo. But I don't know. Yeah, it's supposed to control their system. It's MGS4, okay? Same reason why Snake suddenly being into the system means that he starts panicking too when the system is down, even though Snake has, already dealt with his PTSD and memories of everything that he's done. Unless Snake did something terrible in those 48 hours between when he gets into the system and when the system goes down in South America. He must have done something terrible in those 2 days that the system suppressed for him. Not even South America, no, here actually. So in those like few hours, I don't know. Why does Snake need the system to suppress his reactions? He's never needed that. Well. How the fuck am I gonna do this? Interesting. You're just giving myself this self-imposed challenge to only use cannon weapons in their cannon state. At least we get suppressed 45. This might not be a great idea. So, power plant, next episode. Gonna be at the power plant. Mario Verde, thank you for the 26 months. Guy fapping in there.
Who goes there?
Hands up.
Find what you're looking for?
It's also probably not to buy ammo from Drebin. Why the fuck are you using a 308 rifle? These guys are just on their way to get executed. Yeah, but you can hear the system taking over and fixing Meryl's emotions as soon as it happens. I don't know. I guess it takes a while, maybe. I could probably get away with not buying ammo, but not buying suppressors isn't realistic. Because there just isn't that many around. Does he still dislike me? Probably. Yep.
Get the weapons and let's.
Shit. Oh, come on, you fucking asshole. I just saved you. Okay, then. That's what you get. Go get wrecked. Fuck you. Yeah, that's what you get for alerting. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I should have stayed down. Guess we're doing this shit. If nobody's alive to see you, it's a stealth mission. As always. I don't suppose they opened this, did they? Oh, probably not. No, they're all fucking dead, of course not. An old man trying to open the door with a cigarette in his mouth. There's actually the AN-94 here, but we're not gonna use that. Oh, hello. Bye.
Huh? Split up.
Those guys are coming now. I hope they like me now. Probably killed enough PMCs for that. Because they know that you killed enough PMCs even when they don't see it happen.
You got my back?
Look at this Chad with the MAC-10. Oh, holy shit. Hey, MAC-10 means you have 45 ammo. Give me that.
Damn it.
I downloaded them some time ago, Young Snow, but you can also just get the freaking WAV file. Which is easier too, to play at the same time.
Suppressing fire. Cover. Back me up. Cover.
Oh shit, there's more. At least I have the metal camo on my other PS3. Yeah, it would really suck. I think I have the music, I just don't have all the podcasts on the other PS3. It sucks, yeah, I hope they bring it back. I saw the Reddit post, the guy was like, I can't really fix it right now, I think, that's what he said. That was 3 weeks ago, so it's pretty recent actually. Yeah, oh, I guess they use the tranquilizer in the podcast to avoid disturbing things, so I guess we'll do that in those areas. Well, We'll try to only have like select people. Hey, look, this guy's more 45 ammo. Gimme.
Hey! What was that for?
Oh, that's what I get. I got a full mag though. Oh, mag 10 ammo.
Understood. Stand by. Sending reinforcements now.
So we can have like only select people join, you know? I was thinking even if we have a password, like it gets ninja, but we can make passwords for each person, so that's okay. More like a wreck here. Oh, what a mess. This is actually, the power station is actually where we need to listen to the next episode, so we'll get rid of this alert. Don't grenade me. Okay. Ah, fuck, the cigarettes kill you, turns out. Don't smoke, kids. So we can just have our own server. I forgot to switch back to the noodles or whatever. Ah, that was dumb. Yeah, well, we can make each person a password, I guess. Because we can only have, we're only gonna have like a handful of people, like less than 10. So it's doable. It's not like it's logistically impossible. Now, I had the cigarettes equipped, and that guy shot me. Well, I thought I had noodles equipped. That's how cigarettes kill you. All because I got greedy for that guy's ammo. Let's not do that. Why can't you just eat the cigarettes? We've seen from Twin Snakes that cigarettes are made of organic material. Alright, next episode right here, actually. Maybe... I'm pretty sure they blow up the power station. Well, we can just let the rebels do... I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever. I don't know what they intend to do.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Yay!
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo. It's the world-renowned.
Yeah, that's why I had the cigarettes equipped.
All right, welcome to episode 4 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I am Sean Eystone, and once again, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
So, Aki, what do we have in store today?
Okay, it's February right now. What's happening in February? February 14th.
All right.
Ah, Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Good topic, Ken. Sean, Ken, you guys might know, but it's totally different in Japan, what Valentine is like.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just explain the difference.
All right.
Okay. In Japan, the boys receive the chocolate from girls.
Yeah.
And I thought this was worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
But when I grew up in America, it was totally different.
Right.
The boys have to give
Something, right? Chocolate is pretty common. They give chocolate, but it's usually the guy to the girl in most cases. Either that or it's kind of, they exchange presents mutually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that happens also.
Oh, okay.
So it was kind of interesting when I first came to Japan as an exchange student quite a while back. And, I got a bunch of chocolates from all these people. And
So you are trying to tell us, you are very, very popular.
No. I'm just saying it is weird, because, in America, it's always just chocolate to somebody you care about, and it's not that everybody just exchanged chocolate as
Do you
a
know
formality.
why the Japanese Valentines, the girls give the chocolate to the guys?
No, actually.
Do you know who started with, this custom?
No idea.
No.
That's, Japanese chocolate company started just because they wanted to sell more chocolate.
Wow.
Okay.
So
that's
another
why
conspiracy
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So in Japan, the boys get anxious during what, the 11th or 12th or 13th, or especially on Valentine's Day, how many chocolates they get from girls.
Right.
And the funny thing is, on March 14th, 1 month after Valentine's Day, in Japan there's a day called White Day. You know, white as in black and white.
Right.
So the guys receive chocolates, and if they like that girl, they give a candy back.
Right.
During White Day.
That's a junior high or high school student.
Right.
When you get like really old, and you have to buy something like luxury stuff, like a
I see.
like a brand wallet or
Watches.
Prada, purse.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay. So who started this White Day? So probably
Candy company.
Candy company started this White Day thing. Well, anyway.
Okay.
Well, that's the difference in Valentine's Day. Okay, today, Sean, where are we at?
Okay, so today we're gonna continue with South America. We're gonna backtrack a little bit. We did the Naomi tracking mission earlier, and we're gonna go back to the power station level today.
Okay.
Do they have a Valentine in South America?
Are you continuing to
I have no idea. I would assume so. I don't know.
Just wondering.
Is this universal? Is this universal?
I think so.
Valentine's
It's for Saint Valentine, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right, we're gonna go to the South America power station. So, Sean, could you hook up the game and?
All right. So we're gonna load the save right now, and we want you to just load the save and don't move, first of all, because we're gonna point out a few things. So first of all, you'll see a couple of rebel soldiers in front of you. So just follow these guys for a little bit, and you'll come to a fork in the road where it goes left and right. If you just watch these guys for a while, you'll see that they're using some pretty realistic battle strategy. How would you say it? Like, I guess, battle strategies that, Mori-san.
Yeah, that's we
instructed.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody on how soldiers should move and act in a battlefield.
Right.
So all of these movements that you're seeing, these guys are doing, are based on reality. It's all been checked for authenticity. And we paid a lot of close attention to that while we're making the game.
So they kind of stop here and there, and they say okay, and then move forward.
Right. And they kind of move along in two-man cells. They have watch each other's back and take cover as they move forward.
Okay.
So anyway, so you'll come to this rock, and you'll see a fork in the road that goes to the left and to the right. So what we want to do is head to the right. And as you head to the right, you'll see kind of like this ledge leading up to the right, and another path heading straight ahead. And we're going to want to take the ledge heading up to the right.
Okay.
But before we do, let's just head over here because there's some crops that I want to point out. These things look like corn.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. But actually what some people might not realize is that these are actually potato plants.
Potato plants?
From what I hear. Actually a lot of the staff went to South America, and they went to Peru. And I guess they saw these plants growing around, and they thought, well, it's about the right size, right height for people to hide in. And so they wanted to use it in the game. And a lot of people thought it was corn, but I guess when they asked one of the locals, they said actually it was a type of potato.
Very tall plants.
Yeah, and supposedly, potatoes are, I guess, from Peru originally.
Well, that sucks.
We wanted to use some of the native plants and animals in there. So.
Yeah, one more thing. I wanted to talk about the plant name is Munya, which is like a real plant, not like we made it up or something. It's a real.
I should have picked that up.
You can get Munya in somewhere in the battlefield.
Right.
And then when you get the altitude sickness,
altitude
sickness, the sickness, and then you get dizzy or something.
Yeah,
like
you get sick,
and the snake will be sick too. So when you get Munya, and then you will get better.
Oh, really?
Treated. Yeah.
When does snake get altitude sickness?
Audubon kind of mentions it.
Yeah.
Be careful of altitude sickness while you're there. And it's not that obvious, really. I mean, it's not like he just gets altitude sickness while he's walking around or anything like that. But he does get tired pretty easily, in battle situations and things like that. Your stamina will decrease, and using that Munya will bring your stamina back up.
And this is true in real life.
Yeah, true in real story. I mean, some guys went to the South America for shooting some photos, and then most of the guys get the sickness, and they chew those Munya plants, and then they get little better.
Oh, really?
I mean, not completely treated, but
Yeah, I heard Kimura-san got it pretty bad, right?
Yeah,
the lead level artist.
Yeah.
So he was chewing Munya all the time.
Yeah, Munya all the time.
He had it in his pocket constantly.
Actually, I never got altitude sickness. Me either. I haven't climbed a really high location recently.
I think I've only gotten it once when I went to the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
And you don't feel it right away sometimes. And then you kind of move around for a little bit. I went hiking, and normally I could run up a hill no problem, and I was just dying by the end of it.
Then next time you get this altitude sickness, you'll look for Munyas.
Look for some Munya.
And choose some Munya. Okay, let's go along, John.
Okay, from these potato plants, let's just backtrack a little bit and head up that ledge that you saw to the right a little bit earlier.
And we're going to take the high road.
We're going to take the high road up to the right. And once you climb up that kind of like step-shaped ledge, you'll come to another divide in the road. And to your left, there's a low path.
Yeah.
And to the right, there's another path that goes up even higher.
Yeah.
And
so which path are we going to take?
So, the thing is, either way you go, it'll end up in the same place. But let's just go ahead and take the high road.
Okay, up on these,
on the right.
Up on the boxes, and then...
So climb up the boxes, then climb up onto the ledge. There'll be a gap. Jump over that. And when you get to the other side, you'll probably see some soldiers patrolling ahead of you. So go ahead and equip your Mark II pistol and try to take them out, put them to sleep without being spotted. Then jump over the next gap, and you'll get to kind of like this, you can either go straight ahead and go down to the road or head to the left. So let's head to the left.
And make another jump.
Make one more jump. Okay. And when you get to the other side here, be careful because there are enemies wandering around. A good thing to do is just have your Mark II pistol ready. And if you see any movement, just go ahead and put them to sleep. You'll probably see a guy on your right here.
So now you're moving forward.
Kind of hide in this grass.
Yeah.
Take out this guy. And be careful because there are a lot of enemies up here. So once again, if you run into battle, just go ahead and switch your iPod off and take care of the battle first and come back. Immediately to your left, you'll see that there's a ledge and there's some snipers here picking off the rebel soldiers down below.
Oh, the corn plant.
Yeah, hiding in these corn type plants. So go ahead and take care of these guys and just help out the rebels a little bit. It's kind of hard to see because of the grass.
Two guys there.
Yeah, two guys.
Two guys.
So if you had taken the lower route instead of coming up here, those guys would have sniped you.
Yeah.
Okay, now it gets a little bit complicated. There are a bunch of paths that you can take. If you look, you'll see like these power lines. And if you look towards the north, that's the direction that we want to head in. So if you look towards the north, there's like a plateau with some boxes on it. Cubes, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And what you want to do is head towards that plateau and go to the right of that plateau.
Yeah, kind of what should we say? A middle path, right?
Yeah, more or less the middle path.
Yeah.
Basically you want to be heading north. So take that middle path, and you'll see another soldier. So go ahead and put him to sleep as well. And then you'll come to another split in the road. And there are a couple paths leading to your left. Another one more or less straight ahead, and another one to your right. So let's just head straight ahead. From this vantage point, you'll see a billboard towards the, northeast. So head towards that billboard. And as you run towards that billboard, you'll notice you come to a clearing, and to your left, you'll see the power station and a mortar up on this ledge here.
Basically, we headed for this mortar, actually.
Right. So yeah, the goal here is to get to this mortar. This is a really nice vantage point. So I think people should just kind of look around and take in the surroundings. One thing to notice is that this scenery that you're seeing right now is very, very accurate. People from the team actually went down to Peru, went down to South America to get this look. We wanted to make something that was a little bit different from Metal Gear Solid 3. We wanted to have a jungle setting, a forest setting, but not have it be exactly like Metal Gear Solid 3. So, Shin Kawasang and Kimura-san, the lead level artist, went and looked through a bunch of photos and tried to find what location they wanted to use. And South America kind of stood out for its kind of unique landscape with these rocky mountains and kind of sparse vegetation, I guess you could say. I mean, it's still a forest and still jungle, but it's a completely different feel from Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yeah, it's not as much as jungly, with all these. The color settings is different. You have the dirt color, you have the greens and moss greens and things like that. But there's one thing that's really standing out in this especially when you look to the right. There's a. Ken, you want to explain about this?
Oh, the sign?
Yeah, the sign.
Right next to the tower, there is a sign. There's a PMC sign.
The white billboard, right?
Yeah, white billboard.
White and red?
Red, top and bottom, red lines, and that's a PMC sign.
And, you know, it does kind of stand out, and that's intentional also, because, you know, we wanted the player to kind of have this feeling of paranoia while they're in the jungle. No matter where they go, PMC is always there, and they're in control of the area. So, like in the Middle East, where you see, you know, PMC flyers on the walls. We wanted to do something similar in South America, so we went ahead and put these giant billboards in here just to kind of raise the level of paranoia.
Yeah, well, who in the world would kind of see this billboard, right? I mean, in the middle of a battlefield.
Well, it's for the people who are fighting, right?
Yeah, well, but
some of you might gonna change their mind.
Yeah.
Join a PMC.
Exactly.
I see. It's really odd once you notice it. When I played the game for the first time, I didn't really notice at first sight. It was more maybe subliminal, but when you actually see it from the location of the motor, it really stands out. It's really strange because you don't see any advertisement usually in battlefields. I mean,
especially in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah, if it's an industrial area, yeah, that's a different story, but it's really funny, come to think of it.
Right.
Any interesting stories, Ken, Sean, about this area and this part?
Well, one interesting story about the mortar itself is, you know, if you press triangle to go ahead and use the mortar, when you're moving it around, you hear kind of this clicking sound that it makes when you rotate it. Yeah. And that was in there from the beginning, and we wanted to do that because the mortar actually makes that sound when you rotate it, so we wanted to keep that. But something that got added later on in the development process was the fact that when Snake gets really tired, he starts swaying around, you know, swaying, and he becomes really unstable. And, you know, at the end, we kind of put it in there where whenever he's using any weapon, including the mortar, you know, he'll be weak and unable to hold himself still. And so what happens is he's kind of like, you know, swaying around on this mortar, and the thing is just constantly clicking.
So annoying.
Yeah, it was very annoying. But the problem was, because it was added late in the development process, and nobody really bothered to check this mortar, and it was too late for us to fix it. But luckily, you know, I guess you could say it's luck. You know, the game came back for another reason, and that gave us another chance to go ahead and sneak this fix in. So we went ahead and did that, and now, you know, we got rid of that annoying click, even if Snake is
lucky.
Yes, very, very, very lucky.
Oh, so the people will never kind of actually see what was the original.
Right, they'll never see that annoying click.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, so next let's move on down to the power station itself. So to your right, you'll see this fence and a slope leading down.
Oh, okay.
So let's just follow this slope, sneak along this fence, and head down to the power station. You'll see some lumber piled up at the bottom. So let's take cover behind the pile of lumber to your right.
Help me out here!
Okay, so we're going to sneak into the power station from the right side. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so if you look at the power station, it should be right ahead of you. There's a truck parked in front of it, and there's two ways to get in. You'll see one entrance in this brick wall here, kind of directly in front of you. Then behind the truck, there's a gate that's open, and you can also get in through that gate.
Which is easier? Are we going to go through the gate?
So yeah, let's head through the gate. That's a little bit easier, so be very careful.
Not to get spotted.
Don't get spotted. And just kind of run over to behind this truck and take cover. Be careful.
Careful.
Yeah, there are guys on the other side of this fence also, so duck down, get your octocamel working, and take these guys out before you move forward, or you will be spotted.
Well, if you get spotted, let's say you turn this off and take them out, and then come back.
Yeah, exactly. You know, right now we're in the middle of a war zone, so I'm sure a lot of people are having to fight their way through this, so don't hesitate to take your iPod off and just come back. Okay,
so we'll go through the gate, and then
there's a staircase
to this
right on the other side of the gate,
yeah,
kind of to your left. So head up that staircase and enter the power station through this door on the north side of the building. Okay. You'll see a fan near the door, so you know you're in the right spot. And go ahead and head through the door directly ahead of you, and that leads into another room kind of in the southern half of the building.
Yeah.
And in this room, you'll see the generators. Generators on the right, and then at the far end of the room, you'll see a window, and to the left of that is a board that controls the generators.
Yeah.
And what you want to do is blow this up to disable the power plant. And there's actually 2 ways to destroy this. You can blow it up yourself by using explosives, or if you just kind of sit around and wait for a little while. Once you get into this building, the rebels will kind of fight their way in also, and they may come in and go ahead and blow it up on their own.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because when I played for the first time, there were so many enemies around here, so I didn't notice that I had to blow this up. But it kind of shut down automatically, so I thought it was kind of an event.
Well, it happens either way. So you can blow it up yourself,
Yeah.
or you can wait for the rebels to bust in and blow it up for you.
Does it eventually, the rebels will blow it up if you don't do it?
It depends, right?
It depends, right? If you manage to fight your way into the power station, then you kind of open the way for the rebels to follow you, and then they'll come in and blow it up. If you just sit outside the power station, it won't move forward. Basically, it's a stalemate with, the PMC fighting the rebels, and nobody really gets the advantage until Snake kind of pierces through the PMC defense and gets into the power station.
I see.
Then the rebels can come in and blow this up.
So what's the advantage of shutting down this power station?
Well, one thing is, as I'm sure most people have noticed by now, once the generators stop, the war zone kind of settles down. And basically it means victory for the rebels, and the PMCs have pretty much pulled out of the area at that point. You can tell that the power's off, because if you look around, you see those fans, the circulation fans that were turning earlier in the room that we came through, are now stopped. And the generator will no longer be humming, so you know that you've accomplished your mission, and the rebels have succeeded in shutting down the power plant. Okay, so what you want to do is there's a window at the, near that control panel that got blown up. There's a window to the
Every
right
time,
of that.
though?
So let's just go ahead and jump out that window, and you'll end up behind the power station. If you climb up this ladder, it goes up onto this this tower.
Okay, so we're gonna climb up the ladder. We're climbing up the ladder now.
Okay. One thing I want to point out too is
Here comes the
a lot of
lies.
people don't really realize how much effort goes into making the Octocam for Snake. But every surface in the game had to be assigned a certain Octocam texture, including this grate on this electric tower. Some really interesting patterns that you can take. So if you go down and take this Octocam, you can see Snake kind of has this fishnet
kind of texture.
Yeah, it's kind of a snake-looking, fishnet-looking pattern. So you can get these kind of cool patterns. And one thing to point out that some people may not realize is that you can actually save these patterns. And
oh, that's right.
Right. So yeah, maybe let's just point that out. If you go into your menu and go down to camouflage, you'll see there's cloth and chest. So go ahead and select cloth.
So right now we have this camel called fence camel.
Right.
So that Sean just picked up.
So I have the fence camo, and if you select from the camouflage menu, you select cloth. And at the bottom of that, you'll see an option that says to register camel pattern. If you do that, you can register it as a new camel pattern, and it'll be added to your list of patterns. And you can select that at any time during the game by loading that pattern. So, no matter what stage you're on, you can load these kind of interesting patterns just to kind of customize Snake's looks. So, it's kind of fun. And there's some pretty weird patterns in the game too. Like, if you lay down between two surfaces, half of your body is on tile and another half is on some kind of
It doesn't
grass.
do
But,
that.
some people might want to go and gather some patterns if
But
they're
okay.
interested. But anyway, here we are at the top of this electric tower. And if you head to the northwest corner of the tower, you'll see there's an electric line heading off to another tower to the north. And you can actually hang off of this line and head to that adjoining tower. So let's go ahead and do that because there are some really cool items on that side. So go ahead and jump over the fence, grab onto the wire, and just kind of inch your way along to the other side.
Okay, now this reminds me, when I first played, as I explained, that I didn't turn off the power plant. And I was just, sneaking. There was a lot of enemies, but I knew there was a way to get to the other side of the power plant. But there was a wall that, resisted for me to get there.
Why does it take them so long? I don't get it.
But since I didn't turn this off, you get this electric shock. I bet a lot of people had this when they first played. They didn't know how to turn this off. And I had to fight. I think not die, but kind of fell off a couple of times. Because people start noticing you and start shooting you at the same time, and electrifies you as well. So I was like bashing my buttons to, just say, Snake, move. And then at the very last second, I think this was programmed as well, that you could actually make the stunt to the other side in the very last minute.
Right.
I succeeded. And I thought this was a trick. I didn't know I had to turn this off, the whole pipeline off. So I did this when I first played it. We have this gorgeous playroom in Kojima Productions, well, actually in this Konami building.
Yeah.
And I had the luxury to come in on a Saturday or Sunday to finish the game. And Ken was doing some editing and work stuff, and I was just constantly playing with Ayako.
That was really funny because you guys played through the game like all day or something.
Yeah, because we came in Sunday. We were doing this MGS4 for Europe, and we had to be the product managers. So you have to, of course, clear the game.
Right.
And you have to understand the game. So we couldn't do it in normal hours, like Monday to Friday, because we had other work to do.
Right.
So Ayako and I decided we have to spend the night in the office or come on Saturdays or Sundays. And since no one is in the office, well, a lot of people in Kojima Productions was, working night and day. But this room with this luxury couch and a 50-inch projector and 5.1 surround system, we had this, we call it the Hideo room actually, because Hideo uses this room to show
for
the
the
guests.
presentation.
Yeah, presentation, things like that. But we had this luxury time Sunday to sit on the couch, and then we played all day. But Ken didn't tell me that I had to shut this pipeline off. He didn't care. And he was
or maybe he just wanted to see you shock yourself.
I just wanted to know, how many people will notice, this trick.
Right. Well, Ken always said that. Ken always said when I was stuck in other places as well. He didn't give me, he gave me hints at the end when I was constantly trying to defeat the boss or something.
Yeah, that was.
That
was Vamp.
Vamp. Oh, I couldn't figure this one out. Because the reason is, at that time, the Autocon's
the codec.
The codec call wasn't in yet.
Yeah,
ready.
Oh, right.
So there was no hints.
Right.
So I had to figure this out, which is almost impossible.
Yeah, it
if
is.
You don't have this Snake. Why not try doing this? If I don't have this, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I was asking Ken across the room, saying, Ken, what should I do? I've been stuck for 30 minutes, and I don't know what to do. And he said, call Autocon. And I'm doing Autocon. But Autocon's saying the same thing. You gotta hide, Snake, but it doesn't make sense. And Ken says, oh yeah, it's not in yet. But this was another point in this power plant where I had to climb and hang on this electrical lines, which is, I think, really, really programmed very well. That even if it is electrified, you could actually make this move to the other side.
So you can just barely make it. The distances is there, so you can make it to the side.
It was so cool. Okay, sorry. What's the main item around here?
Okay, so you see there are a few items here, so let's just go pick it up. The most important thing is this rifle scope that you'll see in the corner here. And of course, this is an attachment for your M4 rifle. And we really want to encourage people to do a lot more sniping. So we put the scope here, and it's a really cool item because you can totally trick out your M4, put a scope on it, silencers and things like that. And there's a couple other items here, some anesthetic rounds and some more ammo. Be sure to pick that up. Don't pass that up. Okay, so that just about wraps up the power station. So once you climb down from this tower and head outside, the cutscene with Drebin will start up, and that'll wrap up the power station.
So the first time play is always the most amazing experience for me.
Yeah.
Second time with all these details that Sean and Ken is giving really adds depth. Makes you urge to see it once more. Again, when you go outside, you'll notice more the potato plants, the munias, and also the billboards.
You do realize that channel's dead, right?
So you'll get a different perspective of how much effort you guys put in to this game.
That was very tough.
It was tough. We had a lot of deadlines.
Okay, Sean, what's up for the next episode?
So the next episode, we're gonna go ahead to the stage right after the power station, and that's the confinement facility. So what you want to do is just go ahead and watch the cutscene with Drebin. Then once that's done, you'll see after that there's 2 paths that you can take.
Yeah.
You'll find yourself after the cutscene, you'll be on the road and you can follow the road, which heads to your right, or you can take a left and head down into the forest. And what we want to do is take the
That
left
shows
and head
nothing.
to the forest.
Okay.
You know, either
Jesus
way
Christ.
works. You know, if you want more of an action-oriented approach, you could take the right. But the left works to your advantage because there's some items back there. So yeah, definitely take the left path, go through the forest, and just kind of stick to the left wall as you go through this entire area. And you should come out at the confinement facility checkpoint near the salt pans, and go ahead and save it there, and we'll pick up from that point in 2 weeks.
Okay, so everyone got that, the confinement facility, and we'll meet you there in March for more tips and fun talk from Sean and Ken. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'm gonna have to deal with this curse forever. People thinking that I have 2 channels. It just really irrationally pisses me off so much. When I want to play something else, I will play it here. The concept of 2 channels is gone, dead. Just pretend it doesn't exist because I'm not gonna deal with that shit. I'm not gonna juggle 2 channels. It's a pain in the dick. You're just telling me to stream on the other channel. No. Yeah, you had to wait 2 weeks in between these episodes normally.
What happened? Who? Oh, you again.
I don't know how many ways we've tried to like fucking announce it, tweet about it, put it in the channel descriptions, tell people, do video announcements, tweet the video announcements. Now there's always somebody who's like, stream on the other channel. And it's just.
What happened?
I realize it's irrational, but it just tilts me a little bit.
Oh, it was you.
Hopefully the time will come, you know, people realize that this is my channel and I could do things here. Which we're going to. We're definitely going to play. We're going to stream more. We're going to stream every day-ish. If I'm not streaming, it will be announced on Twitter. So in order to do that, we will start playing other stuff as well. Is this the left path? Yes, it is. Okay. I've already done that. I've already streamed dude sex here. And I guess we'll do that again soon because it was pretty well received actually. That felt pretty good. Until channel got banned. But that may or may not be related actually. Unfortunately there will always be this ban associated with it. Like, I streamed something other than Metal Gear, fucking ban the channel. Alright, let's see. Next episode.
Metal Gear Solid
The
4
Salt.
Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, everyone, welcome to episode number 5 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eystone, and I am here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone.
All right, today we're going to tackle the confinement facility.
Yes.
So just go ahead and load the save, which you should have prepared a couple weeks ago. And as soon as you enter, you'll get a call from Raiden. So just go ahead and listen to that call or skip through it, whatever you want. And you'll find yourself up on a ledge, and you'll have a beautiful view of these salt pans.
Do you guys have salt pan in US?
Not so common. You know, they have salt mines, but I think not so many salt pans. You know, I'm from Hawaii, and they kind of do a similar thing with the seawater. They kind of, have the tide come in, and they have the seawater trapped.
Nah, they don't tell you why.
A pond, and then they let it dry and take the salt off of it. But I'm not sure if they have that in the mainland U.S. It's kind of funny how this ended up in here because, originally the crew that went to South America, this salt pan area wasn't on their tour originally.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to go somewhere else that day, but for various reasons they couldn't go on the tour they intended to go on. And the tour guide suggested they come to this salt pan area and took them on a tour there. And, the group went there and saw this scenery and thought, wow, this is really great. We want to put this in the game. And so here it is.
It
it's really, looks pretty beautiful because, these white thing with this salt thing, it looks so real.
Well, at first I didn't know what it was. When I came into the stage, I didn't know what they were because, I was so anxious proceeding forward, actually. But when you take a good view, well, actually, I think a lot of people did, but, traveled around here, up on the salt pans here and there, made you kind of look again, look twice. I mean, at first, I thought they were like kind of huts.
Kind of like burrow, kind of like a living underground kind of thing? Like
well, during elementary school, I had this class where of Native Americans. No, the Incas. The Incas, and we kind of clay modeled these houses and huts that was made of mud, and this kind of reminded me.
Oh, okay. The house?
Yeah, houses and things like that. So I thought it was like that. But actually, it isn't because the height is so. As a house, it's just too small.
Right.
That's true.
Well, one thing about the height, actually, is that when they actually went to these salt pans, they were actually much higher. But when we wanted to put them into the game, they were a little bit too high because it's just too easy to hide. And so the game didn't really hold up. So actually, the height was intentionally lowered a little bit to make you have to kind of crouch and hide as you proceed through the area. But, since you mentioned the Inca thing, actually these salt pans, according to the tour guide, have been around since pre-Inca times.
Oh, really?
So it is, an old tradition in Peru where, the native people do this. There's like an underwater stream and they irrigate it into these salt flats. So the water that comes out from underground, of course, is full of salt, and then they let it dry in these pans, and that's where they got their salt from.
I see. Well, yeah, it definitely kind of reminded me of that elementary school art class that I had. So, Sean, where are we going to head?
All right, so if you proceed down the slope a little bit, first thing you'll see is a military vehicle coming in from your left.
Yeah.
And when you get to the bottom of these steps, to your right, you'll see an enemy. So let's put him to sleep. Okay, so let's try and climb up onto one of these salt pans, because there's a cool octo camo that you can get up here. As long as you're laying down, you won't get found by the patrolling PMC soldiers. So let's just talk a little bit. In the last stage, we talked about, being able to save octocam patterns.
Yeah.
So for people who are trying to collect really unusual patterns for their octocamo, you can actually get a unique pattern of these salt flats, which you can get nowhere else in the game.
Cool.
So for anyone who wants to have a complete collection of obscure octocam patterns.
Okay, so we got this unique, this stage only.
Right.
The salt pan camo.
Yeah. If you go and save it, you'll notice it's actually not called salt camo. It's water camo, but it's a really unique pattern. And basically the different camouflage falls into different categories, like water camo or soil camo, and it's called the same thing, but the textures are all different. All unique depending on where you took the sample.
This definitely doesn't look like water.
Yeah.
More.
Well, it's salty water, right?
Yeah, it looks quite cool.
That was really tough job you guys are doing in making those camel patterns. That was really hard because they make the background graphics. They make all kinds of those camel patterns. Took a long time.
Yeah,
too.
and
must be more than dozens of them.
Oh, 100. I mean, it's a lot. I don't even know how many there are.
Yeah.
But new ones would always keep on popping up also because, they're always tweaking the art and, you want to tweak something. Oh, it'd be cooler if it looked like this. But then, of course, as soon as you change it, you got to change the octo camo.
Yeah.
So.
Is it unlimited? You could save how many camouflage patterns?
I think we have a maximum number.
Yeah, but quite a lot. You could save quite a lot.
Yeah.
And then where do we...
So we're going to go to...
Where are we heading?
Okay, you'll see the road a little bit further down this ledge. And this actually hooks up to the road that you saw earlier. Now, you could take two routes here. When you come down to this road, you could head to the right, which kind of goes, I guess, to the east, kind of like to the northeast. Or you could take a left. If you take the right path, it'll head to the confinement facility, which is a pretty big facility, and there's a lot of battle going on there. So that's more of an action-oriented approach. On the other hand, if you want to take the left path and kind of stick to these salt flats, these salt pans, you can head up to a smaller facility where some POWs are being held and help them escape. And it's kind of a shortcut. So let's head to the left because it's the sneakier route and there's some pretty cool items in that direction.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. So stick to the top of these salt pans. Don't go down to the road. Just kind of sneak along here in a crouched position. You'll see guys here, so be careful not to draw attention to yourself. If you are spotted, just go ahead and put him to sleep. Okay, so proceed onward, sticking to the left path.
It's kind of a small corridor.
Yeah, you'll kind of go, there's like an archway.
Yeah.
Just head through these archways.
So we're proceeding through this corridor of salt pans on your right, and also there's some salt pans on the left top, right?
Yeah, kind of up the hill, there's a lot of salt pans, and it just kind of cascades down the hill towards the bottom.
Okay.
So we just want to stick to the high road here. Don't take the lower road. You'll see some enemies patrolling down there. So you can go ahead and put them to sleep.
Okay, so we take the road alongside this fence?
Yeah, there's a wooden fence, and it heads up behind another one of these billboards.
Okay, we'll stop once we hit the green.
Yeah.
The green part.
So head up till you get to this grass, and then you can just hide in this grass here. Okay?
Yeah.
Right, so from this vantage point, you can see there's a guard tower in the distance and a few guards patrolling the yard here. So, you want to take these guys out. Just go ahead and do that. Take these guys out.
You missed it.
Oh, yeah, I missed them. Let me try that again.
It's a little too far.
Yeah, it's pretty far. If you're using a sniper rifle, you can probably get this guy. But if you're using your Mark II pistol, it's a little hard to hit him. But yeah, just go ahead and take these guys out.
Okay. And then where do we...
So we're going to go to...
Where are we heading?
Okay, so now you want to head down the hill. There's a shack on your left.
Yeah.
And you'll see there are some POWs in that shack.
Yeah.
And so we want to free these guys.
Okay.
And keep on going until you hit this truck.
Okay.
When you get to the truck, turn to your left, and you'll see a couple of enemies. There's one enemy standing in front of that small building to your left, and another enemy beyond that in the larger L-shaped building. So what we want to do is put this guy to sleep, who's guarding this small building. But be careful, because when you do so, the guy inside of the larger building may come out to fight, so be careful and be ready to put him to sleep as well. So put him down and go into the building and save the resistance members. You can also pick up a Playboy inside of this room. Okay?
Yeah.
Alright, so now let's head back outside. So go outside of this small building. Then as soon as you exit the door, turn to your left. You'll see the larger building straight ahead of you. So let's head that way. You should be heading west. And head forward until you hit the wall of this large building. When you do, just follow the wall around the corner. You should be heading to your left. And then when you round the corner on your right, you'll see a door. So let's head in through that door.
Okay.
Once you enter the building, you want to just be heading north and go through the door on the north end of this room, and beyond that you'll see another room with a hole in the floor.
Yeah, this broken hole. Yeah.
And near that, you'll find a very cool item, the VSS silenced sniper rifle, which is a very useful item. So go ahead and pick that up. And there's also a stun grenade and a bunch of other stuff here. You can also drop down to the hole and pick up a bunch of more, cool little items. One thing is if you free the prisoners and you set them free and you follow them, they actually run past the guard station, that tower at the far end. And near that station is a path that leads to the east and down to kind of like a mine shaft.
Let's head that way.
Right.
Okay.
So basically just backtrack, head back out through the door on the south end of this room. And as soon as you go out that door, turn to your left. And basically you just want to head straight on out until you hit the truck outside.
Yeah.
Once you get to the truck, turn to your left and you should see the tower straight ahead. So if you head that way, you'll see this mine shaft. And this is actually a really huge shortcut. You can skip over the entire confinement facility itself and head straight to the Vista Mansion from here.
Well, actually, I didn't notice this when I first played at all. So I went official route, so to say.
The whole thing about people noticing, from the very beginning, I think there are a lot of paths where you can take either left or right. Especially right after the power station, you have either a road or there's a forest path. And I think a lot of people tend to take the road because it's really obvious. It looks like the path that you're supposed to take. And for people who take that path, they may not even see the salt pans at all. So, it really pays to explore and take a look around. Another good thing to do is actually backtrack. Once you come here and rescue the prisoners, if you want to get all the items, take the road back to the confinement facility.
Yeah.
And, there are some cool items back there as well.
Oh, multi-path.
Right. So, it's up to you. If you want to get through the stage as quickly as possible, say, you want to earn a certain badge for finishing the game within a certain amount of time, then you should probably take the shortcut and head straight to the mansion. But if you want to take the more complete route and gather all the items, then you can take the road heading to the right, and you can pick up some cool items there, like the M870, which is a shotgun that you can load with V-ring rounds to knock people out.
Okay, so we just picked up VSS. Can you explain a little bit more about that? VSS?
Yeah, it's basically it's a silenced sniper rifle, and it's basically just a really useful sniper rifle because you can take people out without them noticing you.
Okay. Anyways, in the mansion, there's a couple of points you want to
There's some
point out.
cool little things. It's nothing that'll affect your game at all, but there's some hidden things in the mansion some fans might want to find. There's been posters in Metal Gears before, like swimsuit models and things like that. I think most notably people will remember them from Metal Gear Solid 2, 3 and things like that. If you go into Vista Mansion, there's one of a very popular Japanese swimsuit model, right?
Yeah.
What was her name?
Akina.
Akina, right? For people who want to see who Akina is, you can go into the Vista Mansion, and if you go in through the front door, take a right, there'll be some pictures on the wall. And you go ahead and shoot those pictures, and behind one of the picture frames, you'll see a hidden Akina poster. And so you can see one there downstairs. Then also, when you head upstairs in the Vista Mansion, before you head outside on the second floor, there's a bed, and if you lay down on that bed and look up, there's actually an Akina poster on the ceiling right above the bed. So, so for people who want to know who Akina is, that's a good place to find out.
Well, also, if you recently come to Japan, she's really becoming really popular. So you'll see Akina all over on cover of magazines, famous TV programs. She's really popular now. So I think no doubt that you should check this out in the Vista Mansion.
People who want to know a little bit more about what's popular in Japan, who's popular in Japan. Okay, so one thing about these Akina posters, aside from being nice to look at, if Snake looks at them, just like looking at a Playboy, he'll recover some of his stamina. So, if you don't want to take the time to use an item, you can just stare at these posters and it'll help you out a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely another reason to look at look at her.
It's just an excuse.
Oh, there's other magical thing about this Akina posters that Ken mentioned.
Right.
Yeah, this is very magical possible. That's because normally you shoot a gun and then you got the wall or this place got
like a bullet hole.
Bullet hole. But these posters, you're not gonna get any.
You can't destroy them.
Right. Akina is all powerful.
Yeah, she's very powerful. And plus, you will listen to the Snake.
Right. Yeah. When you look at the poster, you'll say Akina.
Or
it's Akina.
It's Akina.
Yeah. So you can hear, I guess, an unusual line for Snake. When we're planning this stage early on, there was another shortcut that we were thinking of putting in earlier on after the power plant.
Yeah.
There's the left path and the right path, and there's the road. One of the ideas that was being tossed around at that time was maybe you could sneak onto one of the trucks that was taking the road, and you could actually take a shortcut by climbing onto a truck and just riding along with those guys as they went into the Vista Mansion. But the problem with that, of course, is that it's a little bit too much of a shortcut. You bypass this whole area, so we decided not to do that. But yeah, this one is still here. This one is pretty good because it's hidden, and I think if people don't free those POWs, it's kind of hard to find. Okay, so, whether you take the path back to the confinement facility and get more items, or whether you take the shortcut, I think we'll wrap it up here. Either path you take, you'll eventually end up at Vista Mansion and continue on to the next stage.
Well, I kind of noticed, Sean, Ken, that there's differences. Of course, Japanese and English phrases are different, like names.
Names is different.
Pronounced differently.
Right.
From Japanese, a famous one is probably Naomi.
Right.
In America,
most people would probably say Naomi.
Naomi?
Right. Naomi.
Okay, so Naomi and Naomi, most Japanese or people in Kojima Productions probably just pronounce it Naomi. which is a very Japanese way of saying. Others like Otakon.
Right.
So the team members always says Otakon.
Otakon.
But American people
America
say
be Otakon.
Otakon.
Right.
You know, like some character names are totally different. Like the character name from the Street Fighter 2, you know, Ryu.
Oh, right.
Is a Ryu, right?
Right.
Ryu in English and then Ryu in Japanese.
Yeah.
So do you guys have a problem to pronounce, you know, like Ryu sound?
I actually did. You know, before I learned Japanese, you know, I played Street Fighter and stuff, and I always said Ryu.
Oh, really?
Ryu.
It's just because in English, when you write R-Y-U, that's what you would say. You know, there's no "du" sound in English.
Oh.
You know.
Okay.
And so, like, unless you speak to somebody who speaks Japanese or you listen to an example, I don't think anybody would think of pronouncing R-Y-U as "du."
Oh.
They would always say "Ryu." Because that's the way it would be pronounced. You know, one that's a big problem is actually Raiden. Because, you know, in Metal Gear, from the very beginning, there's voice acting, so they know it's Raiden. But most people, when they see Raiden written, they think it's Raiden. And so, like, in other games, there have actually been characters named Raiden.
Oh, the fighting game,
right? Like Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat, yeah.
And most people always said Raiden.
Raiden.
Or even like the old shooting game, you know, Raiden. Right? People would always say Raiden.
Yeah.
So I think for Metal Gear, it's not so much a problem because there is voice acting, so people can hear, you know, the correct pronunciation.
Okay, that's another Kojima production terminology.
Yeah.
There's a famous one from Hideo Kojima himself, is when he talks about cameras. So FPS camera or the first-person view.
Yeah, first person.
But third person. Hideo calls it something totally different. He calls it the ass camera.
Ass camera. Yeah. That's a Ketsukame. Ketsukame, that's what he said.
Ketsu means yes, and kame is short for camera. So Hideo always says, you know, Ketsukame.
Yeah, I think that kind of threw me off when I first came to Kojima Productions. You know, because, you know, you can go into third-person view, and everybody's always saying, Kitsukame. What is Kitsukame? I knew what it was from context, but, you know, I wasn't sure why they called it, you know, this.
Well, it's because you could see the whole backside of the character. It doesn't necessarily, you're not looking at this character's butt, but you could see the whole butt and everything. I guess Hideo started to call it.
But, you know, some people get confused because the kame is a, you know, shorter word of the camera, right? But, you know, the kame is also the turtle.
Yeah, that's right, turtle.
Japanese, so the butt turtle.
Butt turtle.
Ass turtle.
Yeah. What does that mean? Yeah,
I don't want to know.
That's another one. And also, a lot of people get confused about how we say the cutscenes.
Oh, yeah, that I actually mix up a lot. You know, just because I've worked in a Japanese company for so long, I always say it the Japanese way, which is demo, right? So you watch this demo, but in English, you know, most people say cutscene. You know, and if you say demo, a lot of people are going to think it's like a demo of the game, like a trial
version.
Okay, what do we have planned for episode 6?
Okay, episode 6, we're gonna jump to Europe. And we're gonna do the stalking mission.
Yes.
Which is one of my favorite sequences in the entire game.
This is a very controversial.
It's a very divisive stage.
Yes. So make sure you tune in next time. So where's our meeting point?
Okay, so we'll just start from the beginning of the stage, basically. So go ahead and get to Eastern Europe, and you're going to have to track the resistance member as soon as you exit the train station, and we'll pick up from there.
Okay.
See you at the right after demo.
Right.
Yeah.
After that demo ends.
That means cutscenes.
Okay, thanks, guys. See you next time.
See ya.
Bye.
So this is actually out of order, so
Alright, that's gonna wrap up
it's
this edition
after
of the Metal
Laughing
Gear
Octopus.
Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4.
And of course,
Brought to you by
Kojima calls it
and Hideo
ass
Kojima
camera.
himself.
Yeah.
Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Ass camera.
Who was that?
That's when we're gonna hear the story about Kojima crying out of frustration because people didn't play it right.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably gonna use it to bust their way into the mansion. Give it some cover and it might get you inside the compound. Naomi's lab is somewhere inside those mansion grounds. Proceed immediately. Infiltrate the place and find out where she is.
We'll do some rapping with Akina since they mentioned it. God, this thing sucks.
What happened? Understood. Stand by. Sending reinforcements now.
So if you're really stressed, you know, like 80% stressed.
Suppressing fire!
Look how quickly it goes up.
Suppressing fire! Fire! Go, go, go!
Stress is dropping.
Grenade! We've got company! Suppressing fire! We've got a breach! Protect that man!
It's gonna be interesting to do Laughing Octopus with just basic weapons. Pick your shit up now. So next episode is right after. They're going to talk about piss. In this episode, they talk about ass and ass camera. And next episode, we're going to talk about piss, because that's what goes on at Kojima Productions, I guess. Ass and piss, and yeah. I should really try to do an MGS4 no tranquilizer big boss run. I do an MGS3. Could be possible here too.
Take out those enemy soldiers and clear a path.
I heard footsteps. What? He there? What? What's that sound?
Kill with 3 headshots. That's nice. You mean 45 ACP makes a good suppressed round? Doesn't mean a 1911 is a good suppressor platform. God, get literally anything else in 45 these days. Figure the boomers. Well, we already have too many regains. Okay. Penetration at work here. What's the biggest bullet? Well, technically the biggest is a shotgun slug, because, you know, it's a little more than 50 caliber. Why is the penetration so bad? Because 45 is fat and slow. Lots of surface area. And slow velocity. Those two things are exactly what affects penetration. And this game does it right, because what you want for penetration is a slow diameter, fast moving caliber, and that's exactly like 5.7 does. Like if I was shooting them in the head with a P90, it would penetrate their helmet in one hit. Like a 45 ACP moves at maybe 850 feet per second. 5.7 out of a P90, probably 2700 FPS. Maybe 25. It's about diameter too. But of course, different shape happens it helps too, I guess. Is that it? Oh, we should just go somewhere. Wherever the fight triggers. And this is gonna be a handful actually, which is this ammo. Let's see what happens. Should be ammo around here. What was this again? Oh, this is non-lethal shotgun ammo, right? Oh, I need the solid eye. See what it is. Oh no, it's just okay. Oh, worst case, we can stab her. Did a 5.7 ammo, should totally go through this. Okay. something wrong. Way too low. I don't know who gets that reference, but the best part, I think, is that it was a real story. The Mark II. Is there seriously no 556 here? Oh, there you go. Oh fuck, I forgot that she does it twice if you're down. Or more than twice, apparently.
Naomi? But why? It's another mimic! Watch out, Snake!
What makes you think I don't want to shoot Naomi? Yeah, this fight isn't too bad. At least she hides this unique stuff, you know? Nah, there's no backblast, unfortunately.
Snake,
You need to play Far Cry 2 for that.
who knows what she'll throw at you next? Watch out!
Okay, then. I guess the lockers are only open during the frogs fight here. We don't even have the camera in this save, so we can't do that. So it's a clean save. Alright, so just after this, and we get to skip Drebin's nonsense. Next episode.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello everyone, welcome to the second episode of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And producer Kenichiro Imaizumi.
Hi. Hi, okay, this is our second episode. And just we gotta remind everyone what we're gonna do today, actually.
Okay, today we're gonna do the Mountain Trail.
Okay.
In South America. So everyone should have prepared their saves ahead of time, as we announced last time. And go ahead and load that up, and we'll guide you through this Mountain Trail stage.
Okay.
Just one note that I want to make before we begin is that, we discussed it last time. While you're doing this stage, you won't be able to have your iPod equipped while you use the Solid Eye. So you won't be able to use night vision and things like that. So what we want people to do is just unequip it, and the podcast will pause, and then later on you can resume right where you left off.
Okay.
Especially important this time is the fact that there are enemies in this stage.
Yeah.
Last time there wasn't anyone around, so you could just kind of stroll through at your leisure. But this time there's actually some danger involved. So if you get spotted by an enemy, or if you get into a fight, that also works. To pause the podcast, just go ahead and switch to whatever item you want to use during battle. Finish the battle, and when things calm down, then just come back and continue.
Okay, that's cool. Anyways, we're in South America.
South America, yeah.
Sean, this is right after we defeated the
Laughing Octopus. Right. So you defeat Laughing Octopus, and then there's a cutscene after that, and Snake follows the trail out to the rear of the research lab, and you see some footprints on the floor, on the ground, I guess, and that's where we're gonna pick off.
I really like the Laughing Octopus. Beauty.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, she's your type, huh?
We went to the shoot. Actually, Ken and I.
Right.
She was quite cute.
Yeah, she was pretty.
Yeah.
Personally, I think she's my favorite beauty in the game also.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Not Yumi Kikuchi?
No, in person, I think, whatever, no, not to say anything like that, but,
Can I call you a wife?
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. All right. Okay, everybody, our reset. We're at the starting position, just right after the event, and okay, we gotta go find Naomi. So we're gonna have some little bit tips and fun throughout the scouting event. Anyways, Sean, let's shall we move on then?
Okay. Well, before I move a little bit, let me just point out that for those who just came in here from the cutscene, you may not know this, but you can actually backtrack and go back to the research lab. So for those who want to pick up an item, there's a Hide-chan ramen there.
Oh,
that's tasty.
It's tasty.
I didn't know that. Oh, you could go back. Well, I was so
go back.
just urged to just go find Naomi and things like that. But
so just a small tip.
Okay.
But anyway, so if you want to move on, let's go ahead and equip our Solid Eye. Take a look at the footprints here.
Okay.
So go to night vision mode and look at the ground.
Okay. We're looking at the ground right now, and we see lots of footprints.
Yes, we do. And remember, we're looking for Naomi.
Yeah.
You'll notice that one of the footprints is a little different from the others.
Small feet, big
one
feet?
set. Well,
no.
Not necessarily small, but do you remember what Naomi was wearing?
Yeah.
She was wearing a white shoe. She was wearing high heels.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want to look for the high heel footprints.
Oh, okay.
And, footprints is kind of separated.
Like and it's kind of like a, smaller than the normal footprints, kind of like a little triangle. Triangular shape.
Yeah, there's one here,
Yeah. So those are the ones that you want to follow. And basically that's the gameplay, throughout this stage, is you follow these footprints and try to find Naomi. The thing that you want to be careful of, though, is if you get too carried away looking at these footprints, you may get ambushed by the enemy because there are guards posted around the stage. So look at the footprints and proceed, but with a little bit of caution.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to follow the trail.
All right, this is just a one path. Right. This is quite easy right now.
Just one way. Until you get to like this big kind of dead tree.
Yeah.
There's like a little dead end to the right. Just go ahead and pass that.
To the left, right? So we're proceeding to the left.
Right.
Yeah,
the left side.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and it kind of...
And then it opens up.
Up. Now, if you look at the ground here, you'll see that the footprints kind of vanish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can't track.
Oh, really?
Because if you look closely, you'll see that actually some of this grass is kind of, pushed over and trampled.
Oh.
So if you ever lose footprints, just look for the trampled grass, and that'll tell you which way to go.
Oh, I see. So you don't have to use the night vision to see this.
Right.
Actually.
Well, yeah, the grass you can see with your naked eye. So, it's
And the normal grass, the color is a little different too.
a little different, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when you trample grass, it kind of gets a little
green and
smushed.
Yeah, kind of yellowish, brownish, kind of. Yeah. I see.
So this is a basic scouting technique.
Right.
Wow.
Okay, we come here and it kind of opens up a little at this point. You'll hear, a codec coming in from Otacon. So, if you look at the footprints here, you should be able to see the correct route.
Right.
You see the footprints, and you see Naomi's footprints heading off to the left.
Right.
Which is the correct route. But for now, we're going to head to the right because there's something here that I want to show you.
Sean, could you, go back to the point where we were?
Okay.
There were several paths. Okay. How many passes are there from
here? So
you
come up.
Yeah, from the grass.
There's a huge boulder in the center here.
Yeah, right. This huge rock, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the left is the correct path. The right actually leads to that dead end that we saw earlier.
Oh, I see.
It's like a little drop off.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is take the center path.
Okay. Let's go to the center path. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see a single set of footprints heading in that direction.
Okay, got it.
So go ahead and follow that.
Okay, let's go there.
And you'll come across some trampled grass. Maybe you'll see an item in the distance. And when you get to this bend, just kind of slow down a little bit because there is someone on the other side. And when you get there, just stop for a minute. Don't get too close.
What is he doing?
Okay, so we see someone here.
Yeah.
And what is he doing?
I hear water.
Water. Yes.
He's peeing, Ken.
Yeah, I know.
Ever since, the original Metal Gear, it's always been a tradition to have somebody peeing somewhere.
Peeing somebody, yeah.
Right?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's very natural.
Very natural.
Just
in this game.
Add more realism?
But anyways, we're taking some sort of distance and just watching this guy pee, but I noticed that he's not, stopping.
Yeah, he'll just pee forever, basically.
Well, he has a huge tank.
He drank way too much beer.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. The thing I want to point out is that just look at this detail and listen to that sound. You can hear him. It just sounds like he's having such a wonderful time peeing. And the stream just looks so realistic. And what boggles the mind is that we actually had to make all of this.
You did the motion capture and everything?
Put all the, we had to make the motions and put the effects for this water stream and, sound effects and.
Wow.
A lot of effort went into making this guy, this P look really good.
This real PS3 stuff.
Oh, yeah. Real PS3. We can do PSP.
True. Okay. So as long as we, keep this distance?
Yeah, as long as you keep a distance, he'll keep on peeing for all eternity. If you go ahead and cross the bridge, he'll stop peeing. And that's just to keep people from looking at him from the front using a sniper rifle or something like that and seeing something that they shouldn't be seeing.
Oh, I see. I get it.
It's funny enough having a guy peeing off this cliff, but in Metal Gear Solid 4, all the collision detection is very accurate.
Yeah.
And you'll see there's a barbed wire fence in front of him. And when we first placed him here, he was just kind of peeing. We placed him in a spot that looked natural, maybe. And what happened was, the urine stream kind of hit the barbed wire fence. So he was just splashing urine all over himself. It was really disgusting. So,
wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had to adjust his position and move him forward a little bit. But in any case, enough about that.
Okay.
I think we have been talking about a pee thing for 5 minutes or something.
Yeah.
But this is important, Ken. This is really important. I mean, real PS3
historical.
Stuff. Yeah.
Historical, Metal Gear Solid.
Okay, now, Sean, you're going to take this guy out with an MK2, right?
So go ahead and equip your MK2 and put this guy to sleep. Okay. And what we want to get here is some really tasty items.
Yeah.
Of course, he's holding an M60E4.
Cool.
But more importantly, the item he was next to is a 4-grip B.
Oh.
Yes.
And this is a very useful item.
Very, very useful.
So people should not just dash off and follow Naomi, but see this P guy.
Exactly. As entertaining as it is, there's a purpose for coming here. And that's to get that 4-grip B, because it really stabilizes your machine guns, reduces recoil. Very useful.
So now you're going back?
Okay.
So now I'm going to backtrack. So just go ahead and go back the way you came, out towards, the boulder.
All right, then we're going to head the correct path, right? Yeah.
So, you'll see some boxes off. I guess, when you come in from this angle, it's to your right. and that's the correct way to go.
Okay.
If you're ever lost, just equip the solid eye, look down at the ground, and you'll see Naomi's footprints. So follow that, and you'll come to a bridge. Very beautiful bridge.
Yeah.
You can see this nice river here.
Oh, that was where we were, actually.
Right. So
Yeah.
if you
From
look,
the distance on the right.
yeah. So if you look to the right, you can see her sleeping friend over there.
Yeah.
Let's just move on.
Okay.
You'll see some boxes at the far end of the bridge. So just sneak up to those boxes.
Right.
There is an enemy on the other side of this bridge, so be careful. Don't get spotted. And just kind of wait till you can see him.
Yeah.
Have your Mark II ready.
Oh, there he is. He's there. He's coming from the right.
Looks like they split up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is another location where there's a lot of paths.
Yeah, so
right?
there's a lot of paths here, really easy to get lost.
There's one the left and the
boulder?
second, right, passing that big boulder. And there's the second path from this left. And then how many more?
And then, well, there's one kind of towards the center, and there's like a branch, kind of like a gate-looking thing over it. And then there's another one here to the right.
Wow. Well, so many tracks.
So many tracks, yeah. And if you look, you'll see the correct path is actually to the right. And by the way, if you have your solid eye equipped, you can see some graffiti on these rocks.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you can see it with the naked eye as well, but it's a lot easier with the solid eye.
True. Okay. All right, now, which way do we go? Which path do we take?
Okay, so the correct path is to the right.
Yeah.
But let's go straight ahead. Take the center path with this kind of gate thing over it.
Yeah, there's wooden kind of gate on the top right. Yeah, okay.
There's something there that I want to point out. So let's just head straight on.
It's like we passed the gate and we're...
Okay, so you'll come to a shack here. Don't just go running in because there is a soldier in there, and you'll alert him. So just kind of stop when you have a good view of it.
Yeah.
And if you look in front of the building, you'll see this kind of white board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it's written in Japanese, so I think a lot of people maybe had no idea what this is.
Well, yeah, this is for testing your eyesight. You have to actually say the right or the left or down where the circle is cut.
I see. So it's a circle, and the part that's missing, you have to say left, right, down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Because in America, we just letters on a board, and you just kind of read. They'll randomly choose letters from the top line, the second line, and you keep on going down. It gets smaller and smaller as you go down.
Well, this is the same way. Circle.
Right. I just find it kind of interesting that they use circles rather than just Japanese characters or something like that. But actually, there are some letters on here, right? Japanese characters.
Yes, the center line, so to say, reads Me Ta Ru Gi A Solid Do Metal Gear Solid 4, meaning Metal Gear Solid 4.
So for the trivia buffs out there, there's a little hidden message here.
Yeah, it says a title in Japanese.
Right.
Cool.
And this serves another purpose also. If you equip your night vision and look down at the ground, you'll see that actually there are a set of footprints on the ground that it looks a little bit more worn.
Little highlighted.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's actually the correct position to stand in when you look at this thing. So if you stand at that position.
The distance, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And equip first-person view, then you can test your eyesight. Maybe.
Oh, cool.
Test your monitor. How good is your monitor? Are you using standard resolution? 720.
I have really bad eyesight.
Or whether or not you need glasses in real life.
God, really? I can't really see from here. Okay, anyway.
Anyway.
Okay.
Just a little bit of trivia. So before we move on, let's just go ahead and take a look at this shack here. Be careful, though, because there is a soldier in this building.
Inside?
Inside. So what you want to do is just kind of sneak up, don't make any sound, and sneak up to below this window. There's a doorway, and there's a window to the right of the doorway.
So Sean is right now, going to the right side of the building, right? Oh, you're going through the window?
Yeah. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yeah, he said, "You never spot me."
Right. So, it's just kind of, this guy is laying a trap for you, and he's really confident in his ambush abilities. He's kind of boasting to himself there. All right. But, it's just kind of to point out that, there are places like that in the game where, we have certain scripted events. And if you're really sneaky, then you can hear lines or see things that maybe you wouldn't see because you ran through. So keep an eye out for that kind of stuff.
So now we're going to go back?
Right. So let's head back to the open area.
So let's go back to the open area, back through this
gate.
One more time.
And one more time, and we're in this open area. So make sure there's actually a soldier. So make sure you don't get spotted here.
Right. Be careful. Just go ahead and put that guy to sleep if he's woken up. So we head off. This time you'll see a bunch of boxes. You know, we came through earlier, and the correct route was to the right. Next to these boxes. So let's just go ahead and take that route.
Okay, let's go to this correct route. Then shall we walk a little bit up this route?
Yes.
Okay. We walk to this route, so there's a lot of grasses that are, leading the way. Yeah.
Trampled grass.
Trampled grass leading the way to the correct way, and
just kind of stop when you get to the end of that grassy area.
Okay.
Yeah, and there'll be a kind of open area at the end of that.
Yeah. What's that?
It's a handkerchief, right?
Ooh, it's a kind of a purple, light blue, light purple hanky. Yeah. Okay.
Purple like this.
I'm trying to explain to the people and make sure that, everyone's following what we're doing as well. Okay, Ken? I mean,
so we're right in front of handkerchief.
Right in front of handkerchief. Stop right here.
And
Sean,
let's take a look around.
Anything? Because there's lots of path leading.
Yeah, there are a lot of paths here, and there's also a sniper, so be careful.
Where's the sniper?
Sniper, if you're looking at the handkerchief, just look straight ahead. There's kind of like a
stair.
Yeah, there's kind of like an old trail leading up.
Yeah.
And at the very top of that, there's a sniper.
Oh yeah.
Kind of looking off to the right. So be careful not to be spotted by him. In addition, you'll see a trail leading to your left. Another one going straight ahead. And another one
to the right.
Okay.
Right. And where are we gonna go?
Okay. So first of all, let's look at this sniper and see where he's looking. And he seems to be looking to the right. If you use your solid eye, of course, you can see the path where you're supposed to go. But there's something I want to show you. So let's just follow this guy's line of sight. What is he looking at here? Of course, put him to sleep before you go there because it is in his line of sight, and he will see you.
So let's put him to sleep.
Okay.
There we go.
He's down.
And he was watching the right direction, so I want everyone to turn to that direction, which is actually just looking at the right path, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Let's head up to this right path then.
Okay, so you walk down the path a little ways, and you'll hear Otacon calling in.
So make sure you stop when you hear Otacon calls in.
And turn right.
And turn to your right.
And you see this pink
thing
item, which Otacon was talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of freaking out about.
Yes. Ken, what is this? This pink item.
Are you going to make me say that? Oh, I mean, sure.
Yeah, what is this?
This is called bra.
A bra?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pink bra.
Pink bra.
Yeah.
So, Sean, okay, we're going very slowly in this track and we're like stopping, but most of the people won't probably find us.
Exactly. Well, the idea was to have this bra here, so that people coming down the path will maybe see the bra.
And kind of like stop here.
Right. They'll get kind of excited, maybe run over there, like, oh, what is that? Check it out. And while they're doing that, they would get shot from behind by
that sniper.
Our sniper.
Oh, I see.
That was the idea. But unfortunately, the bra is a little bit hard to see, so I think a lot of people actually just kind of ran through this area and heard Otacon freaking out, like, and they're just like, what's Otacon's problem? But yes, he is freaking out about this bra here.
So he knew about this, yeah?
Yeah, he has very good vision. He saw the handkerchief, he sees the bra. So.
Cool.
So, this is Naomi's bra, right?
Yeah.
It may or may not. We're trying to make the player think that it's Naomi's bra. One of the things that was in the game originally, one of the ideas that was floating around anyway, was that enemy soldiers are leaving these pieces of clothing around to intentionally lead you on the wrong trail. And you'd follow, the trail of clothing, and then at the end of the stage, there'd be a naked female soldier there.
Cool. Yeah. That's a cool idea.
But for various reasons, that was cut.
Okay, let's move on then.
All right.
So we go to this path past this bra.
So let's just keep on moving ahead.
Through this.
There's some trampled grass. And be careful because there is
another. I see something.
Okay, Sean now kind of ducked down and he's crouching.
Right. There's you'll hear Otacon saying, let's try another route, because this actually isn't the correct route.
I see.
So stop there.
Right.
Yeah.
Up to your left, but we're gonna stop at the end of the grass here.
Okay.
And you'll see some enemy soldier.
Make sure you stay low, crouch down, so he doesn't spot you.
Stay in the grass and just kind of put this guy to sleep.
Okay. And then there's kind of like a ruined house, a brick kind of thing, and you see someone inside that.
Yeah, and he seems to be doing something. there.
Yeah. Wow. He's found something, right?
Let's just put him to sleep. You know, he's preoccupied with his business, but you know, if he notices us, it'll be inconvenient. So let's just put him to sleep.
Okay.
All right.
And then we go. Well, where are you heading? You're heading to the right side of this building.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Let's just go around to the back of the building because there is a little treat hidden behind here.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the back and stop here to pick up an RPG.
Yep.
So there's an RPG in behind of this.
Okay. So go ahead and grab that RPG.
Uh-huh.
And then go around the house?
Yeah, just go around and, you know, there's only 2 paths leading to this house, so let's take the other path, not the one that we came from, the path leading on ahead.
All right. So we're moving to this path that was, where does this lead back?
First of all, I should say stop, don't just run out.
Okay.
Follow the path until it opens up.
Uh-huh.
And you'll see some grass up to your right. Just kind of take cover behind that grass because you'll notice that there is a soldier behind this pile of boxes.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes here.
Yeah. So what you want to do is, you know, just kind of take this guy out because it's inconvenient. You know, if you ever see guys aiming their gun at you from behind these logs or boxes, then that's a sign that you're on the wrong trail.
Oh, I see. Right.
So
where are we going?
Okay, so we put that guy to sleep, and let's just move on.
Which way are we going?
Okay, there's 2 paths here. Right after you put that guy to sleep, path to your right leads down to the river.
Yeah.
We're gonna take the path that's kind of like straight ahead, leading forward to a path into some grass.
Yeah, to the left side, right?
Straight ahead, yeah, kind of to the left. And we're gonna take that path.
Okay, let's move on to the path. Trample grass, and there's an open. Oh,
there's an open area.
Something.
So let's stop at this open area and Sean, what is this? We see something in the middle.
Is actually a crop circle.
Wow.
And if you step into the crop circle, you'll hear some.
We hear sounds when you step into this.
You know, someone talking about an alien abduction. You know, fans of the series will recognize this line.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 2. Right. For those of you who don't know what he's talking about, suggest you go and play the game because it's a lot of fun and it would be a spoiler if we explained anything.
Yeah, true. Can you hear that again every time you go to that?
No, actually.
No, just the once.
You hear it once, and the reason for that is if you listen to it all the way to the end, you actually get a little bonus. You get some driven points for that. You know, you want to make sure to listen to the end of that flashback. So be sure, you know, don't just run through onto the river because if you keep on moving ahead, you know, the audio will cut out and you won't get the driven points.
Oh, I see. So you have to kind of stay within that. Okay, then where should we go?
Okay, so the next thing is, you know, you're going to cross this river and continue on with the second half of the stage.
Okay.
Which
look at this beautiful water.
So let's stop in front of this river.
Okay.
Well, yeah, first of all, just look at this water. I mean, this is just great.
Yeah, so on the right side, we're seeing small waterfalls and the water is coming towards us. Let's walk up just a little bit. And then let's stop in front of this waterfall. Okay, let's stop, guys. Wow.
It's beautiful.
This is really, really PS3.
Of course, one thing that, you know, I want to point out also is that, you know, as beautiful as this water is, you know, you should also pay attention to the sound here. Because there really is a lot of stuff going on with the sound via the program. You know, it's not just like, you know, a standard waterfall sound looping, you know, and the volume getting louder when you get closer. There's actually a lot of subtle sounds that kind of only play when you get within a certain proximity of the waterfall. Kind of really simulate that feeling of being right there in a waterfall. So beautiful. Just kind of, you know, the details that go into making all these environments.
So how is the graphics or like South American graphics? Just, you know, background graphics.
Well,
do you feel like you are in South America?
Well, Ken, I have to be frank. I've never been to South America before. But all of this, the path and also this water area, this beautiful water and falls and the track we've been taking is really like you're in kind of this area of course, definitely not Japan, but definitely not Europe. This is really somewhere you don't want to go just by yourself.
Right. Some of the team members went to Peru.
Yeah.
And they took lots of pictures.
Yeah.
And they stayed there like a whole week or something.
This whole atmosphere is probably created because the team members went to Peru.
Right.
Right.
They spent a long time to create this background graphics. And
especially this water. I mean, you know, it was
yeah.
challenging to make it look really realistic. Especially,
Right.
you know, if you walk around through it, you see ripples.
Wow, this is really high standard, isn't it? I mean, you could kind of like half see it,
Right.
really see it.
Yeah,
You know,
depending on the depth of the
yeah,
water,
it's really
the
cool.
color's a little different.
It's beautiful.
Okay, so what we want to do is have you just kind of, you know, climb out of the river and trigger the checkpoint on the other side.
Here, I'll tuck on and save it?
Yeah, save it. As soon as you get up to the other side, you'll see Mountain Trail Riverside is the checkpoint. Go ahead and save it there, and in 2 weeks' time, we'll resume from this point.
Okay, so it's really complicated. I mean, this tracking area, we could predict which route the obvious route that everyone took.
Right.
So we'll always mention compared to that. So this is the normal way, but let's take a ride or a lap so that you won't get lost. But of course, as a podcast, you could listen to a number of times and try what we did.
Yeah, sure. You know, if you don't succeed the first time, just go ahead and try again.
Well, thanks, guys, and we'll be back in 2 weeks'
I guess
time.
don't look
to
too
finish
close.
It'll be the latter half of this tracking stage.
Yes.
Yep. And see you, everyone, in episode 3.
Oh, that's amazing.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on
They
Metal
didn't tell
Gear
people
Solid
to go
4. Brought
first
to you
person,
by
I guess.
Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
What the shit is going on with this water? Might be the ripples. It's the ripples when you move. Or looking first person, apparently. Wait a second. So... why does switching to first person make ripples? Come on. I guess it's always kind of moving. I don't know. But when I'm moving, it doesn't do that. It's not pixelate. I guess it is if I look down. PS3 water. Yep. Okay, well. Next episode is right here.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 3 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eystone, and I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Kenichiro Imaizumi.
Hello. How are you, guys? Okay, this is our 3rd edition of the Integral Podcast. I've been holding up.
It's all right. Been busy, but surviving.
Yeah, what have you been guys up to these days?
Time goes really fast.
I mean, come on. You've been working on some new stuffs, right,
Oh,
guys?
you want to know something?
Yeah,
new
just
stuff,
a little. What have you been doing, Ken?
Well, we have been planning next project.
Cool.
Project.
What? Project? Did I hear a S? Project? Wow. Okay. And Sean, you're quite busy as well.
Yeah. You know, a lot of pre-production, that kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think all the listeners are wondering what, Kojima Productions up to these days. And yeah, I'm planning another European trip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think maybe Spain.
Spain?
Yeah, you're coming with me, Ken.
It's my country.
Not yours, but
it's your people.
Yeah. So, we've been working, now we're in February, so everyone's still hopefully keep on playing MGS4. And for the people who have not, I'm pretty much sure they're listening to this podcast because they want to know what they missed out.
Yeah, well, and there's also a lot of people who may be playing MGO.
Yeah,
so, they're still playing the game in some form or another.
This is very, good chance to replay this, game, and you will find out like something like you never you didn't know and you didn't find, and something very interesting.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people who may be just playing MGO and haven't gone back to play the original game in a while, so this is a good opportunity.
All right. Okay, let's go on with the show, Sean.
Okay, so we're going to lead you through the stage, and today we're going to go through the Mountain Trail Riverside stage.
This is the second part, yeah.
It's the latter part of the South American stage that we started 2 weeks ago. So if you recall, we just crossed the river, and we're tracking down Naomi, and we're going to pick up where we left off last time. And just to remind everyone, there are sections in this game where we'll tell you to use, say, an item like the Solid Eye.
Yeah.
Just remember that you can't have the Solid Eye and iPod equipped at the same time, so just go ahead and switch it out. The iPod podcast will pause, and when you come back, you can just pick up where you left off. Likewise, if you get spotted by an enemy, just go ahead and do the same thing and pick up where you left off once the situation calms down.
If you put back your iPod back on, you could resume where you left off.
Right. Yeah, the iPod has that feature. So.
Okay. Sean, let's start the latter half of this tracking.
All right, everyone. So load your game, and you should be right around the water right now.
Near the waterfalls, I guess.
Right here. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is head up here and look at the other side, the opposite bank of the river, first of all, because we want to get our bearings right. So go ahead and put your Solid Eye on in night vision mode. Take a look at the ground, and let's see if we can find Naomi's footprints.
Yeah, I don't see this. I don't see her.
They're gone. They kind of vanish on the other side of the stream here. But you can't use your old tactic anymore, right?
Right.
But there is something that you can do.
Right.
This requires a little bit of puzzle solving on the part of the player. You don't see the high heel footprints anymore. But if you look very closely, you'll see that some of these footprints are a bit heavier than others.
Oh, meaning someone really stomped hard.
Right. Just really trudging through.
Yeah.
With a lot of weight, which you can deduce means
he's a fat guy.
Yeah.
Heavy, macho guy.
No, of course
no.
not.
So, of course, someone's carrying Naomi, right?
I see.
The idea being they came into the river, they carried Naomi across and brought her up on the other side, possibly to keep her from getting wet, possibly just to trick Snake.
Okay, let's walk along, follow this heavy footprints. You see there's a separation of paths to right and to the left. Okay, so let's take a left path. And we're gonna walk up to the place where...
So we'll get some grass. Go ahead and go through the grass.
So this grass technique still works, right?
Yeah, the grass technique works. Okay, so you come to this kind of wide open area.
Yeah.
So if you look right, you'll see, especially if you have the Solid Eye, there is a Haven Trooper laying in wait. And this is a good time to switch off your Solid Eye, actually, because these troopers have actually had a lot of training. And, Haven Troopers can detect your Solid Eye if you have it on. So put that Haven Trooper to sleep. Okay.
Okay, Sean, where do we head next? We took her to sleep.
Right. And then what we want to do is take the path that's next to that one.
To the left one, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's take the left path.
Let's go walk up ahead.
There's some rocks
and more grass.
Rocks and grass, and we're walking up this way, yeah?
And you'll hear something.
Yeah. So we're gonna crouch down, make sure you stop.
Right. You hear kind of, Naomi calling for help.
Yeah.
It sounds like. So kind of head out, and you'll see some grass, and there's like a shack here. So just be careful here because there actually is a
I know where they are, but that wasn't left. Even going, oh fuck, I don't have freaking stun grenade, of course. Oh, great. Even going all the way to the left would have just been on the other side of this hill. So, oh well. I guess they were looking this way. So that's the left path. I don't know, whatever. What a fucking mess. Better off just reloading, really. Let's listen to that again.
That one.
Oh,
To the left.
left one, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So let's take the left path. Okay. Because these troopers have actually had a lot of training, and Haven troopers can detect your solid eye if you have it on. So put that Haven trooper to sleep. Okay.
Okay, Sean, where do we head next? We took her to sleep.
Right. And then what we want to do is take the path that's next to that one.
Oh,
to
the
the left.
left one, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So let's take the left path.
Let's go walk up ahead.
Guess I mean here.
Some rocks and more grass.
Rocks and grass, and we're walking up this way, yeah?
And you'll hear something.
Yeah. So we're gonna crouch down, make sure you stop.
Right. You hear kind of, Naomi calling for help.
Yeah.
It sounds like. Just gonna head out, and you'll see some grass, and there's like a shack here. So just be careful here because there actually is a Haven trooper waiting to ambush you here. Up on the cliff to your right.
Okay.
So kind of crawl up to the edge of the shack. Look up to your right. And take out the Haven trooper.
Oh, you see the Haven trooper right kind of like next to the rock on top of the cliff, right?
Yeah, like kind of a boulder at the top of the cliff, just kind of between there. It's kind of hard to see because she's in the grass.
I see.
Just go ahead and put her to sleep.
Okay.
I think that depends on.
And then now, what are we gonna do with this location?
Okay, so now let's go ahead and head into this shack.
Inside, yeah.
And you can hear
Naomi
calling for help. We turn the corner, and we hear her voice kind of, repeating itself and sounding a little odd, and the real identity is revealed to be this radio here.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
What's so special about this?
Shoot the radio. Take out your aggression, because there's actually a cool little feature here.
Okay.
When you shoot it.
Yeah.
So there's some really cool sound processing going on here. It's when you shoot it, the tone kind of falls and slows down and eventually stops. Originally this wasn't going to be in here because it's kind of hard to do, and we had a really tight schedule.
Yeah.
Everybody was pulling all-nighters in the office, and we're like, oh, we want to do this with a radio, and people were just like, no, they say, no, we don't have time for that. But the programmer responsible for this radio really wanted to put it in also, and so he went ahead and did it anyway, when nobody really was paying attention. And one day we came in and destroyed the radio and found out that this feature was in there, and of course everyone was happy. So
cool.
Just a little bit
more
of trivia.
people like that.
Just to point out that it's all being done via program. It's not an audio sample that's slowing down.
Oh, I see. It's programmed.
Right. So he actually did that via the program.
Cool. All right. So we go out of this shack. And then where do we go next?
Okay, let's just head right back to where we came from.
Okay.
So go back to that wide open area.
So we're gonna take the route that we came. So from the shack, it's the right side. And of course, we won't hear Naomi anymore.
Right.
And then we're in this open area. And where should we go?
Okay, so you're gonna come to this big, wide open area. I think ahead of you, there's gonna be a tree to your left, and kind of like a dead stump of a tree kind of to your right.
Yeah.
So kind of, go between there. I guess the easiest way to do this is go up to that dead tree that you see to your right. Look down at the ground using your solid eye, and you'll see Naomi's footprints heading to the right. So
we're gonna follow this way this time?
Right. So this time we're gonna follow Naomi's footprints.
Okay, got it. All right, let's follow Naomi's footprints and through the grasses again.
And this is probably a good time to switch off your solid eye if you have it on.
Okay. Why is that?
There is another Haven trooper. Trooper up ahead.
They will notice.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go slowly from here into this, shadowy, dark kind of, and also bright on the left.
Stop.
Stop?
When you get to the end of this kind of narrow corridor, it's kind of a dark, shadowy area. There's like an arch up ahead of you.
Okay.
You'll see an arch to your right, and directly to your left, there's a Haven trooper hiding behind a tree.
Yeah, he's here.
So, if you'd gone the other path, of course, she would be waiting to shoot you, but since we followed Naomi's footprints, we got the jump on her. So let's go ahead and put her to sleep from behind. There you go.
Okay.
Right. And now, I think it's a good time to explain a little something that maybe some people aren't aware of regarding, ways that you can get items from enemies. It's kind of more of an advanced technique, I guess. Some people may not be aware of it, but you can actually hold enemies up by drawing your gun on them from behind and do a body check to get weapons from them.
Okay, well, we're gonna try that using her.
Right. So let's try that using the Haven Trooper. And the reason for that is that I want to point out that there are variations to this body check pattern.
Cool. Okay.
To do this easily, we put the Haven Trooper to sleep. To easily hold her up, go next to her and wake her up. So crouch down, press triangle. Snake will whack her, pat her a few times to get her to get up. And as soon as she, is going to wake up, what we want to do is draw our gun, point at her from behind. And,
say hands up.
Right, he'll say hands up.
Right, okay.
She'll hold her hands up. And I think, a lot of people just kind of stop here. They're afraid to lower their weapon because they think, the enemy's going to turn around and attack them. But actually, you have some leeway here. They won't try to attack you for quite some time. So you can go ahead and lower your weapon and come around to the front. And when you get close to them, you'll see an icon come up on screen.
Yeah, triangle.
Triangle, right. So if you press that, you can go and do a body check. You'll see symbols come up on screen every once in a while. Just press the triangle.
And she will speak.
Right, she'll be speaking. You can do this, as much time as you want.
Oh, really?
You just keep on pressing triangle. She'll be laughing, and there's some interesting voice effects you'll hear here. And of course, and at the end of the body check, if it's a male opponent, he'll do his thing and knock the opponent out. But of course, since the Haven Troopers are all women,
they're gonna say, cut that out.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. So.
So what happens when she kicks you and you don't kind of respond? I mean,
it'll go to an alert phase.
Yeah.
So there's probably quite a few listeners right now who probably got that alert phase. So
that's what I thought.
Go ahead and pause the podcast and come back once things have calmed down.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's the body check. So I've gone ahead and put this Haven Trooper to sleep.
Okay.
And let's move on. You see that kind of, not really tunnel, but the kind of archway that we saw to the right earlier. So let's just go ahead and go through there. And once again, try not to make too much sound.
Right.
As you come through here. Hug the wall to your right.
Okay.
As you move.
And we pass that stump.
Yeah, you pass a stump on your left.
Yeah.
And you'll come to a clearing. And towards the center of the clearing, you'll see a guy obsessed with his claymore. So, the idea here is you get to see one of the, the enemy troopers in action laying these traps for you. So let's just put him to sleep. Okay.
And then this is basically the route we should take in the first place.
Right. So you're following the correct route now. If you look down to confirm. So you're following these footprints and they come up to this claymore. But then something odd happens right after you pass this kind of dead tree area where the claymore is. And you'll notice that you'll see a very odd set of prints.
Wow.
Heading up to your left.
Yes, okay. Make sure you check onto your solid eye and have night vision, and you'll see, what? These are like hands.
Yeah, handprints, right?
Yeah.
So someone, for reasons unknown, was walking on their hands, doing a handstand, and walking up to this path to the left.
What, are we going to follow this?
And yeah, let's just go ahead and follow it.
Okay.
Because there's something kind of cool at the end.
Okay.
Okay, maybe, there's somebody up here. Maybe it's Naomi. There's Naomi doing handstands. No. You see a bunch of hands. Handprints, I guess, right?
Yeah. It's like the Walk of Fame thing.
Right, exactly. Right.
Wow, I recognize this signature.
Yeah. You're familiar with this signature. We saw so many times.
Yeah, it's Hideo's.
I think a lot of people might come here and wonder, what is this thing? Is it a trap or something? But there's nothing to worry about. It's just here as a little treat for the fans.
I see.
Yeah, something like a Billy memorial for us too.
And there's some items you can get here too. There's a ration
and the Hidechan ramen.
Now that I think about it, I don't think we ever really explained what Hidechan ramen is.
Hidechan ramen?
Yes, we did.
What is the Hidechan?
Ah, you mean that way?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as you know, Kojima is Hideo Kojima.
Right.
And Hideo is kind of sometimes long. Well, it's not long, but a lot of Japanese like to shorten a lot of words. Like, for instance, everyone calls me Aki, but my official name is Akiyoshi.
Oh, all right.
Aki. So Hideo, well, it's not that long, but nicknames, you kind of make nicknames. So you say
Right.
Hide-chan. Chan is used for like girls or small kids, show expression of
I see.
cuteness and things like that.
So is that to say, Hideo Kojima is cute? I mean,
maybe he used to be called Hide-chan from maybe his friend
or mentors.
Yeah, mentors.
I see.
So that's why maybe he used the Hide-chan Japanese podcast as a Hide-chan radio, right?
Right.
So Hideo channel radio. So maybe they have like a
little crossover between
yeah,
there.
Right.
Double
Play on words.
Yeah.
That's what Hide-chan ramen is all about.
Cool.
Basically, where we found this Walk of Fame kind of, the handprints, this is not the correct route, right?
No.
Okay.
So just go ahead and follow the path you came from and go back to that wide open area. Be careful, just in case the guy you put to sleep earlier,
who was obsessed with this trap,
might have woken up and put this guy to sleep. Okay, so if you look around here, you see that, yes, there is still a set of high heels heading off to the left. And, most people would think, well, that's the correct route. I'll go ahead and head to the left. But if you did that, you would actually be going the wrong way. And the reason is that, compared to the high heel prints earlier, you'll notice that the high heel prints that come after this Claymore mine are actually deeper, more defined.
Yeah.
And that means that, a heavier person has been wearing these high heel shoes. And at the same time, near these heavier high heel footprints, you'll see a heavier pair of normal footprints heading off to your right. So basically, they're trying to play with your head here. Trying to trick you into following the high heel footprints to the left. And actually Naomi went off to the right.
I see. And that high heel is heading towards the left?
Yes.
Which is of course not. This
not
is
the
trick.
correct route.
Yes.
Right. If you head that way, you'll actually find a pair of high heel, a high heel shoe there, kind of saying, oh, this is a trap.
Okay, where are we gonna go, Sean? We're gonna go to the correct path now?
Yeah, let's just go ahead and follow the correct path.
All right.
Follow these heavy footprints to your right.
Now we are on the grass part.
You're in a grassy part, and be careful. There might be enemies lurking around.
So make sure you proceed very cautiously,
a cardboard
slowly.
box.
You'll pick up a cardboard box on the right, and then what?
Yeah, there's like an archway.
Okay, stop and check this point out.
Between the grass, at one point you'll see the heavy footprints, and then you'll see Naomi's footprints again.
So detailed.
At that point, they put her down. All right, so let's just keep on going.
Okay.
Slow down when you get to the end of this narrow path here. It opens up, and there is a soldier.
Okay, stop here.
Patrolling outside. So go ahead and stop. Be sure not to get spotted by that guy. There's a bunch of footprints. It's kind of chaos.
Okay, yeah, it is. But we should just follow the footprint, the high heel footprints of Naomi, right? Yeah, okay.
So the same strategy applies. Just follow the Naomi's footprints.
Okay.
Head off to the left.
We're following Naomi's footprint, and we have to stop once we see this gap because there's a soldier there.
Right. Yeah. There's a guy patrolling here, so be careful.
We entered this kind of open, sunny area now, and then where do we go?
If you ever come to a split in the road and you don't know where to go, just look down and look for Naomi's footprints. So we see that it kind of goes off to the right here.
Okay, so let's go to the right.
That.
Okay.
And there's a soldier.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you kind of hear something, right?
Yep. If you come to this point, you hear a helicopter. And that's a sign that you're getting close. They're getting ready to fly away with Naomi. So if you just keep on going in this direction, head to the right. Be careful because there is a soldier patrolling here.
Between trees?
Right, there's some trees here.
You missed him.
Yeah, I missed his head, but he's down. Okay. So, just follow these footprints and then head off to the right. And you'll see that they converge into this narrow...
Yeah, but all of a sudden, this is almost like more footprints as Otacon says.
Yeah. Because to your left, there's it's kind of like a mine shaft looking passageway.
Okay.
And that'll lead you out and into the next event.
So, Sean, the advice is everyone should definitely take the other path and check what's happening.
Right. There's always a best way to get to the stage, right? And there's always little clues left, there to show you the fastest way. Like, back in Advent Palace, there's the sleep mines and things like that. And, there's always a fastest way to get through the stage, but it's not necessarily always the way you want to take because there are hidden things and surprises, items that you may want to pick up. So
Yeah,
definitely encourage people to explore.
Yeah, the guy peeing. Oh, that was 2 weeks ago, but this time it's more. What did we find?
All the signatures.
Yeah. Well, if people really didn't know what it was about, I'm pretty much a lot of people figured.
Well, people knows, Hideo Kojima's signature, so they'll know this.
Yeah, hopefully. His signature is not too hard to read either, so.
Right.
It's a very highlighted in the middle and quite big. Yeah.
Very funny thing is, Hideo's signature is the same when he made the sign when he was like a little, and then he's still using the same.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, because last time I talked to him and he showed me something like when he was like a junior high or something. He wrote a novel, some story or something, and he signed on a paper, and that was same sign.
Except for well, he always actually writes the year,
right?
Because he wants to know when he signed it, and that's sometimes really, really handy for us when we see something and we know when he came and when he signed and things like that. But I guess he was predicting that he was going to be this famous when he was like what? In middle school?
Maybe he was psychic or something.
Cool, but
no, not a psychic, but
Well, he had ambition, right? He knew he wanted to do something.
Right.
Okay, Sean, what are we going to do next time? Where are we going to go?
Okay, next time, we're going to continue with another South American stage.
Okay.
So what we want everyone to do is go to the South American power station stage.
Power station.
Right, and be ready to load that.
Power station.
Power station.
Oh, backtracking.
Okay, sounds like something's going to be really hot.
Yeah.
A lot of energy.
Yeah, feel the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, and next time make sure you save at the power station, and we'll meet you there. Thanks again, guys. Sean, Ken.
Thank you. Bye.
Actually, we're gonna do Act 3 next.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
That's as close as I can get. You've got to make it to the market somehow.
Yeah, they do this dumb shit where they backtrack. So I just played it first. Already did the power station. Yeah, these are pretty cool, but you can tell that they're diluted.
Powered suits are in our way. Take them out, Snake.
Either trying to be cool or just trying to make it longer or trying to throw some, I don't know, fake
Snake.
marketing personality in there, but some of it is pretty cringe, but the information's cool, I guess. So, yeah.
All right, we're good to go. They must really like us. Snake, do something.
Oh, the game tells you that. Of all things, that's something the game tells you. So you knew that. But things like, oh, Kojima cried because people couldn't figure out Act 3. That's cool.
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Raiden tells you about the solid eye. Holy shit, it's loud, man. Okay. I don't even shoot that guy in the face. Act 3 they go completely off the path. Not follow the guy at all. So we'll do that and then reload. Yeah, it's possible. Or weapons vehicle. It's pretty rare. But I guess if you keep getting rammed but you heal Snake without healing Weapon, yeah. The vehicle can explode. Fucking gate boss fight.
The gate! Snake, shoot the gate!
Snake, you gotta do something about that MGS!
Well,
The gate! Snake, shoot the gate!
Get ready for some speed!
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Out of my way! That's it! Moving! Hang on! It's gonna get bumpy! Up front! Here they come! Hold on tight!
Almost there. You can do it.
Don't fall off!
what would we do without Ottoman's encouraging words? You can do it.
Raiden's keeping them busy. Now's your chance to make an escape.
We definitely have to pick up the chef grenades here. This is actually new game. I have nothing.
I can see you. Just a little farther.
Fucking civilians. Well, then you have the wrong splitter. There's many more. There are 6 more podcasts. Simmons. I think they misspelled turd to son. That would explain a lot. Fox Bride, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Otacon. Turns out disguising myself as myself wasn't the greatest idea. No shit, Snake. Oh, well.
Okay. First thing is to look
Wait,
for the resistance.
I forgot it's not actually here.
Use your radar to pick up their
Got your ass.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to episode number 6 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Once again, I'm Sean Eystone, and I am here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello everyone.
Okay, so, Aki.
Yes.
Where are we today?
We promised to meet up at the Eastern Europe stage.
Right.
And basically, Sean, what are we going to do today?
Okay, so today we're gonna pick up in Eastern Europe, and this is right after the cutscene ends where Snake comes out of the train station. And we're gonna play the section where you're following the Resistance member through Eastern Europe and trying to find the Resistance hideout.
However, to make it interesting, I know that everyone has cleared this stage already, basically.
Right.
Yeah, more or less. So this time, we're going to try to be as like tour guides of the stage.
Yeah, kind of pointing out different parts of the town and, what happened here, what went into making this part of the town. Interesting things to see around the Midtown area. So it might be a little bit tricky because we will not be following the Resistance member.
Yeah, we'll make sure we'll update where we are.
Yeah, exactly. So
what we're talking about.
So people will have to follow instructions very closely this time because it is very easy to get lost here.
Okay.
The roads are very complicated.
All right, Sean, let's get started then.
All right. Okay, so first thing you'll notice is the atmosphere here. You'll notice all this mist, a slight drizzle coming down from the sky. Also the sound of the train in the background. This is all intended to recreate kind of like a, like a spy movie type of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Where, it's kind of dark.
The Bourne series.
Right.
The MI series and things like that.
Rainy, and people may not even notice at first, but if you look very closely, you can see that it's not just mist, but there's also drizzle, rain drizzling down from the sky. And if you point the camera upwards, those droplets will actually stick to the screen. It is water falling from the sky. It's not just a simple mist effect.
Kojima Productions is really famous for this water effects on the camera.
Right.
The raindrops on the camera. This is a really cool feature.
There's also something that happens with this drizzling rain that I'll point out a little bit later.
Okay.
But for now, I guess we can continue on. One other thing that I want to point out is that aside from this rain, you'll notice the sound of the train in the background. There's a story behind this. We wanted to have this station in here, right? And originally, we were going to have actual railroad tracks in the town to kind of show the trains coming and going. But the problem is that, if we have railroad tracks here, then Snake could actually get onto the tracks. And, for various reasons, that was pretty inconvenient because, the player could follow the tracks to who knows where, and it wouldn't really be a good impact on the gameplay. We still wanted to recreate this feeling of being at a train station, but somehow do it without having the actual train on the screen. And so the sound team came up with these wonderful sounds that really just recreate the atmosphere of being at a train station.
Do you want to talk about the sound
of the crosswalk?
Yeah, clicking.
Yeah. Well,
we spent a long time to get that sound.
Yes. Well, actually, Ken, was it Ken that you said that there is a identifying sound of a crosswalk, which is so different to even other European areas, but this one location that he said he heard.
We went to Prague, and we heard the sound, and that's very different from the Japanese one.
So he came to our division and said, I need this sound. Can you get a hold of this sound? And, staff, which is Echo, went crazy. What's the big deal about the sound? But Ken said, no, I really want the sound. We want to put this in.
Hideo said, he wants to have that sound. And then sound team said, what sound? What kind of sound was it? So I said, tick, tick, tick kind of sound. And the sound team said, I don't get it. I wanted to have something, like a real...
Something to refer to get this real realistic sound.
Kojima Productions do a lot of crazy things.
Yeah.
She just went over to get the sound. She did other things as well, just to hand deliver something or things like that. You know, all these miracles that happened.
Yeah.
Really is reliant on these people flying over just for a night or something. But anyways, we got the sound in. We're very happy.
Right.
Very accurate.
Hemp mind, please. I know your mind is made of hemp, but still. I don't think I should have triggered that yet, but I don't know how to expect people to look at the crosswalk without triggering that. But okay. Imagine caring about, we can have rails because player could go anywhere. From that to Phantom Pain, yeah. Oh shit, this is
very accurate. So people living in this area of Europe may recognize that sound.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Okay, so where are we off to?
All right, so we're gonna move ahead, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into the cutscene where the Resistance member makes his appearance. So head towards this crosswalk here. The cutscene will begin.
Okay.
All right, so as we continue on, next, this is also related to sound. But, this Resistance member will come walking out, and you'll hear him whistling. And a lot of effort actually went into getting this whistle right as well.
Really?
People may not realize it, but, he has several whistling patterns.
Yeah.
Like if you're closer to him, he'll be a little bit nervous, maybe, may pause as he whistles, maybe sound a little bit more tense. If you get farther away, he kind of relaxes and does like a really loud, happy whistle. That was put in by request of, Mr. Kojima, who wanted to have really recreate the feel of stalking somebody and, having your target be a little bit nervous at times, comfortable at other times. So you could gauge, where he's going by the sound as well as your signal interceptor. Yeah, that was added, and the response was really good. So
I heard a lot of players playing this game whistle the tune of the Resistance member because I did.
Right.
You get into this gets into your head.
Yeah, it's pretty catchy.
Yeah, it's really cool.
A funny story about that whistling also is that the guy who actually recorded this whistling sound, and when he was whistling, like it was really accurate, like perfect pitch and everything. But the sound guy said, it's too good because it doesn't sound like Resistance member. Resistance member isn't a musician, right? So he's not going to have perfect pitch for everything. So they had to do several takes to get the right sound, where it sounds like a normal person whistling rather than a musician whistling.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Can whistle.
Yeah, you can whistle.
Well, another point that I found out about this Eastern Europe stage is that it's so different from the past 2 acts that you have been playing. All of a sudden, you're in this environment of buildings and, well, basically you look different, right? With the code and everything and the young face look. And also I noticed that there's a lot of lights and kind of like living people behind each buildings.
Right, that was a conscious effort on the part of the development team because we really wanted to create, an empty town, a town that feels empty, but it's not deserted, it's not a ghost town. It's basically a town that's under curfew, so people are forced to stay indoors.
Yeah.
But, the people are still there, so you can see the lights on inside.
What do you call it, martial law? Is it under martial law, kind of?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So under martial law, and everybody's forced to stay inside, once it gets dark.
But when you go close to the windows or the doors, you could kind of actually feel there's someone kind of living behind that.
Right.
That was my second time when I thought I got real 5.1 and, good sound in there.
There's some people playing a game, right?
Basically, all these buildings actually have sounds emanating from them. People listening to different TV shows, radio shows, maybe playing games. And there actually is somebody playing the original MSX version of Metal Gear in here as well.
Cool.
So point that out a little bit later.
Okay.
All right. Well, of course, as you know, the real way you're supposed to play through this stage is to follow the Resistance member. And, the gameplay of this stage is a little bit different compared to all the other stages that you played up to this point because there's never been a stalking mission. The point of the game is to follow this guy without him noticing you and without any of the PMC troops noticing you either. And, I think for a lot of people, this was really hard. I think it's one of those stages where you're either going to really love it or really hate it. I think, it's one of the stages that'll give you the most trouble if you're more of the run and gun type of person. But there is, actually like a hidden thing that you can do to make it a little bit easier that some people may not know about is if you manage to put, Laughing Beauty to sleep in the previous stage and you use that Laughing Beauty face camouflage,
You can actually walk through the town pretty freely.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know, a lot of people do that. They'll switch back to the Octocam and, you know, kind of like sneak through, hiding in the corners and things like that. But if you want to take the opposite route and keep this coat on, put on the face cam with the Beauty's face cam, you can actually walk pretty freely through the town. And when the PMC guards notice you, as long as you're not doing anything really suspicious, then maybe they'll tell you to stop and they'll come up and look at you and then they'll let you pass.
Oh, really?
So for people who are having a hard time, you know, getting through the stage, that's something they may want to try.
Cool, cool. Okay, so Sean, why don't you introduce us the route you're going to take this time?
All right.
So that the players could try to kind of have that route in their head.
Okay, so I think most players probably followed the Resistance member and went through the park, you know, the guy being in the park and heading through that route. But there's also a route that's probably less known, and it goes along the river that runs through this stage.
Yeah.
You follow the canals, and you get to the same point at the end, but it's a less traveled route. So I think today we're going to take that route and introduce people to places in the stage that they may not have seen before.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing we want to do is after you come out from this starting point, you want to head to that point where the Resistance member came out from. Okay, so it's kind of to the northwest, and you'll see it's basically, you know, a dead end. And so people may be wondering, you know, well, where did this Resistance member come from? You know, did he just suddenly appear? Well, actually, if you look closely, at the end of this dead end, to your right, you'll see there's actually a duct on the ground.
Yeah.
And it heads to the north. You know, the idea is that this is actually where the Resistance member came from. And, you know, the people who went to Eastern Europe to gather materials actually said they saw a lot of like little ducts like this under the building.
Yeah.
And so they definitely wanted to put that in there somewhere. And so they decided to use it here to explain where the Resistance member came from. And so what we're going to do is we're going to crawl into this duct and head north.
Okay.
Basically what you want to do as you go through this duct is just head straight ahead. Just keep on heading north. You can see the exit on the other side. If you go a little to your right, there's also an item in here. So you can pick up a PSS, which is, you know, of course, a handgun. You know, it's not a very great handgun, but the thing is you can sell it for a lot of money. So people who are gathering Drebin points, if you pick that up, I think you can get like 5,000 Drebin points. So for people who want to pick that up, they can go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Otherwise, just head on straight through and come out the other side of the duct. And when you do, be careful, because there's a guard on your left on the other side of this yellow car. So let's just put him to sleep. And then if you put this guy to sleep, you know, the thing a lot of people may not realize also is that the Resistance member will change their course depending on which guards are awake and which ones are sleeping. If you disable this guard, the Resistance member will actually take an alternate route, and rather than going to the park, will head towards the river. In any case, we're not going to wait for the Resistance member today. So let's just head to the north. Basically where you put this guy to sleep, take the slope that heads up towards the north.
With the van on the right.
Right. There's going to be a van on your right, so head up that slope.
Okay.
So head up this slope. And
the van on the right.
Pass the van on your right, and also a trash can.
Red car.
Then it kind of splits, but you want to take the right path that heads towards the park.
Okay.
Then when you get to this intersection, you want to take a left.
Okay.
And as you follow this left path, keep an eye on your left-hand side, and you'll see an open door.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a big double-gated door that's open. And so we want to head in here.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to head into this load, and I believe this is the first time we've ever gone into a load to the Integral Podcast.
Okay.
It's a big event.
Load. Okay.
Load.
Shall we count down?
Shall we count down?
All right. Yeah. Everyone ready to load?
Get ready, everybody.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Why is
Okay,
this a
everyone
thing?
finish the load, and where do we come out?
All right, so once you come out from that load, you'll be in a courtyard.
Wow, this is cool.
And, you know, this courtyard is pretty unique in this stage in that it's the only really enclosed courtyard that looks like this. You can hear a lot of different sounds right now. You know, the really interesting thing that I want to point out about this courtyard is if you look to your left, you'll see a statue.
Yeah, statue, yes.
If you look to your right, you'll see there's a statue platform with no statue on it.
Oh.
In that case, right, people may remember from the Middle Eastern stage, you can actually climb up onto this platform. So press triangle near the platform, climb up on top, then press triangle when you're on the platform, and Snake will assume a pose.
Wow, I didn't know this. Well, it looks weird without your statue camel, though.
Also, this pose is a little bit interesting. It's a Japanese pose, right?
Yeah, the Neo pose. Neo is a
Gate guard.
Gate guard.
Well, if you go to Asakusa shrines and temples, usually on the gate, on the side of the gate, there are huge statues that look like devils,
right?
Which are not, but they're doing this kind of pose.
And so they're like gatekeepers or
gate guards.
guardians of the gate to the temple.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, there's that statue pose. So people may not know about that. And so next we want to move ahead from this platform, head to the north, and you'll see a door to the north that leads out of this courtyard area. So let's just head there. On the way, you may be able to pick up another PSS, which you can sell for money. So anyway, head through this door on the north, and when you get to this intersection on the other side of the door, you want to head to your left.
There was a stairs.
There's a stairway, so head down the staircase. And you come to an intersection. And on your left, there's a yellow car. And something else that people probably didn't notice at all is that on these buildings, there's actually an address. There are address plates on the building. So if you turn and look towards the staircase that you came down from, you'll see a pair of plates on the wall to the right of the stairs.
One says 313,
right,
and the other one says 21.
Right.
Does this have a meaning?
It actually does. This is actually a unique address. All the buildings in Eastern Europe have a unique address. The meaning behind this is actually 3 stands for third stage, which is Eastern Europe, and then each model has a number. So 13 is the 13th building in Eastern Europe, and then at the bottom is a unique number on the green plate which designates this specific building. So it's basically stage, model type, and specific model number.
So it's a very development code.
Right.
Almost.
Yeah, it is. Probably something that people won't realize at all.
I don't.
Maybe people won't even care about it, but for the team, it actually did have meaning, and that just goes to show the insane level of detail that.
So there might be another 313.
Right. So you probably see another 313 somewhere in the game if you look around, but having this combination of 313 and 21
is unique to this building
right
here.
Right here.
So maybe team member was saying like a 313, 21 building was not quality was not great. So who did this?
I see.
Right. So maybe there's a bug with this building 31321, and then everybody knows what they're talking about.
Okay. Maybe when you find or when you test it, go to 31321 and then walk north or things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I see. Wow, quite handy.
So just a little bit of developer trivia.
Okay, we'll guide the listeners according to this numbers then, huh?
That might be hard.
Yeah, we'll just mention it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So now from this intersection, or from this place where you came down from the stairs, we want to head to the northeast.
Northeast.
Well, actually, it's
a right side.
Actually, yeah, to the right. So when you came down from the stairs, take a right, and I guess it's more or less straight to the east, actually. So head to the east, and ahead of you, you'll see a building with some lights on the other side of this railing. So you want to head there, but be careful because on your left, there's a pair of PMC guards. So let's put them to sleep. All right, so once those guards are asleep, go ahead and walk until you hit the wall on the other side of this this rail.
So you're like walking on this corridor.
Right, so you're walking down this corridor behind these pillars, and keep an eye on the wall on your right. Eventually you'll see a staircase leading up.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people miss this also.
Yeah.
This leads to another funny little area.
Okay, so should we go up the stairs?
Yeah, let's go up the stairs. It's a little bit dark, so it might be a little hard to see where you're going, but when you get to the top of the stairs, you'll be near this bridge. And if you look straight ahead of you when you come up the stairs, you'll see a statue directly ahead of you.
Yeah.
Right to your right, there's another platform.
Without a statue.
Without a statue, which means it's another point where you can jump on and assume another silly pose.
There's a second place where you could do this.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go up onto the platform and press triangle.
What's this pose this time?
This pose is just a silly pose. Basically we have a lot of different types of poses in the game, a lot of serious poses, based off of real statues and things like that. But the director, Mr. Kojima, wanted to have just some really silly poses in there also, so this was put in there. And one other thing to point out is as you're taking this pose, to your right, you'll see ahead of you there's another Minami Akina poster.
Oh, our favorite Akina.
Right, the Akina.
The most powerful poster. Your favorite, right? No, the most powerful poster in this MGS4.
Invincible. Yeah.
Invincible poster.
Almighty Akina poster.
Wow.
All right. So that's another point that players may not be aware of. So next, let's move on. And what we're going to do from this point is head towards the canal.
Okay. Looking at Akina's posters, we take a left.
Right.
And we're going to cross this bridge.
And you should be heading roughly north to the northwest. And as you proceed, you'll hear a helicopter up above. And that means you're heading in the right direction.
And you're going down the kind of a slope this
Go down
time.
a slope, and then you'll come to a intersection, and you'll see the helicopter with its searchlight looking for you. So be careful not to be spotted by the searchlight. And from here, take a left. Sneak along. Be careful because there are PMC patrols here. As you proceed, you'll see a bunch of signs, like a cafe. You'll come to this building on your left. It's kind of like this big, dark, black brick building.
Yeah, what number is it?
The address is
312.
31312.
So we're the Studio B building?
Yeah, the Studio B building.
Okay.
You'll come behind this truck. You'll see a staircase heading down into the canal.
Oh.
So let's head down these stairs.
To the canal.
Into the canal. And at this point, a lot of people may just run straight ahead. But if you do a U-turn and go behind the stairs, you'll find that there's actually an FIM 92A surface to air missile. So for those people who want to take out the helicopter and take more of an action-oriented approach, they can use that to shoot it down. So next what we want to do is we're just going to head on to the next load. So head down into the water, cross to the other side.
You could actually go into the canal.
Yeah. And then head to the east, the other end of the canal. Just keep on heading to the east. Then when you get to the eastern side of this canal, on your left, you see a tunnel. And what we want to do is head through this tunnel. And this will go to another load, leading to Midtown Northwest sector. So jump into that load.
Load. Another load phase.
Alright, so you jump into the load and you come out the other side. Okay, now I want to point out something about the mist and the drizzling rain. Remember at the beginning of the stage I said there was another little secret pertaining to that mist. And if you go into first person view right now and just kind of look around, you'll notice that it's no longer drizzling.
Oh, it stops.
Right, it actually stops, and it's very gradual. As you proceed to the stage, it slowly gets, clearer and clearer until finally, after 20 minutes or so, you have clear weather, and it's no longer raining. So that's something else that people may not have noticed, is that, the weather does change in real time. Okay, so in any case, I think we'll stop here. So go ahead and save on the other side of this tunnel where we came out from the load, and we'll pick up here in 2 weeks' time and cover the later half of the Eastern Europe stalking mission.
They're going to talk about a lot of bullshit now.
This is surely a route that normally you won't take, playing the stage.
Right.
Chasing the resistance member. And we showed various kinds of behind-the-scenes talks about this. But is this actually a recommended route that you could to clear it faster than a normal route?
It's not necessarily faster. It might be a slightly easier route depending on how you play. But the thing is, you can't really control the resistance member per se. The resistance member.
This is all wrong, by the way.
Depending on how quickly you catch up to him, depending on which PMCs you put to sleep, he may or may not come here. He may end up going to the park.
Yeah.
So if you put that guy to sleep, at the beginning of the stage, as we mentioned earlier, then the resistance member should head towards the river. But depending on how you play after that point, he may change routes again. So it's really dynamic. There's no real way to 100% control the resistance member.
I see. Yeah. So even if you're here first, it doesn't mean that he'll come.
Right.
Yeah, you have to go find him.
Yeah. So right now, we kind of forged ahead on our own, and as you notice, there's no resistance member in sight, and he won't come here since we weren't following him.
I see.
Yeah.
Any other points?
Okay, well, one other thing that I wanted to point out about this Eastern European stage is as we're walking around, you saw a lot of signs and things for restaurants or shops. And this is something that, the design team really wanted to get into the game because when they went to Prague and they walked around, there's a lot of different small little shops and signs here. So they really wanted to recreate that atmosphere. And, one shop in particular that really they wanted to put in for sure was the doll shop. And the reason for that is that when they went to Eastern Europe, they actually found, several doll shops there.
Those puppets.
Right, like dolls and puppets. And one interesting fact is that is actually the origin of the Mantis doll.
Eliminate all enemies.
So they went to Eastern Europe and they found this shop with this cool-looking puppet in it, and they decided, wow, that looks like something you want to use in the game.
I remember the sign and everything. It was Kim really hassling me to get approval. Yes. Signs and and try to make it fake and half fake. True as possible, but make it fake, not ruin the whole atmosphere. But of course we can't use the sign as is because, it might...
It's going to take a long time to get a license. Right?
Yeah.
Issue. So,
but it was very small. We didn't want to get every sign up and license and things like that. But the whole team wanted to make the environment as much as kind of real Eastern Europe as possible. But some signs were really, at first, very elaborate. Signs. And of course, there's, even if you go to Eastern Europe, there isn't a poster of them, right? But, apart from that, there was like ducky signs, frog signs, cute stuff as well. But, it was challenging to try to tell Ken, don't use this, don't use that. It took a long time.
Yeah.
But he was hassling me always.
What about the train station also? The train station was actually modeled after the actual train station.
Yeah,
also.
Was it a combination?
That's a combination. That's a combination of the Prague stations, and we went to train station in Germany too, right?
Did
the
we?
GC show.
Oh yeah.
I think we checked the Leipzig, the
Central
station or something.
Central station.
Yeah, and we learned some stuff on there too.
It's kind of a combination of
various European stations. Yeah.
Also, that cutscene is really funny for me because I could tell who was doing the motion capture.
Really?
Yeah, it was called familiar faces.
Yeah.
And how he walked and all that thing. It was really funny. Okay, Sean, once again, our next meeting point.
Okay, so the next meeting point will be right here, actually. So once you get through that load point at the bottom of the canal, and you come out the other side of the tunnel, just go ahead and save it there. It should be the Midtown Northwest sector.
Okay.
And we'll pick up here in 2 weeks.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. We're going to have a little bit more traveling guide of Eastern Europe in the next 2 weeks as well. So I hope everyone enjoyed this tour. Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
This is HQ.
All right, that's going to wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
So, yeah, well, if you were following this as it was coming out, you would have to wait 2 weeks in between these, apparently. But, yeah. That was 13 years ago, so we're good.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Okay, everybody, welcome to episode number 7 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And Kenny Maizumi.
Hello.
And my name is Sean Eistone. And today we're continuing at the Eastern Europe Midtown stage. And we're continuing from 2 weeks ago at the Midtown Northwest sector. So you should have just...
Why are you whistling?
Well, this is a whistle section, remember? You're supposed to follow the whistle.
Do you remember, my mother is always told me, like, don't whistle during nighttime.
Yeah. There's a saying, kind of a famous kind of saying, that don't whistle outside at night in Japan because snakes will come out.
Snakes will come out?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Not solid snake, right?
No. I don't know why, because we don't see snakes in Tokyo. Not so much. But my mom, Ken's mom as well, every mom will say, don't whistle at night.
So that's like a common thing for Japanese parents to say to their kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, if you whistle at night, snakes will come out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you have the same kind of stuff?
I'm not sure about America, but in Hawaii we have something similar, where if you whistle at night, we say spirits will come out. So it's not good to whistle at night.
That's more scary.
Yeah, but in movies and things like that, right? Like a musical movie.
Well, yeah, I think there are a lot of scenes in movies and stuff where people are whistling at night. So in the mainland U.S., whistling at night isn't really a bad thing, I think, for most Americans anyway.
Well, don't worry.
I think it's more of a Hawaii thing.
Well, even in Japan, I mean, a lot of people whistle at night. It doesn't really matter too much. Anyways, nothing to do with Eastern Europe. Well, let's go. We're in the actual canal?
Yeah, so right now we're in the canal. You should have just come through that load point that we went through a couple weeks ago. And you just came out from the tunnel, and you'll hear the helicopter up above you. And last week we introduced that there was a surface-to-air missile that you could use to shoot down the helicopter. But for those of you who want to get through the stage without actually, killing anybody or causing a lot of damage, what you can do is you can actually equip a silenced sniper rifle, such as the VSS, which we picked up in South America a few weeks ago. And what you want to do is aim at the searchlight
of the helicopter. And
you can actually shoot this out. It's kind of hard to get a clear shot because the helicopter's moving around. If you can get a shot at the searchlight.
Confirm their status.
Okay. So it may take several tries, but if you can get a clear shot at the searchlight, you can actually knock it out.
Wow. I didn't know this.
You didn't know this?
No. I didn't think I had a VSS at that time.
You can use other guns as well. It's just that they'll make a lot more noise. So people will be more likely to find you, and we can move on. Okay, so now that searchlight is out of the way, we can cross over to the other side of the canal. And on the northern side of the canal, if you cross over and take a left, even if you use a silent sniper rifle, there's a good chance that, some people may come and may trigger a caution phase. So just go ahead and put them to sleep. Proceed to the left, you'll see a ladder near the bridge that passes over the canal. And what we're going to do is we're going to climb up this ladder. Okay, then once you get to the top of the ladder, you'll see a doorway directly to your right. And there's like a double doors that are open. So we want to head into here. And you kind of enter this narrow alley. And then at the end of that, there's another gate that's closed this time. At first glance, it may seem like this is a dead end, but if you round the corner, to the left, there's like a small little area you can walk to. If you go to your left and look at the wall behind the door, there's actually a little hole here that you can crouch down and go through. And so when you're tracking, one of the resistance members, it's possible that he may actually come this way. And when he does, if you ever lose sight of him, a lot of people may think they lost him. Because they can't pass through the door. If you just go around the corner here, you can see that there's actually this small little hole that you can crawl through.
So I guess there's no cheating whatsoever of the resistance route
where
he is going.
So yeah, he never warps or just magically disappears.
So there is a way that
there's
he
always
got
a
behind
way.
that door.
Right.
I see.
And this also is based on reality. According to the design team, when they went to Eastern Europe, they actually saw this type of weird hole in the wall. They didn't know what it was for. It's just kind of there. It's not a door. It's too small for a normal person to pass through without crouching. But it was there, and so it kind of struck them as just being really unusual, and they wanted to put it in the game because of that. So here it is. Right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna crouch down and head through this hole, but use caution because once you get out on the other side, there are a couple of PMC guards on your left. So as soon as you pass through the hole, turn to your left, and then look to the north, and you'll see a pair of PMC guards in the street. So let's just go ahead and put these guys to sleep. Okay, and then once those guys are asleep, you can head out to the street and then look to the left. You should be facing north. You'll see a staircase heading up, and to the right of that is a trash can.
A green trash can.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, people may not remember that there are trash cans in the game, because the last one that you saw was probably in the Middle East.
Yeah. Okay, Act 1.
Right. So, you went through all of South America without ever seeing one, but if you come to Eastern Europe, and once again, you have trash cans. So, if you're ever spotted and you need to find a place to hide, you can always climb to one of these trash cans. All right.
But these are definitely different looking than the Middle East ones.
Yeah, that's something too. They were actually modeled after European trash cans also, so different from the Middle Eastern trash cans. All right, so next what we want to do is head up the stairs that are to the left of that trash can. When you get to the top of the stairs, take a left.
Yeah, you're on kind of a balcony kind of.
Right. Yeah. And you'll see another set of stairs going down on the other side of this balcony. Head down these stairs. And when you get to the bottom of the stairs, you'll see on your left-hand side, there's a bench, and then there's a bookstore display case.
Yeah.
So what we want to point out is actually in this bookstore display case. If you go into first-person view and look at this display case, you may notice some things that most people probably missed. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see someone who probably looks familiar. Well, it's really low res, so maybe you don't recognize him, but that's actually Otacon. You kind of see from his profile. Another thing that, really hardcore trivia buffs may get a kick out of is that one of the development team is actually featured on one of these books as well. So if you look at the center row above Otacon, and count the fourth book from the right. The cover to this book features our lead artist, Negishi-san.
And small book.
Yeah, it's kind of like a small book. It's the fourth from the right. And it's kind of like a blurry photo of someone standing there. He's actually holding a drink and drinking. It's really hard to see.
Wow.
But for the really crazy trivia buffs, this is actually our lead artist.
But this is very, very rare.
Yeah, it's a very
trivia, but who will be happy about it?
Well, a lot of fans, a lot of Metal Gear Solid fans are.
But they don't even know what kind of face.
Well, that's true. But this is
maybe his family will be happy about this. My dad is on.
Actually, maybe his family will not even notice this picture.
The funny thing is, Negi-san himself didn't notice this picture. The artist who actually made this stage kind of told him that he was actually in the stage. And
well, we have to find some pictures from books.
Yeah.
So maybe they didn't have a choice.
Yeah. So they decided to choose him, and so he's in here.
Without him knowing.
Without him knowing.
That's sweet.
Okay, so that's the bookstore display case. Just a bit of trivia for the real trivia buffs. And so from the bookstore, turn around, and here the road splits. You'll see the road where the two PMCs are, and then there's a truck next to that, and then there's another road that angles off towards the north.
It's down. Yeah.
Right, and kind of heads down a slope.
Yeah.
We're going to take that road that heads to the north.
Okay.
Okay, so as you near that road, you'll come to another load point. That goes to the Midtown North sector. And so we're going to jump in here and see you on the other side of the load.
Okay, we're in the Midtown North sector.
All right, so you come out in the Midtown North sector, and as soon as you come out, you'll see a couple streets ahead of you, one kind of angling off to the left, and another one to the right. So take the one that heads to your right.
Looks like they're conducting.
And as you walk forward, you'll see an alley on your right, near this Golden Fish restaurant.
Oh, it's a restaurant.
Golden Fish.
Wow, sounds yummy.
Yeah, so take a right near the Golden Fish.
And we're gonna enter this?
And we're gonna enter this little alley here. Follow the alley, it kind of turns to your left, and then comes to intersection here. And what you want to do is take a left at this intersection. You'll see straight ahead, you can see the front of a van. And when you get to the street, just stop here for a second. people may recognize this area as where, if you follow the resistance method, there would be patrols around this area.
Yeah.
You need to kind of hide. And, just kind of to offer a little bit of advice to people who are playing this. If you want to hide really quickly, the best way to hide on the stage is actually to use the cardboard box or the barrel. And, the reason for that, of course, is you can lay down on the ground and you can absorb the camouflage pattern, but it takes time, right? But if you use the barrel, you can quickly jump in and out. You can have a much easier time while you're trying to avoid these vehicle patrols. And one other thing about these vehicle patrols that it's kind of funny. During development, we had vehicle patrols going on, and of course there's the PMCs patrolling the street. And what was really hard was to keep these vehicle patrols from actually hitting the patrolling PMCs. Because, the vehicles would just come charging down the road. PMCs would be walking, and bam, they'd be hit, And so we had to come up with ways to keep that from happening. And, at one point we figured, okay, I think we kind of got it. The vehicles will stop and, they won't run over the guy or whatever. But there's actually ways that you can get around that. If you put one of the PMC patrols to sleep, they'll go to sleep, and they'll be on the side of the road. And, the vehicle patrol will come up beside him, and they'll tell him to wake up or something like that, right? It's like, what are you doing? Wake up. And, what'll happen is if that PMC guard's post is on the other side of the street, he'll wake up and say, oh my God, I gotta get back to my post. And he'll start running to his post. And what was really funny is if his post is on the other side of the street, he'll just go dashing right onto the middle of the street, right as, the patrol vehicle starts up. And he'll just get nailed by that patrol vehicle. So.
Wow. Okay, so maybe some lucky guys might have seen the scene.
Maybe. I mean, it's really hard to get it.
Oh, really? I would like to see that.
The situation just has to work out perfectly. But it's pretty funny if you can get it.
Well, it's not a bug, is it? I mean, if you wake up and if you dash across the street, you can get hit.
It's an accident. Right? He's in a rush to get back to his post.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I know one more thing, but that's not the Europe stage. I know something in the Middle East. It's really funny.
That gets run over?
No, not that one. Like, do you guys know there's some snipers on the building, third floor?
Yeah.
Like you sneak on the building and you put a Playboy magazine, right side of the sniper. The sniper will look at the, Playboy magazine and he started shooting the gun. And it's really funny because he was like,
he's looking at the magazine.
He's looking at the magazine and shooting the guns. And he's so, genius.
He's that good.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. One other thing that kind of stands out while you're standing at this intersection is if you look straight ahead, there's a manhole in the street leading down to the sewers. And this is kind of a painful story to tell, but originally there actually you actually were able to go into these manholes and go down into the sewer. Yeah. So, the idea was while you're tracking this resistance member, sometimes he'll crawl into these manholes and you'll have to follow him down and crawl through the sewer, things like that. But unfortunately, for various reasons, for gameplay reasons, for camera reasons, for VRAM reasons, and just time limitation, we had to take that out.
All right, then where do we head next?
All right, so from this manhole, you're facing the manhole. What you want to do is turn to your right and head down the street. You see a parking sign in the distance, as well as a van parked next to that parking sign. And so what you want to do is head up onto the sidewalk, go past that parking sign, and keep an eye on your right. And you'll see a staircase heading up on your right. Okay. So let's just head up this staircase. And when you get to the top of the staircase, on your right, there's a door that leads to this small little empty lot.
Kind of a garden.
Right, kind of like a garden. And, people may recognize this place when they're tracking the resistance member. This is where the resistance member, of course, ducked into this door and changed into his PMC uniform.
Yeah.
One thing about that, I think a lot of people probably didn't realize at that time, and a lot of the team actually didn't realize until later, is that when he changes his uniform, it's actually not identical to the other PMC soldiers. if you look really closely, you can see that his helmet is actually just slightly different from the other PMC. You know, the character designer, the character artist who was making, you know, the Resistance guys, when he was making these characters, he wanted to just add a little variation in there, just to say that, yeah, he has a PMC uniform, but he's not a real PMC, so his uniform doesn't exactly match with with everyone else's uniform. So for people who are very attentive, you may have noticed that. For those who didn't, next time you play, try to take a look at his helmet.
Okay. What's next in our tour?
You know, actually, in the last program, we mentioned that you could listen at the doors to houses and hear, you know, sounds coming from the inside of the house. So what I'm going to do now is take you to one of those houses and point out something that's kind of cool. So from here, head back outside and back down the stairs that we came from. You should be heading north. And on your right, you'll see a pair of PMC soldiers standing next to a barrel. If you're the violent type, you could go ahead and blow up that barrel. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and put these guys to sleep.
Okay, so we put them to sleep.
Right, so we put these guys to sleep. What we want to do is head down the hill towards that barrel that they were standing
They're definitely not playing on extreme.
Okay, so when you get to this barrel, first of all, take a look at the corner here. There's a building.
Cafe bar?
It says cafe bar, right? And there's a couple posters on that wall. If you look at the top poster,
What's this top poster?
you'll see another picture of our lead artist.
He's taking a picture.
And he's taking a picture. So this is actually a picture of him taking
a picture?
pictures in Eastern Europe.
Wow.
Doing, you know, research.
Trivia.
Trivia within trivia. Pictures within pictures.
Is this real trivia? Yeah, it's Negipi.
Yeah.
Okay. Enough. It's enough. Where are we heading, Sean?
All right, so let's just follow this wall. Okay, so you're looking at, you know, the picture, the
And the
poster
cafe bar,
of the
yeah.
cafe bar, and just follow this wall. It'll head up this slope.
To the left.
To the left,
of the
yeah.
poster,
Follow
yeah.
to the left of the poster, and kind of head up this slope.
Okay.
And you should be heading kind of to the northwest. All right, so walk up the slope, but slow down as you get to the top
of the slope.
Because on your left you'll see 3 PMC soldiers.
Wow, 3
facing away from you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and put these guys to sleep.
Okay, so once you get these 3 guys to sleep, where will we go?
Okay, so now we got these guys to sleep, and what we want to do is head up the slope. You know, they're kind of standing at a split in the road.
Yeah.
And if you're facing them, after you came up the slope, you know, there's the road that goes straight ahead, and then another one that kind of angles off to the right. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this road that angles off to the right.
So you should see a van on the left and a van on the right, a little bit further up.
And the building number?
What's the building number?
Building number is 32218.
Okay.
Okay. So we're heading up this hill. You go past that van on your left. You go past this peacock sign. You pass that sign, and then you come to another van on your right. And what you want to do is head to the other side of that van, towards the wall, and you'll see a sign above this door.
A snake sign.
A snake sign,
Yeah.
right. So what you want to do is press up against that door underneath the snake sign and listen. And when you do, you should hear one of our Kojima Productions podcasts.
Oh, wow.
Coming from inside the building.
Wow.
You may need to, you know, rotate your camera a little bit, get a good angle on it. And, you know, for those of you who maybe triggered a caution phase as you were walking, it might be hard to hear because of the background music. So for those people, just to point out one other feature, is you can actually turn off the background music. So if you press start and go into your menu, go down to options, and go over to the audio video tab, and you'll see an in-game music on-off option.
So on the default setting, this is on?
On the default setting, it's on, but you can toggle it off. If you do that, you should be able to hear the sound much more easily. One thing to point out also is that originally in Metal Gear Solid 4, there wasn't going to be any background music, originally.
Yeah.
You know, the idea was to make the game much more realistic and therefore avoid putting in background music. So the whole game actually would have sounded like this, where you're just listening to atmospheric sounds, listening to people walking, you know, background noises and things like that. But as we were making it, you know, Mr. Kojima said, well, you know, actually it's a little bit lonely without background music, so we wanted to put something in there to kind of spice it up a little bit more, so the background music was restored. But, you know, the sound guys really put a lot of effort into making all this, all the background noise and atmospheric sound effects. So for people who really want to experience the game, I guess in its raw form, they can go ahead and do that and turn off the background music and maybe play through the game. And I think especially, you know, like in places where there's a lot of battle, you know, there's usually like really intense background music and things like that. So without the music, it's actually pretty different. You know, and so people maybe can get a new experience by turning off the background music.
Well, it was so natural for me to have this background music when you're like in the caution phase or whatever.
Right.
Because it brings up the tension, like the movie kind of theater experience. But come to think of it, yeah, I think it would be fun to try to live through if you have a good sound system that is like 5.1 at your home, and you could actually hear the battle sounds and things like that. But you might not necessarily feel that tense caution phase, tense feeling, the pressure.
I think it's probably a different type of tension. You know, like maybe you won't have that tension from the music, but it's more realistic. So I guess, you know, you feel like you're
a shot from
you know, you hear shots coming from the distance, and you know exactly where they're coming from because you can hear them clearly, things like that. So
in the direction, yeah. Surely people who haven't tried it should try it out.
Yeah. Okay, and what people may not realize is that there's actually another house where they're listening to the MSX. Well, they're playing the original MSX,
and you
Metal
can listen,
Gear, and you can listen in from outside the door
from that house, right?
Right. And so this one's kind of far from where we are, so we're not going to backtrack to that point, but I will just kind of point out where it is. So people probably know the park. So go to the park and go to the north end of the park, and you'll find a slope heading up to a building on the north end of the park, and that building, the number is 3145. The red number is 3 and 4, the black number is 5. That building, if you listen to the door on the other side of the building, on the opposite side of the park, you'll be able to hear someone playing the MSX version of the building.
Wow.
Okay, anyway, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. For those who want to continue on to the end, if you head up the slope and take a right at the intersection, there's a four-way intersection, you take a right, keep on heading straight ahead, heading to the north until you hit a wall. If you turn left at that wall, you'll find yourself at the church. And if you happen to be tracking the resistance member, you know, you can follow them to the church, and that'll trigger the cutscene where you meet Big Mama.
Well, this was kind of, as Sean said earlier, maybe this time on the last show, but it's a very unique stage. You know, it's not like shooting, destroying, or also not just a simple hiding Metal Gear essence, espionage essence. But it does have the espionage essence because you have to follow someone.
Right, hiding,
and there's a lot of traps like helicopter searchlights, you know, the cars that are on patrol. Well, it's a famous story that, first of all, that we had this boot camp session by Kojima Productions.
Yeah.
Where we invited how many? 20?
I think 20 press people.
20 press people from Europe and from America to come down to Japan. And we kind of went up north of Tokyo, a little bit far away, quite to a resort area, where we have our, we can't say it officially, but a secret hideout. Konami's secret hideout.
Right.
Kind of a training kind of camp. That's why we call it boot camp. So we wanted to invite these press people to kind of ask their feelings about how MGS4 is, because it was almost connected till the end. So we wanted people to play through it and
just
give
like
us
a
feedback. To these very limited people, mostly in the daytime. We were in this meeting room, and we set up all the PS3s on a good high def.
Right. We brought the PlayStation 3 from Tokyo, and high def TV, and we set it up the whole, whole thing, the whole system.
Everyone was enjoying because it got excited, right?
Yeah.
And we were really excited too to set this up and watch these, 20 press people play MGS4 for the first time. But until the point when they entered Act 3, which was this Eastern Europe stage. Because I guess I think it was quite difficult.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, there was a couple of bugs.
Yeah.
And it was really hard.
Right.
And a lot of people got stuck. Couldn't find a resistant member, couldn't stay onto it. People started shooting at people, thought that it was the way to clear it.
Yeah.
Some people killed a resistant member, but of course you could do that. But
Right.
people thought that, how do I clear this? And
Yeah. Some guys are taking a long time, like
7 hours?
7 hours.
Wow. 7 hours?
Yeah, playing that stage.
Wow.
Trying to reach the goal. And, some guy was really...
Very upset.
Yeah, very upset.
But the thing was, we didn't want to kind of... I have played that stage before that boot camp. And so have the team members, right? Also, Hideo Kojima was there, watching these press people play. But no one was supposed to give them direct orders how to clear it.
Right.
Because that won't really help the development people for the feedback.
Right.
But we were almost like, Ken was almost, telling a couple of guys saying, no, don't go there, hide here, stay here for a while, things like that.
Right.
But a lot of people got really, really furious, frustrated.
Yeah, very frustrated.
And, that made Hideo really upset to some point. And he sent an email directly to the team back in Tokyo. There's a bug here. What are you guys doing? Things like that.
Right.
Well, there was some bugs, that's true.
Yeah, at that stage.
Yeah, some people got stuck, And Shinta Nojiri, some people know him. He was handling this stage and...
the stalking scene, just stalking scene, right?
Yeah,
Not
right.
the whole Eastern Europe.
Right.
But the stalking scene was just 6 hours or 7 hours stuck here.
And Shinta Nojiri was, very serious. He took the problem very seriously.
But it was kind of found out that there was just a couple of guards, really off where they weren't supposed to be. So you could kind of almost, crawl up behind them or something without them noticing you. But because of this couple of guards stationed at just a fraction away from each other or something, that made it really hard.
Right.
But we found out that this would be a disaster if we released it as it was. But it was good that we did this boot camp.
Yeah.
Really makes you think. What else is a disaster now?
Okay, Sean, what's up for next?
Okay, so next time we're gonna go to the stage after Eastern Europe, which means we're gonna jump onto Moses, Shadow Moses.
Oh,
yeah.
It's your turn.
It's my stage, yes.
Yeah.
Where do we hook up?
We're gonna meet up at the heliport.
Yeah.
So what we want you to do is enter the Shadow Moses stage, and then, Snake is gonna jump off the helicopter into the cutscene. So what you need to do is just head, through the snowy wilderness area and head towards the heliport. And then at the north end of the heliport, there's a truck parked in front of the hangar.
Yeah.
And what we want people to do is just head towards that truck, and we'll meet behind that truck.
Okay. Make sure to check back the next issue of our Integral Podcast. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for this lovely tour of Eastern Europe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Holy shit, okay. Hold on. Actually, I saved over to the first area, so now we have to find the guy and follow him through the shittiest path in the game. Wow. Cardinal card with the $5. Thank you. And now we have to actually find the guy. Nice. Oh, let me thank all the people who have been subbing, resubbing. Been a while since we were listening. Let's see. Back when Fabrizio resubbed for 61 months. It was like an hour ago. I hope you guys are still there. Thank you. Nux Bliss with the 48 months. Martian Dude with the 30. Tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Colonel Cathcart with the 79 months and the $5 donation and the gift to sub to Maquala 23. Nice. Thank you very much. Oh, and Keratin X as well. And a new sub from Naomi Ling. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. God, we gotta find this guy now, for real. Okay, cool. We'll actually use this for once. Okay. Oh boy, all the way back. I should not have... I should have just kept a save with Shadow Moses, really. I should keep a save at each of these locations. Like, next time I do this, I should keep all the saves. Station. Okay. Nothing suspicious about me. That's basically the starting area, yes. Okay. So who knows, maybe he'll go the usual path if we're lucky. Also, one of the things we can hear, God, that made me so mad. Yes, they wanted an empty city, but not a deserted city, you know? Like certain other games. So we'll go this way. But one of the things you can hear, because there's things going on, oh God, behind the buildings and inside the buildings. Somebody playing the original Metal Gear, getting spotted and bitching about it. So we'll listen to that maybe. Yes, I'm hot, I know.
Move along.
Nah, I didn't put him to sleep, and even if I did, he would be long awake by now. If he's the beginning of his regular path, then maybe. But that fucking chance now. I think anything can happen right now. Yeah, if you go near each building, you can hear what's going on inside. It's not... See, this is the difference between having fucking empty thing and something that... okay, it's supposed to be empty because it has martial law going on, but it still feels credible and alive. That's why it pissed me off when they were talking about it. Not like Kojima's last 2 games have been fucking empty. Yeah, this is the path to the fucking river.
You looking for a real man?
Not tonight. He's going to the river. It's not his original path. We're fucked. We'll have to deal with a bullshit path. Well.
The interceptor has
Shut up. Oh, that's right. We have to. I wonder if he changes back if you don't. Oh, well, whatever. My experience, once he changes paths, he always ends up in the river, which is the assiest way possible to get to the end. Oh well. Really, like nothing. Where the shit does he go here? Oh, little fuck. That's so weird. Okay. Pretends to tie his shoes. Maybe he'll go back to his original path, maybe? The park is here. Oh, maybe. Move along. Oh, he might be back on his original path. Okay. That looks good. This also goes straight by where the guy is playing Metal Gear 1 inside the building. And then he goes to take a piss. We don't have a... Never mind. Forgot no DLC camos here. That's not RNG, it only depends on whenever he encounters enemies in his path, if you take out the enemies in time or not. If you do, he keeps going. If he doesn't, he goes around and takes different paths. But I guess we need to change it multiple times for him to go somewhere really bad. I thought just letting him change once completely altered his path the first time. But maybe not. Okay, well, we're back on the real, original path. Cool. It's funny how they were talking about the other guy in Act 2 splashing piss all over himself. That was a problem, but this guy splashing piss all over himself is not a problem. Okay. Oh, because it's European. European. Oh, I see. European. Man, this is really dumb. Definitely gotta leave saves up for all these sections. Because from here until after the whole act is over, basically, we have nothing podcasts. But I really do love that gaming journalist bootcamp story. Tells you a lot. I bet Jeff Keighley was there. 100% he was there. They even said there was one guy in particular who got really frustrated. That was probably him. Secret Konami, what did they call it? Bootcamp Island? Luxury Island or something? Fucking assholes. God only knows what they have now. And then they don't have money for games. Not even Konami, Kojima Productions. And then they run out of money for games. Okay. Secret luxury base. That's where Kojima snorts lines of cocaine with Kiefer and Quiet. Something is fishy about this guy. What could it be? You can't gently pat him on the shoulder, but you can do this. Oh well. Better keep going. Shut up. Yeah, getting shot in Europe, just randomly like that, with 45 ACP, that's unlikely. You'll probably get shot with 9mm or something. This song really represents his struggle. He's walking his invisible dog. Just swag walk. Oops, I didn't hear that.
Oh, you think that's funny? Don't move! Move along!
At least we don't have to do a bike chase properly or anything. How is he okay? It's that European healthcare.
Back in. As the. There was nothing.
We have to keep Big Boss's body out of enemy hands, no matter what. Get the body safely to the canal escape.
Ah, fuck it. I'm literally just gonna do this the whole time. Maybe I can just tape my L1, R1 down. Let's see if that works. Alright. Even on extreme, I'm pretty sure we just do this. The 3 rations, yeah. Screw that guy. I literally put my controller down with L1 and R1 pressed and put a weight on it. Nice. I gotta press start though. Okay. I literally went to get food. This works. Nice. You can just press down buttons and leave. Nice. Well, fuck. Oh, well, I dropped my assembly. But it worked. As if it worked for the next section, too.
More incoming! I've got bad news. The decoy vans have all bitten the dust, which means the enemy will be focusing on you now. I just need you to hold them off a little longer.
She's gonna praise me too, because you auto aim. Wait, don't press L2. L2. Okay. Fuck. Shit. How did I do earlier? I had the perfect balance earlier. This is so stupid. Okay, there you go. Can't touch it. It's just barely balanced. I'm eating some salad right now, watching MGS4. Very cinematic. Holy shit, that worked. A whole playthrough like that without ever letting go of L1, R1. You can probably do it in MGS4. Oh shit, I don't have the rail. I don't have anything. That's right, I forgot. We have to kind of do this properly. Yeah, give me a minute. Just finishing up my salad snack. Or saladin. Fucking potato aim. And we'll probably have to go up to the roof for this. You can't kill me with grenades because I'm holding noodles. That's why this fight isn't too entertaining. It's just bullet sponge spamming over and over. Oh, that grenade was in my face. Nice. Yeah, that one actually hit. HK Master Race to the rescue. Too bad Snake doesn't do the HK slap. Now she wants to cool off, I guess. I never even got the feeling that the Stinger is required for this fight, so I don't think the Stinger has anything to do with it. That I guess maybe helps. She's gonna blow shit up now.
Something's coming! Get out of there, Snake!
The G3 is a very bad AR. I mean, it's not an AR, so technically you're correct. It's very bad at being an AR. AJ, you're at the 76. Thank you. Dude, the G3 is HK roller delayed master race. Okay, if you're in Greece, you might not be aware of the little controversial aspect of the letters AR. And even then, you know, oh fuck. Really? Greece uses G3? It's a meme. AR does not stand for assault rifle. And even if it did, a full caliber rifle would be a battle rifle, more colloquially, so it's like... But I can see why the lingo would be different outside of America. Hey, explosion. See, when I say America, explosions happen. Oh god, this is just bullet sponge fight. I was hoping to end it there. No. Why do they use a full power cartridge? What do they think they're doing? Alright.
She's come out of her suit. Watch out! She's gonna try to grab you.
Alright, let's not get distracted. Next podcast episode is Behind the Truck and Shadow Moses. Fuck. Still need to get there. Kojima was horny. And the camera angles. That's the point. God, what a disaster of a playthrough. How is he gonna launch the nukes? I don't know. That's it. He's gonna use Rex. No shit. mean, we just listened to the, team talking about Kojima calling the third-person camera the ass camera. So, what more do you need to know about this man? Let's see if maybe we can start early. No, I don't want to risk it. But they'll probably just talk about random bullshit for 5 to 10 minutes before even starting to move. Well, we're doing a podcast run, which is actually kind of interesting, and MGS4 is still a very enjoyable, from a technical aspect, purely technical aspect, very, at least professionally made piece of software, you know? So... Simin! It's pretty satisfying doing big boss runs too, and messing with the mechanics and the gun details and whatnot. At least it's not a game released by an unpaid intern at 6 p.m. on a Friday. You know? Alright, so we gotta go behind the truck. MGS4 is really when I started doing big boss runs. I started doing them with MGS4, so I guess there's that too. My favorites are 2 and 1. 4 is unfortunately the undoing of the series in that aspect. But at least they knew how to make a game professionally when they made this, you know? Alright, so time to listen to old man moment. Can we I guess it doesn't matter. The music is playing. Wait, can I mess with that? Fucking Twin Snakes voices soon. I guess we'll just wait for the music to stop. Mumbles. It's a meme. People driving here. It's a meme. But I'm enjoying it. Much better than before. G3 is closest thing to PSG1 we can have here. In terms of MGS1 guns. Alright. Let's start the nonsense. I think they start talking about the guy's wife or something, or wedding, I don't know.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Yeah, of course we're going to pick
Hi
up
everyone,
P122.
this is the MGS4 Integral Podcast, Episode 8. I'm Aki Saito, joined with...
Hello, my name is Sean Eyestone.
And?
Hi, this is Ken. It's me.
Okay, today, Sean, we're in your favorite stage.
Yes, we are. We are in Shadow Moses.
Where was our meeting point?
Our meeting point today is behind the truck in the heliport.
Yeah, just after, the opening sequence.
Right, so after the opening sequence, you kind of go through that snowy area, and then you find the heliport, and then to the north of the heliport, there's a truck. So you should be standing right behind that truck. I just want to point out one thing. On the webpage, we've been getting comments and things from people, and one of the comments that we got was about, how we jumped back to the power station stage after we did the tracking stage?
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of people maybe only had one save, and so, there's a lot of trouble for them to have to backtrack. And so, we're sorry about that. Basically, when we're doing these podcasts, we're kind of doing it not necessarily in order. So people who are playing, you probably want to keep more than one save. Keep saves on all the levels, and be prepared because we may jump back again in the future. So just want to point that out.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, well, Sean, I heard that you have so many memories in this actor stage, actually.
He has a lot of things to talk about.
You wanna start off?
The private.
Right.
How it changed your life?
It changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I guess first things first, I just want to thank everybody for sending in their messages and comments on the webpage, because we have been getting a lot. And, we haven't been replying to them on the show because, there's kind of a lag between when we get the feedback and when we record. But we want to thank everybody for sending in their feedback.
Some people wanted to know, who the hell is Sean?
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
So, since I never really introduced myself properly, I guess now would be a good time to do it, since I was in charge of Moses. During Metal Gear Solid 4, I was involved with the script unit, and I think there's a lot of people who may not really know what that is, really, because in Kojima Productions, the script unit is kind of unique in a way. So basically what we do is we handle game design, level design, creating the maps, and doing all the scripting, and basically, all the stuff that brings the game together. So we communicate with the programmers, communicate with the designers, artists, and kind of bring everything together into the final stage.
So my understanding is that the script unit is kind of the central point where you gather all the materials.
Right.
Make sure the flow goes right. Which flag is, up or down, things like that, right?
Right. So it's kind of like the focal point, where everybody all the materials come together. The game design kind of comes together, the program gets put in, the art gets put in. And of course, we place the enemies, we tweak the gameplay, all that fun stuff.
He was in charge of Shadow Moses.
Yes.
Maps and all gameplay stuff. So if you guys have some complaining or anything, just call him up and say, hey Sean,
Yeah, but wasn't this a challenge for you? Because that all Metal Gear fans know the stage.
Yeah.
Mostly inside out.
Right. And that was the hard thing because, we're revisiting Shadow Moses, so we have to reuse the same maps. Basically we want to use the same environments, but somehow create a new gameplay experience using those same environments. That was a really challenging experience.
Yeah, you have to be precise and you have to make it, to the next gen sort of.
Right.
From the PlayStation 1 actually.
Right.
So it's like 2 steps up.
Exactly. So somehow make it look the same, but make it look a lot better, and introduce something new to the gameplay that will be kind of fresh, to people who have played Metal Gear Solid 1, as well as people who may be playing Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time.
Well, I think I have to say you and the team doing this Moses stage did a real great job, because I could say that I had no kind of awkward feeling. I had an almost natural feeling that this was almost playing MGS1.
Cool.
But actually, come to think of it, it's not MGS1. Everything is all different. It's all, high res and things like that. The truck itself, that we're standing right behind is, it should be the same truck. And I do get the same feeling. However, it's probably totally different, right?
Right.
In a technical.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too, when we're planning the stage, we're kind of talking about it. And we're like, well, it shouldn't be too hard because, it's the same as Metal Gear Solid 1. We'll just, make the same stage and it shouldn't be that hard. But actually, there's a lot of work involved, because we basically remade everything from scratch. I mean, you can't reuse anything from PlayStation 1 game, so everything is totally from scratch and recreated just for Metal Gear Solid 4. So we had to try and recreate things so that they look the same, but just look a lot better. And also, a lot of effort was put into the environment effects, like the snow.
We had a hard time to create this snow.
Snow was quite obvious because I thought that it looked a lot colder than MGS1 because you get all the snow sticking on the cameras and things like that. But it was more like really kind of how do you say, not foggy but very snowy in a way. And you can't really, and you feel the coldness. And also there was no one there actually at the beginning, so you feel like you're really in a hollow place, but still you have that same nostalgic feeling.
Getting all this stuff in here, I mean, there's a lot of work that most players probably won't even realize that it's there because it's really subtle. Just all these effects that go into making this snowy environment look great, like, the mist, like the snow falling from the sky, the snow that actually sticks to Snake. The longer you stay out in the snow will build up on his body. There's his breath coming out, little flakes of snow falling off of his suit, the snow sticking to the camera. And then, of course, the ground. We had to create a whole new system just for this stage because, you sink into the snow here and you can crouch onto the snow. And, Metal Gear Mark III moves differently on the snow. So, there was a lot of, I think, unseen effort that went into this stage. Trying to make it look the same, but look really next gen. And just kind of bring out that real nostalgic feeling for all the players who are coming back to Shadow Moses for the first time in about 10 years.
Wow, Sean, this is your stage.
Yeah, this is your show.
What do you got to tell the users? Everyone's kind of waiting behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been jabbering for quite a while.
Okay.
We're sitting in the cold.
Let's go on.
All right, so first of all, one thing I want to point out is that we really wanted to create this really nostalgic feeling in Shadow Moses.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we did was actually to place a lot of the items in similar positions, in the same areas that they were in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1 may remember that there was a weapon in this truck, Mark 23 pistol.
Yeah.
And this time you'll see that the truck is closed, but if you crawl under the truck, you'll find that the gun is actually under the truck this time.
Okay.
So people familiar with MGS1 should definitely pick that up. And one other hidden thing about this gun is if you go into your menu,
the weapons,
and equip it in your weapons,
and
return to the game, and when you equip this and ready it, and you draw it to fire, you'll hear Snake reminiscing about this gun.
Yeah.
You're back in Shadow Moses, you're here with the same gun. Just for people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they're probably feeling really nostalgic, and so is Snake. All right, so anyway.
Details.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
More details.
Okay, give me more details.
Okay, another thing, we wanted to create this really nostalgic aspect to Shadow Moses, and another aspect of that was to have, the same songs from Metal Gear Solid 1, the same music, and so we really wanted to include the theme song, The Best Is Yet to Come. And so, of course, you'll hear that when you first come in to the heliport area. But one thing to point out, and I think most people heard it, but just in case, there's some people who missed it, there is a condition where you may not hear this song. Basically, you have to come into the heliport area without being spotted. So if you're in an alert phase or a caution phase, the song actually won't play. So you really have to sneak past that gecko at the beginning of the stage, in the snowfield. And then sneak into this area. And when you do, as soon as the heliport comes into view, that song will begin playing, and you'll get this really cool nostalgia going on.
Good song.
Yeah, it's a great song. Okay, the next thing you want to do is, right now we're under the truck, so let's just go ahead and crawl out from underneath the truck and head up to the center of the heliport pad.
Okay, let's go.
Why does it take him so long?
There's another item right in the center.
There's an item right in the center, which people remember was here in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well. Chaff grenade. In addition, when you come to the center of this heliport, you should be hearing some voices right now.
Yeah.
Twin Snake's voices. Fuck that.
So of course, a scene from Metal Gear Solid 1 when you first get introduced to Malin. People who are playing Shadow Moses, there are these flashbacks hidden all over the stage, so be sure to look around and listen for those. There's one more thing as well. If you stand in the center of this heliport, and I think this is a secret that I think most people probably have not figured out, because it's really hard to, and most people wouldn't do this. But if you put the camera, shift it so that you're looking at Snake from above, similar to the camera angle in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Top view.
Yeah, top view.
Yeah.
And you leave it here for a while.
Oh,
hear
Snake say something.
Right. So he starts talking about the overhead view, saying how it's just like old times.
The game was the top view.
Yeah, overhead view, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you actually, I heard a tune that you got some driven points.
Right. So so this is actually a hidden feature, so you can get some driven points for this. People may remember that back in South America, there was one hidden flashback on that stage as well. So for all of these flashbacks, if you listen to the end without skipping ahead, you will get driven points for that. So be sure not to run away and cut the flashback off early, because you won't get the driven points. So be sure to listen to the end.
Okay.
One thing also is when you came up into this heliport, you picked up some chaff grenades. And these items, of course, people will remember them from previous Metal Gear games. But in Metal Gear Solid 4, they are very useful, especially in Shadow Moses. Because this time around, Shadow Moses is completely inhabited by robots. So you've got the gecko, you've got the dwarf gecko, and when you use the chaff, it just totally disrupts them and makes it much easier to get to the stage. So for people who are having a really hard time with dwarf gecko, what you should do is save these chaff grenades and use them wisely, ration them out, and use them to get past the hardest areas of the stage.
Actually, I remember. I used this. I didn't know it worked, but I kind of used this predicting it worked.
Right.
And actually got them confused, and
especially for the dwarf gecko. The dwarf gecko just get completely wiped out by this chaff grenade. The geckos, they'll still be able to fire at you, but it does, keep them from moving. So either way, it's a very useful weapon.
Good. Okay.
Yes. Some people might gonna say, 10 years ago the chaff grenade was very, very, useful, and 10 years after, still the chaff grenade is useful.
Yeah, we're living in a world of information and technology and things, and
but still.
Yeah, but Ken, if someone put out the batteries off your phone, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
I know, but that's true. But
you're saying there should be anti-chaff grenade.
So it should be countermeasures.
Counter chaff grenade thing. Hey, you could be right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people are gonna say.
And then there's gonna be a counter anti.
Right. We can just say it evolved beyond the next step. Right?
Okay.
Like they countered and countered again.
Okay.
Anyway.
Deshaun was, working really hard, and maybe, his life has been changing from this point that something was happening.
What happened? Did something...
do you want to bring that up?
Well, I thought, you were going to talk about, the gameplay and then your life in Japan.
My life in Japan.
Yeah.
Well, where to begin? Well, when I first started on Metal Gear Solid 4, it was shortly after I got married. And let me just give some advice to anyone out there who wants to start in the game industry. Do not get involved in a really huge project right after you get married. Your life will be hell.
Well,
yeah, it is very tough. I mean, there's always crunch time in these games, and especially for a game like Metal Gear, we're pulling some really crazy hours. And when you're single, that's fine, right? You can sleep in the office, you can do whatever, and it's your own time. But when you're married, things are a little different, and it's not as easy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Ken, we shouldn't talk about this anymore because Sean's starting to cry. And
I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, he really missed his wife, who left.
Okay, well
anyway,
let's move on. Let's go to the west part.
All right.
West part of the what was it?
Yes.
What do you call it?
From the helipad.
Yeah.
Let's head to the west, and you'll see there's a storage room to the west, and so let's just head in that direction. People may remember that the storage room was here in Metal Gear Solid 1, but you couldn't go in. This time, the doors are open, and you can go in. from this room to the other adjacent rooms through a duct at the back of the room. If you look at the corner, the northeast corner of the room, you'll also see a camera.
Yes, the surveillance camera.
Right, surveillance camera that's also here from Metal Gear Solid 1. Right now it's not doing anything because we started the stage kind of in the middle from the back of the truck. But if you came in to this stage from the snowfield and you have The Best Is Yet to Come playing in the background, and you come to this camera without being spotted by any enemies, and there are no flashbacks playing or anything else like that going on, you can actually see a very special sequence. Another very hard to find hidden sequence where we actually relive the first time Snake sees these surveillance cameras in Metal Gear Solid 1. So basically we match the same camera angle and have Snake look up at the camera. You hear the flashback. Surveillance camera.
Surveillance camera.
Right.
Yeah, that one. Well, I couldn't
Did
find
you
this.
see it?
No, but I saw the demo, so I thought I was doing something wrong because when I played the game, I didn't see this demo, and I was like, I know that there is a surveillance camera flashback, but I didn't see it when I was playing the game. What did I miss?
Right.
I mean, what did I do wrong?
I think there's some people who may not realize what the conditions are. So yeah, definitely come here while the song is playing.
I didn't notice. This is a real tough condition, isn't it?
It's pretty tough. You have to come here while the song is playing without being found, and without any of the the flashbacks playing in the background as well.
Yeah.
And you can only see this once. So if either camera will work, there's this camera here, and then there's also the one in the northeast.
Yeah.
So either one you go to, you'll see that camera sequence. For each camera, there's one sequence.
The camera sequence is really fun.
Yeah.
So people who played at Metal Gear Solid 1, they will love it for sure.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
People get a kick out of it. So for people who haven't seen it, go ahead and give that a try.
Okay, let's get out of this room, and where we head, Sean?
From this room, if you go through this, at the back of the room, there's actually a duct that leads to the other storage rooms that you couldn't get to Metal Gear Solid 1. And this time, if you crawl through this, you can actually get some items back there, like Kirichan ramen. So, in this really cold stage, it might be good to eat some nice warm ramen.
Well, this ramen noodle thing, I had a really hard time because, we were going to have the, but then I talked to some people from, the company. I had a big presentation to them, like, what kind of concept is this game, blah, 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 but, they rejected. This is the second time because we tried it when we were making a Snake Eater, and this time, second time rejection. So I definitely want us to try one more time for the next project. If the ramen noodle will be in this series, and I definitely want to try.
What was their reason for rejecting it? Because it was a war game, or?
Yeah, because of the war game, I think. They got peace concept of it, So
I heard this from Ken like 10 times.
Yeah, so many times because I
was really upset.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not making just killing war, the killing people, the war game.
This time it's kind of difficult. Anyone you speak to that knows the game but hasn't played the game, and it's a kind of a looks like a war game.
Yeah.
A lot of people misunderstand that this is a kind of actually a real big anti-war, anti-nuclear. As always has been the message in MGS. That's why I like it. It's one of our favorite games. Of course, the fans who are listening to our podcast really understands what's behind it, and it has a lot of metaphors and things like that. It's really good. But for the people who generally know, it could be a little difficult. I mean, you have to play. You have to play the game to really understand.
Right.
All right,
so
Sean,
what he wants to tell me is, the thing was my fault, my presentation.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. You should have taken me. So. I mean, I'm a good presenter. So can you take me next time?
Okay.
I'll get you. I'll get you.
Cool. All right. So anyway, so there's the Hide-chan ramen in there, but this time we're not going to get it. So let's just head back outside because there's another thing that I want to show you back up on the heliport.
Okay.
So let's head back to the center of the heliport.
All right.
Okay. And when you get to the center here, people may remember in past Metal Gears that you could take pictures of ghosts in the game.
Yeah.
Right. And in Metal Gear Solid 1, there were a lot of ghosts hidden around stages, in Shadow Moses. And well, in Metal Gear Solid 4, those ghosts are back. And most of them are in the same place. Of course, we couldn't put all of them in the same place because not every location in Shadow Moses is in the game this time, so we had to move some of them to other locations. But basically, all the staff who worked on Metal Gear Solid 1 and is, still with us in Metal Gear Solid 4, their ghosts are in the game, and one of them is right on this helipad. And some people may have realized this, some people might not have realized this. But the only time they'll show up is if you take your camera out and take a picture, and you won't see it until after you take the picture. That's the way it normally works.
You have to tell where you get the camera first?
Right, yeah. Of course, in order to do that, you have to get the camera first. So for people who haven't found the camera, it's actually in the Nomad. So while you're in the plane, during the interactive cutscene, you go ahead and use your Mark II or Mark III and wander around the plane, and you can actually find the camera in there. So for those who haven't gotten the camera yet, just go ahead and pick that up. And in Shadow Moses, go ahead and equip it. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So if you go into your menu and equip your camera and kind of aim it at the center of...
Yeah, I need to remember about this.
Take a picture.
Next time.
And you'll see a faint, ghostly image appear when you hit the shutter.
Yeah, some center. Yeah.
Right.
You have to switch on and off to the podcast and camera and things like that, right?
Yes. So, people are listening to the podcast right now, so if you want to do this, you'll have to switch to your camera. But, before we move on, there's another thing that I want to point out about these ghosts, is that usually, you won't be able to see them until you actually click to take the picture. But there is a hidden way to make these ghosts appear in your camera viewfinder without snapping a picture, and it makes it a lot easier to find these ghosts. And to do that, you have to be playing through the game a second time, because when you're fighting Screaming Mantis, you can get the Sorrow Doll.
Yeah.
Right? And if you get the Sorrow Doll from Screaming Mantis, Sorrow, of course, from Metal Gear Solid 3, can see dead, dead people and things like that. And in Metal Gear Solid 4, you can use it to control dead people. And if you equip it while you're equipping the camera, so if you go into your weapons menu and equip the Sorrow Doll, and then ready it as a weapon while you have the camera on, you'll see the ghost actually appears without you clicking the shutter.
And it's actually more clear.
And it's clearer, and it's kind of, floating,
Is it
very
bigger
eerily.
as well?
It's not bigger. It's the same size.
Nose and nostrils.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
But this makes it a lot easier to find.
Okay.
So yeah, just go ahead and equip your camera, equip the Sorrow Doll, and maybe, explore Shadow Moses this way and look for some ghosts, because there's a lot of them hidden all over the stage.
Details.
And this is why Shadow Moses took so long to make.
With the ghosts. Okay.
All right. So let's head to the north.
Okay.
And we're going to go up the stairs in the northeast.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS1, because, when the guards come over.
Right.
And you kind of hide. This is the first time you kind of encountered these, I think, the last moment thing.
Yeah, and you're kind of like on these stairs, right?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
guards are right above you, and you're kind of hiding here.
And you're thinking, oh, should I go back, or should I go kill him, and things like that. I love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk, and then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
to the left.
You should be heading to the west, and you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So stop in front of the duct.
I remember this point as well, because every time you get spotted from the guards, you kind of duck into this duct, and
you're trying to get in as quickly as possible, right? The snake's like ducking down and go,
very slow, and
the guard sees you. Yeah. But anyway, no guard here this time, so let's go ahead and duck down, crawl into this duct. And as soon as you get in, crawl a little ways, and you'll hear another flashback.
Snake.
Yeah.
This is McDonald Miller.
Who is this guy?
Master Miller.
Master Miller. Yeah.
But he sounds like somebody else.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds pretty familiar. Who is it?
Somebody else in Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
Oh yeah.
It is a long duct.
It is a long duct.
Yeah, what happens if you kind of look down?
You can look down. You can see, look into the other rooms or peek out through the grates and see the, dwarf gecko crawling around. So
okay.
You can go ahead and do that. But this time the duct, is just one way, so just go ahead and follow it to the end. If you follow these rats, they'll lead you out. So
the rats are still here.
Yeah, the rats are still here, so you won't get lost. Okay, so when you get to the end of the duct, you pick up some iPod music. This was the Warhead storage background music from the original Metal Gear Solid 1.
Mr. Muraoka composed this music, right?
Yeah. You know, we're talking to Mr. Muraoka about this music. He was talking about how insanely difficult it was to make this on the original PlayStation. Back in those days, you know, you had to load all of the sound into memory and basically call everything by hand. You know, it's not like you could just stream audio from, you know, a disc or, you know, load everything into memory like we do now. You know, that's just realize, you know, listen to the quality of this background music and realize that this all had to be done by hand.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Yep. All right, so next let's just go ahead and climb out from this duct. So go to the edge, press the triangle button, and you'll swing down and hang from the edge of the duct. And be careful when you drop down here because, you know, there are the dwarf gecko patrolling the drop down. So let's go to the end of the catwalk behind this
small
container at the end of the catwalk here. Hide behind this container here so that you don't get spotted by the dwarf gecko. And if you look to the east, you'll see that door with the number 4 written on it.
Number 4?
Number 4.
Yeah.
And there's actually something really special about that room number 4.
Special.
Yo.
Can you go inside?
You can go inside, but not now. If you try to go inside now, you'll find that the door is actually locked. But later on in the game, that door will open. Actually, in the next stage, when you activate the power, you know, and Otacon disables the security, this door will be open. So be sure to come back here and check inside of there because there's a pretty cool item.
What kind?
Actually, an iPod track. Okay, so we drop down from this duct. Again, dwarf gecko patrolling. And once they're gone, quickly drop down from this catwalk, end of the catwalk, swing over the edge, drop down, and as soon as you hit the ground, head outside through underneath these shutters to the north, and then stop as soon as you get to the other side of the shutters.
And we'll get another.
And you will be hearing another flashback as soon as you drop down. Okay, so now you should be in this laser hallway, which you'll remember from Metal Gear Solid 1. And, you know, again, to bring up the nostalgia, we actually placed these dwarf gecko on the walls in the same positions, the same place as the lasers in Metal Gear Solid 1. Kind of, you know, recreate that feeling. They're in the exact same spot. And another thing I want to point out while we're here is if you go ahead and equip your solid eye and enable night vision, and look at the ground, you'll see some footprints.
These are footprints of...
Familiar?
Yeah, what? Yeah. There's 2 footprints.
Right. And people may recognize one set from South America during our tracking mission.
The heels?
Yep, the heels. So we deduced that Naomi was here. And the other pair of footprints actually belongs to Vamp.
Yeah, he also kind of does that Vamp walk.
Yeah.
Over here.
He's a trademark Vamp walk.
Yeah.
You know, look around on the ground and you see their footprints here and there. So people who want to do that can go ahead and take a look. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move through this hallway. So we're going to head to the north and just be sure not to get spotted by these lasers. So wait till you can run through. Run under these lasers. At the end.
Okay.
Right? Okay. You're out in the canyon.
Okay, we stop here?
Yeah, so let's stop here. So, you know, once again, we're out in the snow, and you'll hear another flashback.
We're out in the canyon, and what do you want to tell us in this canyon part?
All right, so first thing I want to do is let's head to the right, go to the east, and there's kind of like this big boulder here. So let's just go around this boulder until you hit the wall, like this rock wall.
Yeah.
And then to the east, there's actually a pathway leading up to these. So let's go up this pathway.
Okay.
And at the end here, you'll find a rock wall and a bunch of items. But, you know, originally, when we were making this stage, there was not a rock wall here. There was actually a lake beyond this. And, you know, we had this whole, like, scenario where there was a frozen lake and there were gecko patrolling on top of the lake, and you could, like, you know, break the ice and, like, drop them down to the water, things like that. And that was actually, like, an entirely different route that you could take to get to this point.
Yeah.
So in the original design for this stage, you could actually bypass that whole heliport area completely and go from the beginning.
I see, to here.
Right, so when you first come down from the helicopter, instead of going, to the west, if you went to the north, you could actually head up and get to this lake area, and then it would hook up to the canyon from this path here. But, back then, Moses was envisioned as kind of more of an action-oriented stage. But, midway through, we decided we wanted to go with more of a nostalgic feeling for the stage. And then, of course, the other thing was that we felt it would be a really horrible waste for people not to see the heliport, because that's probably the most memorable thing that people, know about Metal Gear Solid 1 was that, sneaking from that heliport at the beginning. So, yeah, we definitely wanted to make people go to that heliport. So, for that reason, we decided to close this path.
I see. So, there is still a lake behind that, I guess.
Beyond here, I guess you can imagine there's a lake beyond that.
Okay. No data.
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been buried by snow.
Okay. So we got the items, so what are we going to do? We're going to head back?
Okay, yeah, so let's head back to the canyon. So go down the slope, and you'll see these two gecko who are in power save mode. So let's sneak by these. If you go toward, through the middle of the canyon, you can get by without waking them up. So carefully do that. And then when you get past these gecko, kind of lined up with the second gecko, then to the west, you'll see this small little cave.
Yeah.
Which was also here in Metal Gear Solid 1. Probably when you get to this point, you'll hear Otacon going on about one of the geckos waking up. But if you come into this cave, you can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny, which is from Zone of the Enders. Yeah. Alright, so I think we will wrap it up here. From this point, all that's left is to head to the north, and of course you crawl under that shutter, and you go to the next stage.
We still get a lot of requests about Zone of the Enders, don't we?
Yeah, everybody wants part 3.
Yeah. It was a good game.
I'd like to know, how many people want us to make the sequel.
Yeah, well, because, a lot of the Kojima Productions KJP fans, Zone of the Enders or Pokemon or other products as well, even Snatcher or Police Lines, not officially even released. But people still know, say we want this officially or we want a sequel to it. And Zone of the Enders is always kind of referred as, in interviews or things like that. When are you going to create, a sophisticated game? Are you going to create I get this request all the time. However, actually, how many people want that? So, guys, if you're listening, and tell us not about you, but your friends who are casual Metal Gear fans, if they're interested or not.
Yeah.
Don't lie, okay?
Don't inflate the numbers.
Yeah, we just want to know, purely, if it's really, of course, as Joe's been always saying, he would like to do this when he has time. There's always sacrifices. If he does that, you'll get to see the latest new Gears things even later, so that's kind of a trade-off, isn't it?
Right.
But if there's so many people who want to see it, why not put the priority on top? A little further up. Yeah, but we just want to know. Ken especially really wants to know. This is
Yeah. Well, I wish I could have ask all gamers and how many people want it.
Well, we have all the Metal Gear Solid 4 players listen to the podcast.
Okay. Okay, well, make sure you write your comments, and we'll check your comments out. And where are we going to start next time?
Well, next time we'll start right on the other side of that shutter.
Okay, nuclear warhead.
Right, nuclear warhead storage.
Guys, did you hear that? Next time we're going to do the latter half of Shadow Brothers. Thanks, guys, for joining. And, well, if you missed something, Sean, you're, of course, more than welcome to say, especially about your personal things.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on the personal side.
Okay, yeah. We'll hear more next time on the latter half. So thanks for tuning in, and see you next time.
All right,
bye.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Well, I really got to remember to get the camera and possibly New Game Plus. It's hard though to do this, because we couldn't show that. So yeah, we'll go here to the next episode. Smokey with the 39 months. Thank you. Let's just smoke a little bit longer for the stress to go down.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
World-renowned.
All right, welcome to episode number 9 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Eystone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone. Okay, Sean, we're in the latter half of Shadow Moses.
Right, so we are in the Shadow Moses Nuclear Warhead Storage Building, first floor. So at the beginning of the show, this time, we'd like to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
I think I'd like to just ask everybody what everyone's favorite drama scene in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's a tough one. Sean, do you have already one?
For me, yeah, there's a lot. There's so much drama in the game that it's hard to choose just one. And this is a spoiler, by the way, so anyone listening, if you don't want spoilers, just turn it off now. But I think for me personally, it's that scene at the end where Big Boss makes his appearance. That just really got it for me. As a Metal Gear Solid fan, seeing Big Boss come back, and that last scene, where he's smoking his last smoke and nods off in the grave. That nails it for me. A really great scene.
Well, for me, the part I liked, which I cracked up for about 5 minutes, was the part when Liquid seems to die, battling with the Metal Gears. The famous, the boss battle scene. You get to ride the Metal Gear. He rides his Metal Gear and things like that. And then he seems to die. And he say, in the English version, I think he says, think again. When he, in that crucial moment. But in Japanese, it was a little bit more hilarious.
Yeah.
So
one of the famous line.
Yeah.
The fox died.
Yeah, fox died. Janai. Janai means not, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the original translation, I saw the script, was not, actually.
Not, yeah.
Fox die. Not.
Right.
But this was a little not so funny, so I think a lot of people changed it
Yeah.
to think again.
Yeah, not was little classic. I mean, little old, like Wayne's World.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
type, like a 1980.
Like in the 90s, you'd say something, then not. There's that kind of gag. I guess it felt a little
And
bit
then
old.
it went to, I think, if I can remember correctly, just kidding, or something like that. It went to several phrases during the translation.
Right.
Anyways, that scene, and after he gets up, he kind of runs really in a cute style, like a girly way.
Right.
Like almost jumping.
Jumping and skipping,
laughing.
laughing.
And that really, I cracked up. And that's one of my favorite cutscenes. Ken?
We had a really hard time to do motion capture with Raiden part. So when he fight versus Vamp, the South American part.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, with the geckos, right?
Yeah, with the gecko. Yeah, that part. When we were doing the motion capture, Raiden guy, he was trying to do like a break dance kind of, turn.
Yeah.
And we use a wire and stuff. We spent so much time to do the motion capture because we failed so many times, and and the motion team worked really hard, and then finally finish those whole sequence. And it was so decent.
Yeah, well, that was, I think it's safe to say that was one of the most stunning cutscenes.
I remember that was like the turning point when Raiden became cool.
Yeah. Did you know the part Sean's most favorite cutscene? The big boss.
Yeah, the ending.
Yeah. That motion capture session was the very last part of the session. The guy who did a big boss, he was the Snake voice.
Mr. Otsuka's?
Yeah, Mr. Otsuka's, first the motion capture trial. He kept on saying like he wanted to do the motion capturing, and then Hideo said, that's okay, let's do that. And then he joined, and he had to do big boss part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the voiceover was done by Mr. Otsuka's father, right?
Yeah.
one of the famous voice
actors in Japan.
in Japan.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
So the motion capture was done by Mr. Otsuka, Aki Otsuka, who does the voice for like In a Sense, or he's very famous in Japan. But he did the motion capture, and then his father did the voiceover, looking at his son's motion capture.
Oh, that's really
cool. Isn't it cool?
Right?
Yeah. Okay, so everyone, thanks for listening to our chat. I think Sean's really revved up to introduce the latter half of Shadow Moses. Shall we give it a go, Sean?
Yep. So everybody should be at the nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. You just crawled in from under the shutter, and we're at our checkpoint, start of the stage. First thing I want to point out is that, as with the previous stages in Shadow Moses, and with almost all the stages in Shadow Moses, the item placement in this stage is pretty accurate, and follows a lot of the item placement from the first game. So, people may remember to the left here, if you go towards that window, you can get a ration at the end of that. Just something for people who play the original Metal Gear, something for them to keep an eye out for. Maybe they might get a kick out of seeing items in the same spot. But anyway, let's just go ahead, proceed down this slope, and head into the building.
Okay, let's walk up. I've been saying many times, but I hate this stage. I mean, this for me is was the most difficult stages ever.
Really?
Yeah, for me, I really had a hard time.
Sean's gonna cry.
Yeah.
I know. We talked about this before.
Yeah. He spent such a long time. Yeah, to create this stage.
So we just crawled under the
gate. I mean, what do you call
the first
shutter?
Door, the first shutter.
Right. And so we're in this area, that people will probably recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1, where there's the nuclear warheads in the hangar. First thing I want to point out is if you go ahead and put in your solid eye and look at the ground, you'll see that Vamp's footprints, Vamp and Nomi's footprints are here as well. They were in the previous stage. We really wanted to just get the personality behind Vamp and Nomi into these footprints. So you'll see that they don't just, head straight on through to the back. They kind of wander around. Nomi takes a slightly curvy path, takes a look inside of the truck, things like that. And one thing, at the end of the first Moses stage, when you're in the corridor with the lasers, if you use your solid eye there and look at the ground, you can see Vamp's footprints there. And there's actually some pretty funny footprints there, because he's kind of dancing around, and you can see cross footprints. He's kind of doing that dance that he does, Other than that, what I really want to point out in this stage is that there's a lot of detail here that wasn't here in previous Metal Gears, but finally the team was able to get this looking exactly the way they want to look.
Yeah, high def.
High def, and a lot of detail, glare on the floor.
I mean, but it's really interesting I think most of the users realize that there's not a big change, although technically there's a lot of big change. But I kind of, when I first stepped into Shadow Moses, I thought it was like just doing MGS1 again.
Right.
But come to think of it, yes, it's all like a blocked up MGS1 because of the power of PlayStation. It's all like blocked and things like that. It's not as accurate and well drawn as this, but you get the feeling that it's the same stage. So it's really, I don't know, people really get used to these high-tech things.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of funny, you talk about really the blocked up look for Metal Gear Solid 1, but talking to the staff that actually worked on Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a reason for why these missiles are covered up with tarps. And that's actually so that they could cut down the polygon count in the original game. They wanted to have just like a whole bunch of missiles in this room, but they couldn't put it all in there, so they decided to put tarps over some of the crates, hide half of the missile under a tarp so that they could kind of trim back the polygon count. And in addition, if you look at the windows around this room, now if you look at them, you can see that there's missiles on the other side of those windows. So there's other hangars with a lot more missiles in them. But of course, with the original Metal Gear, that wasn't really an option. So now, this is finally able to come through the way Hideo Kojima really wanted it.
Well, thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, thank you,
Sony Computer.
But anyways, let's go on. So we're looking at the rockets.
So head to the north,
straight
to the rear,
straight
to
up.
the rear of the hangar, and you'll get to the gate. So let's just head over there. On the way, there's a truck on your left. If you want to crawl in there, you can get a FIM 92A. So just move on, and when you get to the end, to this control panel, you'll get a call from Otacon. So he'll tell you the door's locked, you gotta get the password, and then he'll activate the elevator for you. So let's just head straight to the elevator and head on down, because there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Okay, so we climb up the catwalk.
Right, climb up the catwalk, head to the second floor, and then just go around, follow the catwalk until you get to the elevator. And one thing, this is going way back during the concept planning stages for the stage. Originally, the stage was more of an action-oriented stage. One of the ideas was that you could actually take the elevator down to the bottom.
Really?
And access a secret base, things like that. But in the end, we decided we really want to emphasize more of the nostalgic aspect of Moses. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the elevator. There's something about this also. People who played the original Metal Gear, they remember that if you rapidly press the elevator button, the elevator actually will come faster.
Oh, yeah.
That's preserved in here also. We wanted to have that in there for the fans. In real life, because that's what you do, right? All the time. You're in a rush, you're like pressing it. You want it to come quickly.
But the elevator
it never comes.
No.
Yeah. In this game, you can do it, and it will come a little bit faster.
Okay, so we head to which floor?
B2.
You head down to B2.
This elevator.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 1, when you ride and then change the floor, and when they're showing that moving the floor to floor, they're loading behind
in the background.
Like in the background.
But at this time, the PlayStation 3 is so powerful, so much memory, so we don't have to do that download in the background.
This time you can get on the elevator and walk around and shoot.
While you're
in the elevator.
You can do whatever you want.
That's why in MGS1 you couldn't do anything. And once you're in the elevator, and when the elevator's moving.
Right.
So that was a trick.
That was a trick. I think a lot of people didn't realize it, or the people who did realize it were really hardcore.
Okay, where do we go, Sean?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head out into the hallway, step forward a little bit to the south, and then turn to your right.
First, go down
and
the
you want to
central
head
hall.
west.
Don't worry,
And when you
it's
get
not
into this room,
electrified
you'll see a control panel on your right. It's kind of blown up. And of course, people will recognize this control panel. Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
This is, of course, where you used the Nikita missile and
Mhm.
blew it up. But, it's not completely destroyed. And for people who maybe didn't realize it, you can actually use this, you can still activate the electric floor in the hallway from here using the Mark III. And you can actually use this to electrocute the gecko that comes down in the later half of the stage.
Oh.
Did you know this?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, a lot of people had a hard time to beat the gecko. This part.
Yeah.
But what you're supposed to do, or the best strategy, is after the gecko drops down, then you kind of go back into the hallway, hide behind the door, and then use your Mark III and send him over to this control panel and activate the electric floor while the gecko's in the hallway. And you can take him down really quickly. On top of that, you'll also get some driven points as a bonus.
Wow.
Very quick way to beat the gecko.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I knew it.
Yeah, when I was playing, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
But, we really wanted to put this in also just, because we had that electric floor in the hallway and we really wanted to use it again. Yeah, it's something that, players will remember from the first one. Definitely wanted to use that in some way. So you can use that on the gecko. For people who want to try it, you can also use it on Snake. So if you have Snake stand in the hallway and you send the Mark III down here, you can electrocute Snake also. Which doesn't sound too impressive, but, we had to make a motion just for that.
That's why it's taking a long time to create.
Yeah. Sean. It took so much time creating this level.
No, it's just, you gotta put the details in there, especially for the fans.
Okay, one reason I hate this stage, nothing against the first move, TV show, is about, the gecko.
Right.
And when you have all these dwarf geckos, kind of like trying to sneak through.
Right.
And not even get spotted by the geckos nor the dwarf geckos. And, once you get spotted, you're like hammered.
Yeah. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, tell me in this stage, how do you do it?
Well, in this stage, of course, at the end, after you finish talking to Otacon and restoring the power to the stage, you come back up the elevator, and, there's a gecko that follows you up.
Yeah.
You're supposed to distract the gecko while Otacon opens the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But there's actually a faster way to get through it, and that is just to, destroy the gecko. And so this applies to all the gecko in the game. The weakness is their leg, right? They have very weak legs. So if you aim for the knees, you can actually bring them down. And once they're on their knees and they're on the ground, you can aim at the head. And there's a weak point right at the top of the head. If you equip your solid eye and look at it, it'll actually show you the weak point. And say, shoot here, basically. They kind of have that triangular head.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from above, it's kind of in the middle. More or less in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you shoot at that particular area, then you can very quickly take out the gecko. So even using something like your M4 Custom or just any type of gun, you can quickly hit the legs and then hit the head right after that, and you can take them down pretty quickly.
Any other Gecko episodes?
Well, there's the Gecko, and then there's also, as you mentioned, the Dwarf Gecko.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, you hate those. I think everybody hates the Dwarf Gecko. But, we wanted to add some kind of personality to the stage that's different from everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the idea was you have these Dwarf Geckos that just kind of swarm out and smother you. But, there's a way around these as well. Of course, you can just shoot at them with, rapid fire. And that works. If you're trying to sneak by them, you can also use tranquilizer rounds on the Dwarf Gecko as well.
Really?
But you have to aim for the arms.
The arms.
Yeah, if you hit that orb part in the center, they'll just, realize they're there. You're found. But if you aim very carefully and hit the arms, you can actually incapacitate them.
I always got the feeling that the dwarf geckos are much more, smarter than normal guards and things like that. Just a feeling.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're mechanical, so they follow, set routes and patterns because they're supposed to be a machine.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they're very sensitive. They have very good hearing, especially. So you really have to walk slowly while you're around them. If you run by, they'll hear you running.
Mm-hmm.
They'll come after you. So, yeah, I think the key is just to kind of walk slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Use your tranquilizer guns to get past particularly challenging areas.
Yeah.
And then also, of course, if you have chaff, you can use a chaff grenade.
Mm-hmm.
That makes things really, really easy.
Well, at the really end of the game, I really kind of gave up and I just ran through the dwarf geckos. Someone told me this technique: just run through it, just dive and run through it.
Well, that works.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, because you wanna head to the next. Cutscene or whatever, or the next stage. I just kind of ran through everyone. But anyways, okay.
Yeah. But if you do fight them though, there is a reward that you can get for taking them out, and you can get a very rare weapon from these dwarf geckos.
Oh, really?
If you destroy enough of them, they'll drop a DE, which is the handgun.
Yeah.
It's a really good handgun.
Yeah.
It's a very rare handgun.
Yeah.
And the only enemies that drop them are these dwarf geckos.
I see.
All right, so anyway, from this room now, let's head to the west, and we'll go through this other lab section. So head to the west, and then you'll see a door on the south. So head through that door. And here you'll actually get a call from Otacon, and he's kind of reminiscing on the room, talking about the damage that you did to the control panel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to talk about that?
Yeah. Well,
that was actually left in intentionally, though.
Really? We were talking about this demo sequence when Otako comes up, and then he kind of has this habit of, how do you say it?
He's kind of pushing his glasses up with his finger.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have his glasses anymore.
Right.
So I asked Sean, was this deliberately made? And the producer, Kim made a funny face, saying maybe it was kind of. It's not a bug, is it?
No.
Okay,
it's not.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No, that's something that a lot of people had issues with. Also, they said, "Is that right?" Because he doesn't have glasses, but yes, that was intentional. If anybody who wears glasses, I think they can attest to it. If suddenly you just switch to contacts and you've been wearing glasses all your life, you probably will.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, no watch, and then you
just watch.
Yeah.
Look at the wrist. Your wrist.
Right.
Sometimes.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it slipped through the thousands of checking.
No.
Okay.
It's not a bug.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay, we're in this room. I remember all these papers and things like that.
So let's just head to the south of the room, and at the very southern end of the room, you'll find an item, and this is the Metal Gear 20 Years History, Part 2. So if people who want to relive the music of the Metal Gear series, it's kind of a medley of all the Metal Gear series music strung together in an orchestra format, which is really cool. Okay, so next what we want to do is crawl under this desk at the south end of the room and head to the east.
The East Hall?
Yeah, you'll find yourself in a hallway.
With the electrifying... this is the electrifying floor, right?
Right. One thing to point out though, on the left here also, if you go to the farthest room on the north, nearest the elevator, people who played the first one, they may remember there's like a Moai statue in the room.
Moai statue?
Moai statue.
Do you know that?
No.
No?
No. Moai statue?
Yeah.
Do you know Moai statue?
If you head to the north, and just head to the glass door, number 1.
Room number 1?
Room number 1.
Yeah.
And look in there. You'll see that Moai head from Gradius.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Konami's kind of icon.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's still there. Yeah. We actually paid a lot of close attention to that while we were making this. So all the rooms, have the same type of items in them. Anyway, so from this point, backtrack and head to the east. You'll head through this doorway and head into this hallway where you hear a flashback. with Ninja, right? The Ninja sequence in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, the corridor, with the hall, with all the blood. There was a lot of dead bodies.
Right. So we're just going to head through here and head to Otacom's room. But stop right before you enter the room and actually end here for this session. Because once you enter Otacom's room, there'll be a long cutscene. But we would like to talk about some other things in this stage. People may not realize is, when you are in the cutscene, Otacon asks you to input, the passcode for, the computer. And there's actually several codes that you can put in that aren't actually the correct code. But they'll give you some special bonuses.
Cool.
So I think we'll go ahead and explain those codes.
Okay, name one.
Okay, so the first one is 78925. And that'll give you the old LA 2040 music.
Ooh.
So where's that from, Ken?
Police Notes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Police Knots. There is the Police Knots poster in the room
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
So, I think a lot of people at least kind of heard of Police Knots,
Well,
even
yeah,
if they haven't played it.
I think a lot of Kojima fans know about Police Knots and Snatcher in general anyway.
Yeah, Snatcher and Police Knots,
And then, well, one more code is another Police Knots song, and that is 13462. People who want to hear the ending song from Police Knots, 13462 is the code for that.
Wow. Well, what happens? I mean, I didn't try this. The tune goes on?
You basically get the iPod track.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So you input this code, and then after the cutscene ends, it returns you to the game, and then you get a message at the bottom of the screen saying that you got that iPod track.
Okay,
So then after that, you can go ahead and start up your iPod and listen to it.
Cool.
But one thing to point out is that if you put in these codes, it's actually the wrong code.
Yeah.
So, Otacon will tell you, oh, Snake, you're getting old, you don't remember, and this kind of thing. And, of course, Snake his feelings will be hurt, and his sight gauge will go down. But, there is actually like a little trick you can do to regain some psych during these cutscenes. Because there are several places where your sight gauge will decrease during the cutscene. But if you rapidly press, the circle button, you can actually regenerate some of that psych.
Oh, okay. Does this apply to every time?
Yeah, so every cutscene.
I mean, like when Sunny kind of says, don't smoke in here, and your sight gauge goes low,
Right.
You could still tap it.
Yeah. So whenever you see the sight gauge start to go down, just start tapping really quick, and you can fight it.
This?
I didn't know this, really.
Oh.
I'm really the first time I played MGS4, no one told me anything. I mean, even Otacon was not programmed to give hints. So
even Otacon wouldn't help you.
Yeah, it was one of the most.
Pop up the screen, but he doesn't talk.
Yeah, he doesn't talk, and or he talks about some other things, right?
Yeah.
The program's all screwed up. So that's my first impression. I'm doing my 4th at home recently, very slowly.
Cool. So you have time to properly explore and enjoy everything.
I mean, I'm more relaxed because I know what happens.
Right.
But when it's the first time, I mean, I really enjoyed the first time experience. So I missed a lot of things, like we're explaining in the Integral Podcast. Like, this is the detail, that thing. And I think a lot of listeners are same with me. Even though they kind of seem to explore everything, what you tell, guys, Ken and Sean talks on this show, is probably 80% of the people kind of, oh, I didn't know that thing.
Yeah.
If people zip through the game.
Yeah, so definitely, it pays to replay the game.
Yeah.
And actually, for these two particular items, you need to replay the game to get both of them, because you can only get one at a time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
During that cutscene, you can only put in one code.
Yes.
So you'll have to get one or the other for these soundtracks. So for people who want to collect all the iPod tracks,
wow,
they actually have to play through more than once.
I never even thought about trying to collect all the iPods.
Well, there are people who do.
That's why it's taking a long time to do the testing and,
Yeah.
I'm a lukewarm player, I say.
Yeah, and of course we had to debug all of this, we had to play it through over and over and make sure all the flags were set. And,
yes, cool.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Hopefully people will appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and, one more code just to throw out there. This is something for people who want to have a little bit of help in the game. You can get some extra Drebin points from this password segment also. And the code for that is 14893. And you'll actually get 100,000 Drebin points from that. So that's a huge bonus.
Yeah.
Wow.
So for people who want to get that, that's something they can do. If they think they need a little extra help and they want to buy some rare weapons.
All right.
Okay, so then one other thing, we mentioned the police nuts poster in the room also, and people will remember from the last stage we pointed out that you could take pictures of the ghosts in the stage, and this is actually a really good ghost to take a picture of because this is where you can take Hideo Kojima's picture, in ghost form.
Cool.
He's right next to the police nuts poster on the left. So for people who want to collect all of the ghostly images throughout Shadow Moses, you can get Director Kojima's picture here.
Yes, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Hideo's ghost picture. Yes, really weird ideas, which is really fun for the fans.
Yeah.
Really weird idea. Okay.
Okay, and one other thing, after you watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility, as we touched on in the last episode, if you return back to the tank hangar and go up to the second floor catwalk, you'll remember that there was that room that we couldn't get into last time.
Oh, because it's locked.
Right.
Or the power's
Right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of locked and you can't get in. But this time, you restore the power and the computer system is back up, and Otacon disables all the security, so you can go back there and pick up an iPod track in that room.
Wow.
So people who want to backtrack can go ahead and grab that.
Okay. I know the geckos have these voices, and these are supposed to be the very calm of cicadas and cows and the moose and things like that.
Right.
And I heard from Hideo at the very beginning of the development when he was thinking about these geckos. He wanted to make, he has always this golden rule of keeping the tension, tightening it, loosening it, tightening it so that the overall tension is really tight.
Right.
So he told me that for these geckos, even they look so kind of like, when you first look at them, they're almost like disgusting, right? Because they're like, you don't know if they're mechanic or animals or,
kind of creepy.
Yeah, they're very creepy. But he said he wanted to create this sound where people kind of, just forget that they're in the war zone or in a battle. And all these cicadas and the, cow sounds supposed to bring you the, relaxing mood.
Right.
And these are really, really, nasty guys, the geckos.
Yeah.
And when you're in this relaxing mood, they're really trying to kill you. Is that true? Was that deliberately made that way?
It was, but I think it's also, it's just a really creepy sound, because it's kind of like, you're up against nature. It's kind of like this wild beast, right? And it's not like you said, it's mechanical, but it's organic, and it's kind of scary because it's mooing at you like, making these weird sounds, and so it's definitely something that doesn't feel manufactured like a robot.
Sean, that kind of wraps up this session of Shadow Moses. Did you talk everything you wanted?
There's a lot to talk about, but I don't think we have time for that. We only have about half an hour.
Yeah, we just want to tell everyone that we cut like 3 hours of recording session.
Yeah.
Sean went on and on about his...
Well, he has so much memory and some like good stuff. And
you spent how many years on this?
Oh, 2 years.
2 years, but 2 years, but
times 24 hours times
24 hours times like 7 days a week or something.
Okay. Well, I hate to really cut it, Sean, but we got to go on to our next stage, which is the last stage.
Okay, so we'll be moving on to Haven.
Yes.
Yeah, finally. Last stage. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
It's sad.
Yeah, because our Integral Podcast program is kind of coming to a finale as well.
Yep.
But I think, I guess people will play on and on listening to this podcast whenever they feel like it. For the final, we're going to have maybe call a guest or something, to join, to give us more color details.
Yeah, maybe we should, call somebody.
Because the producer doesn't remember anything.
I'm sorry.
And I'm so lukewarm. And Sean's the only guy who can really guide us, so we need some guests. So Ken's gonna bring maybe a guest.
Yeah.
If possible.
I think so. Well, we have some people, who wanted to join this Integral Podcast.
Right.
So Sean, where's our next meeting point?
So we'll pick up at Haven right after you finish launching onto the ship, and you should be on the ship bow. That's the name of the stage. So just go ahead and save after that cutscene ends, and we'll pick up from there and guide you through Haven.
Great. Okay, well, once again, thanks, Sean, and thanks, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope we'll meet soon. And it's our final stage that we're going to introduce, which is the Haven. So make sure you play. Well, make sure you play Shadow Moses a lot. You know, just for the sake of Sean.
Yeah.
So play as much as you can in Shadow Moses. Find everything you can, and then we'll meet you in a couple of weeks.
Yep, sounds good.
Well, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
It really just makes me sad listening to how much testing and debugging and checking for flags they did, and then we got what we got after that, you know?
Gecko! We've got Gecko!
Alright, let's do that thing that we're talking about. Letters, thank you so much for the 81 months resub, and Matic B97 with the 3 months also. Welcome back, thank you. Alright, we gotta stretch. Oh, okay, now he's here. Okay. And it can actually destroy the doorway there. Let's make it go back here. Come on. You stupid thing, come on. Might not be the greatest idea. Stab it. I guess I don't need to go there, we just need Mark 3 to go there. Oh shit, it's grenading my ass off. This is more trouble than just destroying the gecko normally, but okay. You get 5,000 driving points. Alright, now we're gonna keep going until we get to Haven. It's gonna suck, we won't be able to cheese what's her face, Crying Wolf.
Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III.
They say circle because they're so used to the Japanese version. You actually need to tap X in the English release. They're also wrong in which it doesn't. There's one cutscene in which it doesn't work. The very first one where you fire or try to fire the M4 in the cutscene, it doesn't work. Because that one's tied to Drebin injecting Snake with nanomachines and Fox Eye. Because that one doesn't work. But the others, yeah, you can tap X or circle in the Japanese version in cutscenes. forwards thing. Yes, the bonus of the Japanese version is you don't get the shitty Twin Snakes voices. They literally just explained why the geckos moo. If you listen.
It's open now.
At the end of the podcast. Does Liquid Easy not have that limit in the Western release? Is it different? I would imagine it's the same. I know there's two normal modes. One for Western, one for Japanese. Alright, that sucks that we can't cheese her now. So we'll do it the old way. Wait, I can still cheese her if I have enough regular stuns. Oh, we can still cheese her. We just need smokes and stuns. Just can't do it with the grenade launchers. We don't have stun grenades for it. But yeah, no, we can still do it. We just need 2 smokes instead of 1. Let's see if we got a good spot. Ah, fuck, he's over there. We'll have to find a new spot now. He's distracted by the frog here. And then this is a stealth railgun. Go away, crazy bitch. Oh, she's in that spot again. Nice. Let's see. Cough, please. She's not coughing. It's too far. Ah, that was good. Quite a move. Okay. Oh well. Think that sounds sexual? How about this? Fuck it. This is the intended way.
Yes.
Also, we don't have the solar gun, so we'll attempt the secondary cheese method on Vamp, which might fail.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon. Get a grip.
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Not just what's my favorite gun, but what's my favorite wacky gun? Oh boy, I don't know. Yellow Motion, thank you so much for the 81. Thanks, Fox Engine. What's a gun that's kind of whack? I guess the Mark 23 is kind of whack because it's huge and impractical.
Snake.
But I don't know. I want to make a modernized Patriot with a red dot and an FRT trigger. That's pretty whack. 7.5 inch AR pistol with 100 round drum mag. No stock, not even a brace. No front sight. But making a semi-auto only Patriot is kind of a sin, since it's supposed to be a bullet hose, you know? That's pretty whack though, as far as gun's practicality goes. Or literally anything Keltec makes. They're all wacky guns. This is extreme difficulty. We might have to waste a few healing items on Vamp. Just trying to get the RNG. Oh fuck, I don't have a chaff grenade for here. It's gonna be a fucking mess. I should have saved one. Kind of wasted one earlier in the tank hangar.
Finally, it's just up ahead. The hangar's just a little bit further. Stay en route.
You little fuck. Yeah, And now we're gonna have to destroy all of them. Good thing we had the Patriot. And maybe grenades. I have an M60 too, whatever.
Dwarf Gecko! We've got Dwarf Gecko! Attack!
Yes, the boss was shooting dwarf geckos in the 60s. Yeah, even in MGS4, like the Patriot has those, you know, XM16 E1 receiver features. So, teardrop, forward assist, old school. No front sight. The A1 grip. Yeah, I'm not sure about the fencing on the mag release, but okay. On you go. It is absolutely stupid as a weapon. People will hate you purely for having a 7.5-inch barrel AR at all, but yeah. Alright, let's see if we can get the RNG here.
Come on.
This might be stupid. Might be faster to do. Well, it depends on the RNG we get. Might be faster to do it the regular way.
I'll take care of Rex. You take Vamp. Kill that monster. Get Naomi back, Snake.
Come on.
Please.
Give me good RNG. Nope, of course not. And when we're down like that, he has two moves. This one and another one that actually enables me to end the fight right away. But oh, okay, there you go. Okay, this one.
Ends here. Time.
We just get the fuck out of the way, and when he's stuck like that, hopefully I did it. Okay. If you get out of the way, his knife gets stuck on the ground, and you can grab him without draining his health or stamina. Some drugs myself now. And of course,
Those are suicide geckos. They blow up and they take us with them. You've got to keep them back. I'm sending you data on where to aim. Put a bullet through their brains.
it's intended because you can't grab him normally until you drain his health or stamina. But if he's stuck like that, after that animation, you can grab him. So I'm pretty sure it's intended. The ending song for MGS3 is called Way to Fall by Star Sailor. It's funny because Twitch sent me a copyrighted material warning. Not a strike, but a warning that something got flagged, and it was that in the MGS3 stream. Also recognize some other random song that I don't remember that's not there, that's just wrong. But yeah.
Here they come again. Hang in there, Snake. Don't give up.
Okay, got it.
Above you! They're coming from above! Snake, be careful.
Shut your ass, Otacon. Dangerous. I like how they need to stretch.
Nice, Snake. In front. Good, Snake.
I'm telling you, that's the original song for that part. You can't change my mind.
Snake, we have to get out of here.
Let's take a walk here.
Stomp those gecko and head straight for the exit. Snake, I've made Rex's control manual available for you. Check it out before you get started.
Yeah, great idea. Man, it's gonna be pretty close with the health. Maybe I should play Elden Ring first. Or next. You know?
Let's finish this Crush Ray and liquid with it.
Ah, come on. Get back here.
There's not enough power left. Wait for the energy to recharge, Snake. Good job, Snake. Keep it coming.
What a pussy.
Keep dodging and wait for your... There's not enough power left.
There's not enough power left.
Recharge, Snake.
Oh shit, he's up there.
Down the approaching missiles with the machine.
Did he hit himself? What the fuck is going on? That is weird. It's pretty rare for him to go all the way up there. If I do the liquid prompt, it's gonna heal him, and it's gonna heal him a lot.
There's not enough power left. Wait for the energy to recharge.
Let's see.
Incoming missile.
Look at that. He healed so much.
It's wide open.
Oh, he's not going down. All these missiles, come on. This is actually close. We're screwed. He stun locked me and then he got close. All because of that healing taunt. But okay, at least we did it.
Let's finish this thing. You've got me on your side. You can't lose. Crush Ray and liquid with it.
Yeah, it's not worth doing because it heals him so much. Unlike the fist fight, where it's worth doing because it heals you more and it heals him. We get that question a lot, yeah. How do you keep playing the games over and over? Well, the chat makes it a different experience, and we try to make different runs and stuff. But it's true that if I want to keep streaming like every day, then yeah, maybe we'll play something else as well. Can you please lock onto it? God damn it. No shit. Fucking Otacon. I had to let that play. Fire! Prepare to fire main gun. Speaking of which, all of you, you know, people who set up Save MGO or might have interest in doing so, we're probably going to do that again soon, and this time in a more controlled manner. So we got a few people in here, maybe the 5 or 10 who might be interested. So go get that shit set up again. This time we'll have maybe a little better measures in place to just keep it within community, you know? Say man. Alright, we gotta pause here right away because this is maybe quite possibly the most hilarious episode. They try to backseat. This is a backseating episode, almost completely backseating episode.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
And they say their way is the best way.
Hello everyone and welcome to episode number 10 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eystone and once again I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is as soon as the stage starts, the first thing you want to do is jump into the pause menu. Okay.
So today, where was our meeting point?
We are at Outer Haven, and we are at the beginning of the stage, basically. So right after you catapult onto the ship, and we are on the ship bow. First things first, you know, this stage is full of action. You know, it's very easy to get spotted, and also it's in caution phase from the beginning. So from the outset, you're already in caution mode. So anything you do, if you get spotted or anything like that, it'll trigger an alert, and the alert will basically continue all the way till the end of the stage. So it's going to be pretty difficult for people to get through this particular stage, I think, while listening to the podcast. So if you get spotted, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to start over again. You know, the thing is, it's a very difficult stage. And so our goal this time with this podcast is a little bit different from, you know, the earlier stages. What we're going to do is we're just going to try and give people the correct route to get through the stage without getting spotted.
Ooh, that's cool.
Because it's a very difficult stage, and there are a lot of, you know, little tricks that you can do to get through the stage that a lot of people may not be aware of.
I never even realized that you could get through without getting spotted.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people actually think that. They think, you know...
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But once you know it, then it's going to be
Were you able to do it, Ken? Sort of. Yeah. And that's the producer's call. So anyways, so it's that difficult, right?
Right. You know, what's really important in order to get through the stage without being spotted is to make sure that your camouflage is really good. Because basically, you know, there's guards everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you don't have your camouflage percentage up to max, you're going to be spotted, you know.
Okay.
So the first thing you want to do is go into your menu, go to camouflage, make sure you have your octo camo equipped, and then also for your face, make sure that you have the face camo equipped as well. And what this will do is it'll enable you to get, you know, up to 99% on your camo, your camo meter, and that basically means that for the most part, the Haven Troopers will not see you unless they're right on top of you. So as long as you duck down and stay still, you should be okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on, Sean.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay, as soon as you come out of this pause menu, let's put those Haven Troopers to sleep.
Good job, Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven.
So
Enemy units are already on their
go down, grab the camo pattern from the floor, and then directly to your left of the start point, you'll see there's a trap door on the ground. So the first thing you want to do is run to this trap door, press triangle, and climb inside very quickly. So, you know, I think a lot of people may not have noticed this trapdoor because it does kind of blend in with the floor.
Yeah, maybe most of the people think that's a texture pattern.
Right. You know, they see it there, but they don't think maybe that you can go in. But if you go up to it, you actually see the triangle icon comes up, which means that you can use triangle, use your action.
Did you know this,
timing.
Haki?
No. I kind of just went through the left side and tried to avoid those Haven Troopers coming. And I didn't even notice. Well, first of all, I didn't put on my face camo to start with. But anyways.
Okay, now you know. So.
Yes,
now you know.
I think everyone starts battling right from the start.
Yeah, the majority of the people, I think, too.
Right.
Okay.
So we're in this duct now. What this is it basically connects the east and west sides of the ship bow. So from here, we can crawl to the west.
Wow.
And you'll crawl under the bow.
Wow.
Look up, you can see there's a grate above you. And you can see the Haven Troopers patrolling above. So be careful not to make any noise, because if you do, they'll hear you. As you crawl through, you'll get this iPod music. So let's keep on going. Continue on through the duct. You'll come to another opening. And here you'll get an RPG-7.
Wow.
Continue on. Climb up this slope. When you get to the top of the slope, it kind of opens up, and you'll see a trap door on the ceiling, kind of in the center of this square room.
Wow.
So press triangle under that trap door, and you'll climb out.
Wow, I could have done that in 3
So
steps.
as soon as you climb out, careful, because you'll see Haven Troopers jumping down to the south. So just kind of crouch behind this container-looking thing, and wait for them to finish their patrol route.
Why wouldn't you just put him to sleep? Oh well.
The one ahead of you starts jumping away. Sneak around to the other side. Check left and right, make sure there's nobody here. One ahead.
Wow, this is really challenging, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's best to keep crouched also as you do this. And you'll see this canvased container. It's like a canvas wall. So just kind of hide behind here for a bit and wait for the patrols to pass by.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, what the
You know, one
fuck?
thing to point out also is that I think a lot of people maybe take the threat ring for granted. But in this stage, you know, you really should pay attention to your
She
threat
woke
ring.
up the one
It's very
below
useful.
with a kick.
And you can see where the enemies are in relation to Snake. And, know which direction they're coming from. So definitely pay attention to the threat ring as you're going through. So what we want to do is just go to this wall, take off the camo, and crouch down. At this point, your camo percentage should be at 99%. So when the Haven Troopers come around this corner, they will basically pass right by you. You know, unless you move or something, they won't be able to see you. So don't draw any attention to yourself.
They're letting all this scripted thing go on. Okay.
You know, and I think a lot of people freak out at this point because they see the Haven Troopers coming, like, oh god, and they try to attack or something. But the best thing to do is just stay still and let them walk past.
Wow, it's 99%.
Wow.
Now, what happens if you don't have the face camo?
If you don't have the face camo, your camo percentage will be lower,
Yeah.
and you probably will be spotted.
Oh.
So yeah, definitely make sure you have.
You have to wear it.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. So when they start turning away, they start walking away, then that's your chance. So move around this container, and you'll see a ladder right on the other side. So let's climb up this ladder.
Oh god. That's why they didn't
Get to
put
the
him to
top,
sleep.
You can climb off to the left onto this balcony. then there's another ladder here. So pick up the item, arsenal compress, then climb up the ladder. And then at the top of the ladder here, it looks like it doesn't go anywhere, right? It's just kind of like a dead end. But actually, if you look to the right of the ladder, you'll see that there is actually a rail here. And you can actually climb onto this rail.
Nice.
So while you're on the ladder, press to the right, and you'll climb up onto this rail. And
Wow.
Move along the rail until you get over the second balcony, kind of to your right, and drop down onto that. You can get some railgun ammo.
Wow, okay.
Here's some Haven troopers jumping down. Be careful. Next thing we want to do is jump from this balcony onto that duct that you see kind of to your west, southwest. Jump onto that duct as soon as you get on. Crouch down, get your octagon again. Make sure the coast is clear.
We're going to try to stay on this duct?
So just stay on the top of this duct and follow it. Curves and hits to the south. So just keep on following this.
Wow.
While you're on here, you'll notice that a Haven trooper actually drops down right above you. And you can tell this by looking at the shadow on the ground. Right. So this is a really valuable strategy here in Haven, because you have these Haven troopers that just kind of they can jump anywhere, right? They can jump really high, and they'll just suddenly drop down out of nowhere. So what you want to do is really keep an eye on the shadows. All the catwalks here allow light to pass through, and so you want to keep an eye out for those shadows to see if the Haven troopers are jumping down. And we actually did a lot of balancing here to make sure that you could see these shadows. Because we don't want people to just get suddenly found without any way of knowing that they're going to be found. So this is the method. Just keep an eye on the shadows.
Wow.
Yeah, this time it's a lot of practical game tips.
Very real sneaky.
Yeah.
True.
So when the coast looks clear, jump across onto this balcony and quickly run around the corner. So you should jump across the balcony, that's across the duct. It's on the west side. So jump onto that balcony, then run on the corner, and then jump onto another duct. When you're around the corner, there's going to be a ladder. But you don't want to climb down that ladder. What you want to do is actually jump onto this other duct that's right on the other side of the ladder. So we'll do that, and that's to the west. So jump into the duct, and crouch down, and you'll see that it looks like a dead end, but there's actually, if you crawl, you can actually crawl under this fence here, along the top of the duct. So go ahead and do that. You should be heading to the south.
We're heading to the south.
Right. And to your left here, you'll see there's a PSS handgun. So people who want to pick that up can go ahead and pick that up. But otherwise, what you want to do is head straight ahead until you get to the end of this duct. Ahead of you, you'll see some Haven troopers patrolling. So be careful, don't jump down yet. Wait till the coast is clear. And what we're going to want to do is, as soon as these Haven troopers turn away, we're going to press toward the end of the duct and press triangle to swing down. So triangle.
Hey, look, a move that should be in 5.
Should be hanging, and while you're hanging, press and hold X, and you'll drop down and lay down on the ground right below where you dropped. Okay, so get that octagon. And now from here, you see there's a pillar kind of behind you with R3 written on it. You want to go to that pillar, press up against it, and there's actually a little gap between this pillar and this container. And you want to go through that gap. So press up against the pillar and go through that gap. You kind of slide through. And be careful, because on the other side here, you can see there are Haven troopers patrolling and looking for you, as well as a gecko.
Yeah, in the middle, right?
Yeah, in the center area, so be very careful here. It's very easy to get spotted. The coast looks clear. Crouch down, make sure you got your 99%. Okay, so climb down to this trapdoor, and you'll be, once again, in another duct. And what you want to do is fall to the other side of the building.
Dude, this is terrible. You can get there in like 3 seconds if you just walk there. But no, they make you go through all these. Wow. Okay, I guess we'll do it again. We'll follow the back seating closely this time, because they really want to let the scripted patrol routes play out, I guess. Damn. Wow. God, I can get there in like 3 seconds, but okay, we'll follow the stupid shit they do. And Land, thank you for the 18 months. My immersion. Can I just go there? Like, can I show them how to go there and then we'll continue maybe?
Good job, Nick. You made it on board.
Maybe, let's see. Okay, so we were saying they wanted me to go here with the face camo. Yeah. So.
And you'll be once again in another duct. And what you want to do is crawl to the other side of the bow now. Going.
So this duck method is really useful for going from east to west, is it?
Yeah.
Right, east to west and west to east.
Yeah, I mean right side or
right,
left side.
Right, so basically the right and the left side of the ship.
It's really handy, isn't it?
Yeah. And when you get to the other side, just go underneath that trap door and just try and climb up. And as soon as you climb up here, just lay down with, the octo camo pattern from the ground here. Just try to keep your camo at 99% as much as possible. Then you round the corner here. There may be some Haven troopers patrolling here, so be very careful as you go through. At this point, it's probably a good idea to have your Mark II tranquilizer equipped.
Really?
Just in case you see any guards, you can take them out. At this point, there are a lot of Haven troopers wandering around. It's very easy to get spotted. The other thing is that there's a sniper. So as you're heading to the south, right now we just got out of the trapdoor, we're going to head to the south. And as you're heading to the south, just kind of crawl along and look up, because at the south, you'll see there's a wall. And at the top of that wall, there's actually a sniper. You want to take her out. While she's asleep, it's safe to move on. What we're doing now is we're just going to head to the south. So basically just sneak along to the south. Keep an eye on your right-hand side, because there's a gecko in that center area. So don't get spotted. Get around to the southern wall, just going to stop. Look to the right. Make sure nobody's there. We can kind of hide behind this pillar here. Wait for the coast to clear. You'll see a Haven trooper on the other side. And there's also a gecko over here. So if you want, you can put that Haven trooper to sleep. You don't have to, but it might make things a little bit easier. Although it's kind of hard because there's explosions going off everywhere.
Not the other sniper?
Once the coast looks clear, just gonna run out behind these boxes. The basic strategy here is if you see a Haven trooper, just put them to sleep. To be on the
No
safe side,
shit.
because
I
it
mean,
is really tough.
wow.
Much easier. It makes it much easier. And there's the gecko in the center, so we're already having enough problems just avoiding the gecko. So just try and put the Haven trooper to sleep. And that way you can just focus on the gecko.
So we're almost there because we're trying to aim for the door.
Careful, this gecko will drop down. Haven troopers stay low. And the coast looks clear. Looks like you're safe. Quickly run over to the door. Press triangle. And just jam on the button really quick. Like your life depends on it, because it does. And once the door's open, run in. Go around this corner here. And there you go.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm impressed, Sean. Alright. Now, this was really, for me, the first time I played it, I got spotted, but I didn't care. I was tapping the triangle button.
Right.
I got killed by a gecko.
Yeah, it's really hard if you're in alert phase and you're trying to open that thing, because you have to stand there and turn it, and the gecko's shooting at you while the Haven troopers are shooting at you.
But I thought that once I open the door and get inside, it'll be okay.
Right.
But it wasn't. You
Right,
have to go
right.
all the way inside. So I died, the moment I kind of opened the door. I was like, oh yeah, I got it. But then I died.
Yeah, that's a kind of trap, because people who get used to those classical game.
Yes.
Like once you go to the next level,
I was meaning
you're safe.
Right.
But, this is not.
Everyone used to do that all the time in MGS1. Like for instance, when you go through the duct,
Right.
and it's the loading sequence,
Mhm.
you're okay. Or you go past the checkpoint, and now you're okay. Things like that. We're used to that, but this didn't work. Okay, Sean, let's go on to other tips and tricks.
Okay, so people may remember that back in South America, we discussed rare camouflage patterns that could gather in the game. Well, one of those patterns is right here. So if you look outside towards that center area where the gecko is walking around, you'll see that there's that lift, and around that lift platform, that elevator platform, there's a red and white striped barrier. And if you lay down on top of that barrier, you can actually get a very rare camouflage pattern that you can only get here. And it's pretty neat, so if people want to try that, you should go ahead and grab that and save it into your camouflage.
That's cool.
One other thing, since we're here in Haven, let's talk about Haven Troopers. Right, because it's the only enemies here besides the gecko. You fought Haven Troopers before, in the Middle East and all along the way, right before a boss fight, things like that. But in this stage, there's a lot of Haven Troopers, and it can be really challenging to do battle with them. One thing, for people who haven't tried it, I'd encourage them to try and use CQC on the Haven Troopers. But one thing that people may be aware of is if you do it from the front, they can actually counter your CQC.
Ooh, cool.
So you always have to do it from the back if you want to, catch them. But it might be fun just to do it from the front anyway, because they have a really cool animation that they do when you do it from the front and they counter you. And I think, what happens is most people try and get out of it as soon as they get caught by that counter. So they only see the beginning of it, where basically they kind of use this cord to try and start strangling him, right? And I think, at that point, most people just kind of jam on the buttons and, get out of it. But if you let it go, there's actually 3 stages to that entire animation. And it's pretty cool. So, you're going to die if you do it, but it might be worth taking a look at.
Very painful.
Very painful. I heard that, the animator was just under a lot of stress. They requested this animation. It's kind of like their way of, taking the stress out. Take it out on Snake. Yeah. All right, and one more CQC tip regarding, this is not just the Haven Troopers, but, it's pretty effective on the Haven Troopers, is if you grab them in CQC, you can, spin them around and use them as a human shield and hold them hostage. And so in order to do that, you want to grab them with, of course, your CQC button using the right R1 button. And then while you're holding them, press and hold L1 for the handgun. And you pull out your handgun, and you'll be holding them while you're holding your handgun out so they hold them hostage. And the other Haven Troopers won't attack you. So that's a useful strategy whenever you're fighting with Haven Troopers in the command center or at the palace.
Yeah. But will the gecko care?
The gecko won't care. The gecko will still mow you down, but the Haven Troopers will. They don't want to kill each other, so And if you're having a hard time doing CQC because of this CQC counter, there's a way to get through it. People who play fighting games may be aware. They use this strategy a lot in fighting games. A short jab before you do a big move. And it works in Metal Gear as well. So before you grab them using CQC, just kind of tap on the R1 lightly, and you'll do a jab. That just kind of throws them off balance. And then you go and hold down R1, and then start with jab. Grab.
So one jab?
Jab.
This is useful for all of them.
Yeah. Well, for most enemies, you don't really need it.
That's true.
But the Haven Troopers, because they have that
counter.
All right, so once you enter this door and run to the end of the hall, you see there's the elevator at the end here. And once you go in there, of course, the elevator will activate, go down, and go to the next stage, boss battle. So, we'll wrap it up here.
Nice.
Okay. Well, basically, we took the shortest route.
Right, well, it's not necessarily the shortest, but it's the fastest way to get through without being spotted.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
So, this is Kojima Productions kind of recommended.
Yeah.
Fastest and not getting spotted.
Right, so this is kind of like the route that we had in mind when we were making the stage. There are other routes, of course. but this is kind of like the optional.
Right. So, tell me, Sean, when you create, when Kojima Productions create a stage like this, do you actually create the correct one first?
Basically, well, we always have a route in mind when we're creating things, and then the process kind of goes where we block things in. We just do rough models, right?
Yeah. Right.
And just kind of have a rough model, and just kind of test the gameplay first. Seeing okay, what kind of routes does it look like there are, and if possible, we also plan more than one route. So we don't necessarily say okay, it's this route or nothing.
Sick camo
We
though.
always plan to have at least 2 different ways to get to the stage.
Yes.
And usually there's a lot more. Like if you look at the Middle East, Eastern stage, or South America, I mean there's just a lot of options you can take. You can ally yourself with the militia. You can sneak through. You can run and gun. I mean there's a lot of options, and even within those options, there's a lot of different paths you can take. And so basically we think all that through, ahead of time, and just kind of say okay, this is the type of gameplay that we want for this stage. We want this area to be tense, so we'll have some guards here. Maybe since we're getting spotted, okay, put a box here. Okay, we'll hide behind this box. And then also tweaking things like the octo camo. So saying okay, it's really hard here. There's not really many places to hide. Let's make it so that you can go along this wall, and the octo camo will be pretty good. Things like that.
So Sean and his team and then playing the stage like over and over, and I figured out there was a good balance.
Right.
So they basically make the right route from the beginning, but they played so many times, and they might change some routes, and and figured out what's the best.
Right.
But don't you get kind of like confused because you know everything at all? So.
Well, then we also have test plays, within the office also, because that does happen. After you're working on your own stage, of course you know how to get through it, but nobody else does. So what seems obvious to you because of how you're making it, right? Like okay, well you can do this. A lot of people may not realize you can do it.
Yeah, like the trap door.
Right. And so, we have test plays within the office where everybody on the team plays each other's stages and offers feedback saying, okay, maybe it could be more like this, or, I got spotted here, felt this was unfair, maybe you can change it this way. And basically we just, offer feedback on each other's stages and just, go from there and bring the quality level up.
Make, break.
Right. And a lot of times, sometimes we have to change things quite a bit, because sometimes the route that we thought would work, like this is the route that we wanted. But then when you actually do it, it's like, well, maybe it's not as fun as you thought it would be, so you're gonna have to go back and redesign. And there's no real quick way to get through it because it's a game, and until you start playing it, putting in the enemies, seeing how everything interacts with each other, it's hard to tell whether it'll work or not.
I see.
Yeah, and sometimes the route is okay, but when you play through the whole game, it's okay, but it's sounds like a little boring. I mean, the piece of the route, the gameplay was okay, but play through the whole game, and it seems like a little dull or something, and then they might have to change some gameplay and stuff.
And another thing too is talking about going through the whole game is we also look at pacing. So we don't try to put back-to-back action all the time, right? You want kind of that rhythm where there's action and then it kind of falls off and you have a little bit of silence and then more action again. And it slowly builds up, towards the climax. And,
Right.
So that's kind of how we balance the stages. Start off maybe with some action, and then after that it's a little bit quiet, and then you get to say Eastern Europe and it's just totally sneaking, and different type of gameplay. Then you go to Moses and it's kind of silent and nostalgic before the big climax at the end. Just take everything into account.
I see. So then you might have to rework because the whole balance is tweaked this way or that way.
So maybe you do it and it works okay, by itself, but maybe it doesn't fit into the overall rhythm of the game. So sometimes you have to go back and tweak that. And then little things like the shadows in this level and things like that, right? So, a lot of people were getting found, so we're like, well, what can we do? And they were like, oh, well, we got this wonderful lighting system where, everybody casts shadows. Let's make everything, the catwalks great and make it so you can see the shadow.
And not to mention the Hideo Kojima check that you have.
Right, of course.
That you face every day.
Yes, he's very strict.
Very, famous. I guess everyone knows looking at the Making DVD that he makes notes all the time.
Right.
And then he just passes them around, right?
His
it's
trademark.
really hard to read.
His trademark handwriting, that's kind of sparkly pen that he uses.
Right. It's really cute. Like a Japanese like a junior high school student, girl junior high school student, use those kind of pen.
But it's almost
it's
impossible.
really cute, but cute pen's color, but there's a sentence. The meaning is very, sometimes a little harsh.
Yeah.
So
fix this. What the hell is this?
With the cutie pen.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. We went through, the first half of Act 5, and what else can we expect in our future Integral podcast?
Today we have some sad news. Sad news, yes. Unfortunately, the next episode of the Integral Podcast will actually be our last episode.
Yay!
Oh, no!
Yes!
That's horrible.
We made it. We made it.
Yes, we finished safely.
Finally.
Okay, you're finally done. Yes. Yeah, it's great. So be sure to tune in for that. And, we'll have a special guest next time.
Special guest?
Yep. We'll have our lead sound guy coming in, Kojin, because we had some mail, some comments on the webpage as well, that people were really impressed by the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4. And they wanted to hear, about the making of the sound. So we're going to call our lead sound guy and talk about the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That will be fun.
It will be fun.
All right, so where's our meeting point?
Meeting point is wherever you want to meet.
This is going to be a kind of a nice talk show.
Right, it's going to be a completely free talk. We're just going to talk about the sound in the game in general. So it's not going to be about any particular stage per se. We're probably going to touch on a little bit of everything. So just feel free to load it wherever you want to load it and load up your podcast, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so next episode, we'll meet at anywhere you want.
Right.
Yes. Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Okay, and that wraps up this episode of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Incredible.
That's gonna wrap up this edition of the
After
Metal
hearing
Gear
all
Solid
this,
4 Integral Podcast. Check
what
back next
happened
time
after
for
is
more
just
tips,
incredible.
tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid
Especially
4,
the sound
brought to
guy.
you by Kojima Productions
The sound guy
and
episode,
Hideo Kojima
damn.
himself. Make sure to
Guys
send
doesn't
in
even
your
speak
comments
English,
to
so they had to edit things. We'll just do it here. I guess there's no reason to keep going.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4
Kojima
Integral
takes notes and playtests. Yeah.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to episode number 11 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm your host, Sean Eystone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer, Ken Imaizu.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Oh, everybody, today is our last episode.
Yes!
No,
Finally.
you said that the last time. I'm sad.
Yes! Final episode. Yes.
Yes.
Finally. Finally.
That's horrible. No.
No, we're kidding. We're kidding.
No, but yeah, we're really glad that we made it to the end safely.
Well, and that's what I meant.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah. Well, we wish we could do the all stage. We
Totally.
We just
Everything,
did, everything we should. Yeah, we wanted to do that. We wish we could.
I mean, ideally, we would go from beginning to end every single stage.
No,
covered,
I don't
but-
think that's a good idea.
Okay, well, except for Aki. But
No, I think the listeners are sick and tired of listening to us, especially
maybe
these three guys.
He doesn't have love for Metal Gear.
Yes, I do. I'm just thinking about the listeners. We're like, Sean and me and Ken talking all the time, 24 hours.
Like, shut up already.
Yeah. We should have done that.
Yeah,
We
but
should've done
that's why we have the KP report with Christine Cougar.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's
Beauty and
the Beast.
Beast.
That's true. But well, we did a lot, didn't we?
We did. Yeah, I mean, we didn't cover every single stage, but we went through all the different areas, and we picked out, I think, a lot of interesting areas, and in the middle we kind of jumped back and forth a little bit, which we're sorry about, but I think we managed to cover a good deal of material, and the response has been good. So yeah, I think we did a good job. Okay, so today, for the final episode of our Integral Podcast, we'll do something a little bit special. And we've been building up all these comments on our page, and, email and all this kind of stuff. So I think we're going to read one from a very dedicated fan who's actually written to us several times.
Whoa, okay.
This is from Sergio Oliva. Yes.
Oliva.
From Canada.
From Canada?
Yes. So Sergio says, I'm glad that you spoke about the sound in the Integral Podcast 8. The sound of the train station in Prague and the Resistance guy whistling. That was awesome information. That's the kind of information that I want to hear in these podcasts. The crew behind the greatest PS3 game there is.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Sergio. Great job, Mr. Sotaro Tojima and sound crew. I am an aspiring sound designer myself, and I admire the sound designer's work in Metal Gear Solid 4. I especially love the Octo-Camel sound.
Octo-Camel.
Octo-Camel, yeah.
Wow, he's a big fan of Sotaro Tojima. Yeah.
And so today, we're pleased to welcome our first guest, well, first and final guest on the Integral Podcast.
Yes.
So we have Mr. Sotaro Tojima, our sound director.
Yeah.
Here today.
Nice to meet you, everyone.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sotaro Tojima, sound director of Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm very honored to be here.
Cool. Okay, so we don't call him Mr. Tojima.
Yeah, that's the thing. Kojima Productions, everybody has these nicknames, right? I mean, you're Aki. Well, Ken's Ken.
Yeah, that's
but,
true.
But yeah, everybody has these nicknames. And so Tojima-san is actually called Tojin.
Yes.
Tojin.
So we all call him Tojin.
Tojin, yeah. Anyways.
All right, so finally we have a guest.
Finally, okay.
Finally a guest on the Integral Podcast. And by the way, Tojin, do you speak English?
Oh, no, my English is not so good.
Okay.
But we'll overcome bad situation with using our sound technology.
Cheating.
Yeah. No, we can't say cheating.
No.
Sound magic.
Magic.
Yes.
Magic cheating.
So we're going to use sound technology. So he's going to use his sound director magic. So for all the people listening right now, you're listening to, Tojin speaking in English, but, we're talking to him maybe in some other language.
So it's this sound magic, right?
Yes, it's the magic of sound.
Yes. He is really popular in the Japanese Hidechan radio
That
as
is
well.
true.
He doesn't speak. He doesn't speak at all. His key is really known for laughing.
Really?
It's the Tojin laugh.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
All right, well, so I guess we'll move on with the interview. So first of all, okay, Tojin, you were the sound director on Metal Gear Solid 4. So how is it that you came to participate in Metal Gear Solid 4, and how long have you been with Kojima Productions?
Actually, I was a composer at Konami for some time.
Oh, really?
But I didn't join Kojima Production until MGS2. My first role was the scene where Ocelot tries to kill Snake and sink the tanker.
Yeah, I remember that. Very memorable scene. So what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Kojima?
We worked together during post-production. And by coincidence, I learned that we were from the same hometown.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
So we kicked it off well.
Cool. So you did this podcast, and then you got into sound directing. So I guess, just for the people out there who may not know, what exactly does a sound director do?
Yeah, you really want to know. I don't specifically know either. What do you do? What do you do, Tojin?
Basically, I convey Mr. Kojima's sound vision to the sound team.
Right. So it's like, talking to Mr. Kojima and getting his ideas and kind of coming up with all the details, right? That's basically what it is, like the specific plan for how the sound is going to be.
So he's going to kind of have to lay out kind of almost a blueprint of what everyone has in his mind.
Exactly.
And then lay it out on kind of paper or, for people to
kind of
understand.
bring it together into some kind of document so everybody can be on the same page, and know what they're doing. That's cool. And so you did all this sound stuff, and then, we're on the iPod right now in the game, and this actually was your idea as well, right?
Yes, that's right. Originally, it was an online sound player. But since Mr. Kojima is such a big Apple fan, we decided to go with iPod.
Well, that's true. I mean, even back then when we started the project, everyone had iPods, iPod Touch.
Yes.
I think the iPhone wasn't there at the time still.
Yeah, that was still back in the day of the video iPod?
Even maybe before that. Well,
before that?
Yeah, when
when
was this? It was definitely after the second gen or third gen iPod.
Right.
A lot of people were starting to get it. I mean, especially in Japan.
Yeah, but I think it's a really cool thing because he has a music player, and it's a music player that probably a lot of listeners have. Like people are playing it, they probably have an iPod, so it's something they can relate to. They can relate to Snake and inside.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything like that you in particular, really paid close attention to and that you really put a lot of effort into?
Yes, actually the song "The Best Is Yet to Come" in Shadow Moses.
Yeah. So that was really cool because we did work together a lot on that. Because it was kind of tricky because things you have these enemies, wandering around, and if you get spotted, how do you handle that? You don't want this song playing while people are shooting at you. So yeah, that was really a challenge.
And it's your stage.
Tojin, yeah. He gave us he gave us a lot of good advice on how to put that song in there and make it feel good, and kind of scale back the enemies a little bit to make it just get that atmosphere perfect.
Simple stage. A lot of people think Shadow Moses is the easiest stage,
right?
Because there is already a base.
Right.
Listening to all this, the previous, Integral Podcast and the shows, I kind of find out I should play a little bit more and not skip through it.
I think, the thing with that is like because it existed already, like trying to reuse that same area is actually challenging.
I think I said this before, but a lot of people kind of, have good memories. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, people expect a normal, natural upgrade.
Right.
But if you look at MGS1, if you look back, you see that it's technically not as high as today. But people expect that, right?
Right.
So it's quite different. But anyway, okay. Other than Shadow Moses, but MGS4 in general, what's the sound concept that you had when you started creating sound for Metal Gear Solid 4?
What the fuck? What does he object to?
The goal was to create movie quality level of immersion in the game's sound.
So really have movie quality sound in the real-time game. So, is there any particular scene that you feel that, you really achieved this, deep sense of, movie-like immersion where you're really successful?
Yes. I think we did a really good job with the Middle Eastern battle scenes.
Oh, the actual start.
It's like, just that whole war zone at the beginning. It's the Middle Eastern war zone. Yeah, that was really cool.
Well, that was actually shocking, wasn't it?
So what, I guess, what techniques did you use to kind of create that really immersive sound for the war zone?
In addition to the background stream sound effect, we used what I call a Senjo stream.
Senjo stream. So that's like that'd be a battlefield sound stream?
Yes.
Battlefield, war zone.
War zone sound stream.
So this goes on top of the
right.
normal.
So you have your background and you have the sound effects, and then in addition to that, there's this special war zone.
Senjo streaming.
Senjo stream.
Yeah.
So what exactly is this Senjo stream?
Yeah. I mean,
you guys wanna hear it?
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Wow. Oh, that's some pretty extreme sound effects. Like listening to this right now, it's really impressive. I mean, it really sounds really good. But does this ever get in the way of the gameplay or anything like that? Having all this sound, explosions and gunshots and things like that.
Yes, but I was careful not to have gunshot too close to the player, so that it would not confuse the player.
Ah, okay. Wow, I didn't realize that.
You did?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Did you?
No, of course not.
I mean, yeah, it just sounds so natural. Just when you get into a fight, you just hear all these gunshots. I didn't realize that was really separate track.
Well, I didn't know about the Senjo stream either.
Normal game sound effects like da-da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-da-dun don't have enough variation. So Senjo stream was added to create more realism, like dun da dun, da dun da dun, dun dun dun.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, because I think that's something that I think stands out also. Like even when we first had the first playable at TGS, after talking to people who had a chance to play it and they listened to it and played the game, I think that's something that everybody said. The sound of the war zone.
Yeah, well, I remember we specifically tried to highlight a lot of people to concentrate on the sound, so we set
Right.
Not a lot of Tokyo Game Show or E3 whatever don't really do that, right? But Tojin I remember he insisted we have to have sound so that people could go into it.
Yeah.
And feel the sound. And I guess it's right. He said that because he and his team did all this effort, right?
Yeah.
So, Tojin, what's your team like? I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4 sound team. Well, what's the team like?
It's a very talented team of about 10 people. It is divided into composers, sound designers, and sound programmers.
Cool. So yeah, you guys work really close with the programmers and scripters, and I remember this too. That you did actually go into the script and do things yourselves also, which is really cool. And I think that's why we're able to get that really immersive level of sound. The sound designers had like total control over everything, which is kind of unusual. Okay, so you got this internal sound team, which is really great. But I think a lot of people also, when they think of Metal Gear, they think of collaborations with these really big name composers like Harry Gregson Williams or like Christopher Boyes from Skywalker Ranch and things like that. So can you comment on that at all?
Yes, they are very talented professional. I was very honored to work with them. They really inspired me and the team.
I remember this part.
Yeah.
And so we came in early in the morning and did like video conference with Harry in LA.
Of course, there's
in Tokyo.
Time difference, of course,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
that's really early in the morning.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, well, Tojin, it's a Integral podcast, so I want to hear some tips. I mean, like, can you introduce a kind of a tune that you think that no one can find it?
Okay, in the middle is right before the scene with Johnny in the barrel. You can get an iPod track by crawling under the wall on your left before you jump down from the collapsed building.
All right, everybody got that? So go ahead and look for that iPod track. All right, well, unfortunately, I think we're out of time for today.
Aww.
But, so Tojin, before we go, do you have anything else that you want to say to the fans out there before we sign off this final podcast?
Since it is the last mission for our beloved Solid Snake, I just really would be happy if people could turn up the volume and listen to the game the way it was meant to be listened to.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tojin.
That was Tojin, everybody. Let's give him a hand.
So I think we have to wrap this up. I want Tojin's laugh.
Okay. Yeah, by popular demand, we need the Tojin laugh.
I think everyone wants to hear
I
Tojin
think so.
laugh.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Bye.
Thanks, Tojin. See ya. So since it's the last, Integral podcast that's going to be in Metal Gear Solid 4, do you guys have any particular memories or, I mean, we had a lot of fun making the game and doing this podcast and, hope everybody had as much fun playing it and listening. So, but do you guys have anything in particular that really stands out as like a memorable moment?
Well, doing this podcast and knowing a lot of details about, a lot of things, I kind of take back my word that I don't like the stages you worked on. Which was Shadow Moses.
Thank you,
Right now I'm playing at home again, Shadow Moses stage, and I'm kind of remembering everything you said and Ken said about, take a photo here or sneak here.
Yeah, and his wife.
Yeah.
I think we cut that.
So it brings me, even myself doing the show, brings me back, special memories of, oh, we talked about this, or this is really cool. There's so much effort here, and to me, it changed totally, the impression of even how I play the game, even as one of the people in the company, associated in this work.
Cool.
But I think people should kind of really listen to this and go back to their favorite stages, and you'll probably have a totally different view of it.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
What about you, Ken?
Me?
Yeah, MGS4.
Well,
you don't want to think about it.
It's a good memory, my 4 years. since 2005. We started the Metal Gear Solid 4 project, and it was really tough project. We had so many problems, and some people might know, some people watched the making of video, and we had a problem, each like a month, or we have a huge problem. We gotta solve those problems. Just like we were running like full speed. For 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the game industry, they have, crunch time. It felt like Metal Gear Solid 4 was crunch time all the time.
Full 4 years, it's crunch time. And then we finally finished it. But then I look back this, Metal Gear Solid 4 and then check all details, one more time. And then I was kind of like, oh, it looks totally different. It's so beautiful.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, because when you're in there, it's kind of like that whole you don't see the forest for the trees,
right?
Kind of thing. You're so deep into making the game that you can't really step back and take a look at it. But yeah, now that it's been about a year after we released it, going back and playing it, while we do this Integral podcast, it's really nostalgic. It brings back a lot of memories.
It's totally different.
Yeah, I can play it as a game, rather than as a developer, which was a lot of fun. And, for the final episode, I think we should just talk about, things that, maybe some secrets or tips, maybe, that, maybe people may have missed, the bosses, or just little secret things here and there. There's a lot of secret stuff in the game, and, of course we can't cover it all. We tried going through all the stages, but, we can't cover everything. And
what's the thing that we didn't say? I mean,
there's a lot of stuff that we didn't say.
I mean, the secret tips.
Oh, for example, like getting through, do you know you can collect figures of the bosses?
Figures,
like statues.
Like a statue figures.
In the Nomad.
In the Nomad?
You can give figures to Sunny.
Right. You defeat the boss
in
some way. And you can get the figure statue at that stage.
Yeah.
Not the mask?
Not only
Well, there is the mask also. So I think, we never really explained that, how they can get this kind of stuff.
Right.
So
that would be good.
And it's something they can use throughout the entire game, because you can do it on any boss.
Right.
For the, whenever there's the Beauty and the Beast, and you fight them, of course it's Metal Gear, so you don't have to kill them. You can use non-lethal forms of combat. And, of course there's a kill count in the game. And, of course you can get through without killing anybody and things like that. And even more than that, the thing is with the beast form of the boss, even if you use your regular weapons, it won't count as a kill. But you still get something for using non-lethal combat on the beasts. And what that is you actually get a figure. So, you fight the boss, right? And then you use some non-lethal form of combat, whether it's tranquilizers or whatever, and then you defeat them, and then after that, the beauty battle starts, right?
Yeah.
They come out of the suit, and at that point, somewhere in the stage, there'll be a figure hidden somewhere. So if you look around, you can find, like a statue of wolf or a statue of octopus. Yeah.
I didn't know.
And also, I think some people may have found those, maybe, for the beasts.
Yeah.
But there's also a statue for the Haven Troopers as well.
Where can you find them?
You remember the first Integral podcast where we were talking about Advent Palace?
Yeah.
Well, right after that, where our podcast left off, there's, of course, that battle with the Haven Troopers.
Yeah.
And if you use non-lethal combat there, at the end, when you drop down to that basement area, that kind of parking garage area, you can find a statue of the Haven Troopers there.
Well, that's a real tough one, isn't it? I mean,
it is pretty tough.
The first battle, right? You don't expect to use tranquilizer guns and things like that. You want to smash through.
Yeah, it's a really good way to challenge yourself.
Right.
For people who beat it once, and then they want to go back and collect all the items, and try a different challenge. It's a really good thing to do. So
not that hard though.
It depends.
Okay.
If you do it on like Big Boss Extreme or something.
Oh, Big Boss.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely for people who haven't gotten that, maybe give that a try using non-lethal combat on the bosses. So you do that with the beasts, you can get the figures, and then also on the beauties, there are some pretty cool things you can do with them as well. And I think a lot of people, they first get into the beauty battle. The first thing they do is they just start shooting.
Yeah.
They just kill the beauty. But of course you can put the beauties to sleep, and if you do that, you get face camo, which is really useful actually. Especially in like Eastern Europe. if you get laughing octopuses, laughing beauties, face camo, then you can get through Eastern Europe much more easily.
That's true.
Things like that. But there's another thing also, and this is something that I think is really hard to realize because people know that maybe you shoot them or tranquilize them, but maybe people don't realize if you let the timer run down, and there's no timer on the screen, so it's a little hard to know this.
Yeah.
But while you're fighting them in the regular stage, there's actually a timer running in the background. And if you let it run down, for about a minute or so, then it takes you to this white, kind of a pure void where you get to see the beauties in really nice shading and you just get to admire the beauties there.
Yes, you have the 5-point sound.
Right.
And full throttle there.
Yeah. Full sound, full shading, and of course, you can use the camera there and get the beauties to pose for you, which is something that people may not have realized. So you can do that, and using the iPod.
Yeah, the certain music.
You can use the Tuhan Princess soundtrack.
Yeah.
And get them to dance.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, we didn't cover all these, right?
No, we didn't, because we didn't have time. But
I'm
now
sure
we do.
people.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
People, some core fans knew about this, but most people probably can't really figure out by themselves, right?
Yeah, watching people play, I kind of, whenever I see somebody playing, I kind of sneak up behind them and see how they're playing, and usually they kind of go to the beauty, and then they kind of run around. Some of them start shooting right away. Other ones maybe they kind of wander around what am I supposed to do? But then eventually they say, okay, I guess I'm just supposed to shoot or something, and then they go. So they never see that white void area, and then probably even those who see that white screen maybe never think to use the iPod
or the camera.
Or the camera.
And the
playing
Tuhan Princess music. Wow, that's a good tips.
Okay, a little bit of trivia, a little bit of final parting tips for everybody out there. And I think we're just about out of time for today, unfortunately. But we'll be continuing the Kojima Productions Report.
Yes.
Our web podcast. And of course, me and Ken and Aki will show up from time to time. And we also have Christine there.
Female.
Girl. So you don't have to listen to a bunch of guys blabbering all the time. So, yeah, definitely. This wraps it up for the in-game podcast, but please be sure to tune in to EDL Blog and check out the Kojima Productions Report. And be sure to send us your mails, because we still do check all of those, and we will address your comments or questions on the air.
Cool.
All right. Well, any final parting words?
Okay, well, I guess Ken and I will try to appear in KP Report as often as possible.
Yeah, totally.
To help you out.
Please.
Because it's really fun.
Yep.
And a lot of the listeners do really like Ken as well. So.
I think they like your voice too. You have that, smooth Aki voice. Yeah, people recognize you even from the
people
keynote.
People like his voice because
my mellow voice. Yeah. Okay.
Very relaxing.
Okay.
Somebody said your voice is so cool or something when you were doing a simultaneous translation.
In San Francisco?
In San Francisco.
Yeah. Well, my voice is the only popular thing I have. Ken.
Anyway, we're gonna have KP Report, and we will continue to have some news for people.
Yes.
Yeah, and one thing, I'd like to mention one thing. From June 2nd to 4th, we're gonna be at E3.
E3 2009.
Yeah,
Yes.
E3 2009. And Kojima Production will have maybe big news announcement.
Surprise? Wow.
So
cool.
Yeah. And I think what I'm trying to do is I wanted to do the KP Report podcast with video when we're in E3.
Nice.
Video podcast.
Video
Sounds
podcast.
cool.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, following, Sean and Aki and taking behind the stage and kind of stuff. So that would be really, really cool.
That sounds like fun.
Well, we're
Yeah,
gonna
sounds like
film
fun.
each other when we wake up and when we have dinner.
Oh,
and things
yeah.
like that. That'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. Well, anyways.
Okay.
Well, and this is going to continue like this forever, right? And the KP Report.
For all eternity.
Yeah, okay. Come on, Sean, wrap it up.
Okay, well, everybody, we'll see you on the KP Report. Till then, this is Sean and Aki and Ken saying Goodbye, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, since I had some time to kill, I noticed a couple things. The freaking AK has an optics rail. Well, side mount rail. But they don't give you an option to mount anything on it. It's just for show. That's so sad. That's what that thing on the side is classic AK style rail mount, but it's just for show. Okay, well, I wonder where they got that from then. I never noticed it all these years. Never noticed it. Well, we don't really need to go any further with the game, so. That's it for all the podcasts. There's some really interesting stuff if you can look past all the wow and I don't know, random shit they tried to just dilute it with their personal life or dumb jokes. When they actually talk about things, there's some pretty interesting stuff, so that's worth noting. Probably the best one is the gaming journalist boot camp, where they can't figure out what to do in Act 3 for 7 hours, and Kojima started crying out of desperation. That tells you a lot. All the gun details, they're not perfect, but for Japanese people making this, it's pretty damn well researched. I was talking the other day about the freaking SMG in MGS5. The bolt doesn't move at all. There's no open bolt mechanics. There's no ammo here. You can see the freaking Mac 10, the bolt moving and firing from an open bolt. You can see the freaking ammo in there on top of the magazine. And the bolt closes with no ammo. It's the little things, dude. Go look at the SMG in MGS5. Absolutely disgusting. I think it might move in Peace Walker too. Yeah, you could see they modeled the fucking breach face, the bolt face, and the back there. That's insane. Oh man. You don't even have to care about guns. It's just that detail that is in previous games is not in the next biggest big budget game of the year. Yeah. So MGS4 versus MGS5 is literally comparing the best to the absolute worst gun details in the series. So it's kind of overkill. You can even compare MGS3's guns details to MGS5 and cringe if you know anything about them. But it's just the same, Doesn't matter which aspect of the game you're talking about. They did it right before, they did it better before, and they didn't learn or didn't have time or money or resources or gave enough fucks to do it right when it mattered again. Let's not ramble about that too long. Damn. I think that's it. Damn, almost 8 hours just to do all the podcasts. I really need next time I do this, I'll keep a bunch of separate saves just ready at each podcast location, so we don't have to play shit in between. But yeah, like I was saying, for Japanese people, a Japanese game making all these gun details, it's impressive. Next in-depth marathon, I don't know. I would have to coordinate with Dog for that. Haven't talked to him in so long. Okay, Guys, thanks for watching. We went through all the podcasts. I'm sure for some of you it was like the first time listening to all that stuff. It's good stuff. Worth doing at least once. So we'll do something the next couple days. Not sure what yet. Probably some sort of challenge run, maybe some sort of MGS3 or 4 run. I really don't mind playing MGS4 when it's, skipping all the nonsense in it. You just get to do gameplay stuff. It dawned on me during this run that I usually do like an MGS3, no tranquilizer, big boss run. I've never done an MGS4, I don't think. And maybe I've done like as a CQC only run. That's probably doable. Probably very, very doable. So maybe that's something. Oh, and that's right. A couple other things. So I got my backwards compatible PS3 up and running again. I cleaned it all the shit that it had in it, both physically and hardware and software, and got it running again. We'll probably see something from the original versions of MGS2 and 3 soon enough. As well as, again, for those 5 or 10 people who actually want to bother with it, we'll probably play MGO2 again. Again, going with MGS4's gameplay and details. At least that. So I'm gonna try and keep it more within the community so we don't have to mess with it too much. And yeah, if you care at all, we'll be on Save MGO again, so people can link shit in the chat. Don't put an SSD in your PS3, it's not worth it. In my experience with different SSDs, different brands, different SSDs, different capacity, different consoles, I had specifically MGS2 freeze, different versions of MGS2 as well, digital, disc. I don't know, there's something about the credits in MGS2 being synced to the music where it freezes and had problems in other games as well, and then PS3 is only like SATA 1, so it's not worth it. Just put a 10,000 RPM drive in it if you really care about it. Oh yeah, not just the credits, also some calls and some other stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my experience, I really tried all these combinations of SSDs and PS3s and games, and it just gives more trouble than it's worth the increase in speed, apparently. But yeah, do set up MGO2 with Save MGO, and they also got a new patch, I think, new maps as well. So that's kind of cool. That's something we can do, because I'm just really trying to stream more often. So we need more stuff to do, and we'll probably also see some other games. So I hope to see you guys around. Thank you for watching. Yeah, that's the other thing. Streaming MGO is like, yeah, you get stream sniped. So maybe we'll add like a minute of delay or something. I don't know. Zombie Owl, thank you so much for 78 months. Oh shit, Nish himself with the 10 gift of subs. Guys, enjoy this gift of subs. Shit, thank you so much, man. So generous with everyone. Thank you. Yeah, people have been requesting dude sex, so we'll do some dude sex soon. I really wanna play that. And it was well received last time, so that should work. MGO2 is like a guilty pleasure. It's shit, but it's fun shit. And then you could draw endless comparisons between MGO2 and 3, just like you can with MGS4 and 5, and just puke all over the place. Yeah, the net code. But you know what? With the right people, with the right people, with the right game modes and the right setup, it's a lot of fun. That game has so many little details, and if you can, I mean, I don't look past it myself, so I don't say look past the net code being shit, but at least the mechanics and the ideas they had were pretty cute, you know. So we'll do a little bit of that, and in a way, it's more, you know, MGS4 gameplay details to show people. I love all the little unique things to each character, and the thing is, I'm gonna need like at least one other person to play with, so yeah, that'd be great if we had a handful of you guys setting it up. We'll probably do in the coming few days. Man, those subs are still going. Thank you again, Ichi himself. All right. See you guys next time. Thank you for watching.